The night had teeth, cold, biting teeth, the kind that gnawed into your bones and made you forget the world is anything but black and white. The shelter was a wreck, as usual. Damp wood and rotting walls that smelled of decay and forgotten dreams. He was used to it. The man, mid-30s, rough around the edges, hair unkempt like a wolf on a bad day, had earned his spot in the pecking order of the homeless. He was a loner, a shadow in a place full of them, drifting between bodies and bottles. There was no pretense left. He wasn't here for company, wasn't here for salvation, just warmth. All he wanted was to forget about the crushing loneliness that accompanied him every day. Tonight, like most nights, the fire crackled in the corner, the dim orange glow casting long shadows that danced against the walls. The others gathered around it, huddling for warmth, sharing cigarettes or stories of better times. That was when she showed up. She was younger, mid-30s at the oldest, but there was a weariness in her eyes that suggested she had lived through things that had aged her far too quickly. She stumbled in from the darkness, making her way toward him, but he didn't notice her at first. He didn't really care. He didn't care much for anyone.
"Got a light?"
she asked, her voice rough and scratchy. He didn't answer, just tossed her his lighter. She caught it mid-air with a fluid motion, like it was nothing. She lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and passed it to him without a word. For a moment, neither of them said anything. The fire crackled and the wind howled outside. They both stared into the flames, each lost in their own thoughts, the silence thick between them. Then, she leaned in. He wasn't sure what happened. One second, she was beside him. The next, she was right there, her lips on his. A kiss. It was quick, almost too quick to register at first. But then, it wasn't just a kiss. It was a surge of heat, an electric jolt that hit him straight in the chest. It wasn't like any kiss he'd ever had before. It wasn't gentle or loving or fleeting. It was urgent, like she needed something from him. Or maybe he needed something from her. His mouth tingled, his body stiffening, every nerve alive, and yet wrong. There was a push, a pressure, like something was moving through him, something he couldn't place, something that didn't belong. A tightness deep in his throat, as if something was shifting inside him, pulling at him. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, it was over. She pulled away, leaving him breathless, his head spinning. She didn't say anything. She just stared at him for a second, her eyes unreadable, before turning and walking off into the darkness. The air still smelled of her, of smoke, of sweat, and something deeper. He tried to shake it off, chalk it up to the cold, to the usual weirdness of his existence. Just another transient connection, another flicker of something that would fade like everything else in his life. But that was the problem. It didn't fade. The next morning, he woke up feeling strange. His head ached like a freight train had passed through it. He tried to push himself up, but the world spun, dizzying and disorienting. His mouth felt dry, like he hadn't had a drink in days. But there was something more to it, something odd. The taste was metallic, bitter, and there was a lingering sensation at the back of his throat, like something had been there. He got up and staggered out of the shelter, squinting against the morning light. He could barely remember the night before. The fire, the people, her. He pushed it all aside. Just a bad dream, he told himself. As the day passed, something started to shift. His hands itched, his fingers twitching every time someone walked by. He needed something. Just a touch. He didn't care who, someone, anyone. The first time it happened, he touched a stranger's arm as they passed by, and his stomach twisted with a sudden need. Not just physical warmth, not just the heat of skin, something else. He didn't understand it, but the feeling clawed at him, relentless. He wanted more of that connection, more of whatever had been in that kiss. It was stupid. He'd never cared about these things before. Physical touch had always been something to avoid, something that made him feel trapped. But now he couldn't shake the craving. And then the disorientation hit. His body started acting up. He couldn't keep his balance. He'd lose track of what he was doing, drifting off, caught in the moment, completely unaware of where he was or how he got there. Sometimes he'd stare at a half-eaten sandwich, unable to remember how it had gotten into his hands. The confusion was getting worse. His body felt strange, like he wasn't entirely inside it anymore, like he was being pulled in different directions. He couldn't explain it, but he knew it wasn't just a hangover. Something had changed inside him. Something had shifted. And all he could think of was her, the woman with the strange eyes, the kiss that had felt so wrong yet so familiar. He couldn't explain it, but every time he thought about it, that strange pull came back, the longing. He needed to find her. He had to understand what had happened. The days bled together. He wandered through the city, searching for her. He needed her. She was different. She was meant for him. He knew it. There was no mistaking it. He started asking around, casually at first, as if it didn't matter. But it did.
You seen a woman? Tall, kinda wild-looking, dark hair?
People either ignored him or shrugged, offering vague answers that didn't get him anywhere. One night, a voice from behind him snapped him from his thoughts.
Looking for someone?
He turned sharply. A man, grizzled, unshaven, eyes distant, eyed him with a curious, almost amused gaze.
Yeah, have you seen her? She was here.
He gestured vaguely, as if that would somehow make it clear. The man squinted at him, then shook his head slowly.
Don't think I know her. Ain't nobody special around here. Best keep moving, brother.
The words stung more than he'd care to admit, but he couldn't stop. He had to find her. Days passed in a haze of frustration, desperation curling around him like smoke. He could feel his mind slipping, the grip on his own thoughts growing weaker. The memories, they weren't his, not all of them. A flash of a man in a suit looking down at him with pity, a woman laughing softly, brushing her fingers across his hand. Was that real? No, it couldn't be. Could it? Then came the voices, whispers at first, like wind passing through cracks. He'd catch fragments of conversations that weren't his, feelings that didn't belong to him. The strange moments flickered in and out like dreams, too fleeting to hold on to. But he knew them. He was sure of it. They were his. He was becoming someone else, and he couldn't stop it. Finally, one night, after another endless search through the alleys and dark corners of the city, he saw her. It was like the universe had handed her to him, a gift wrapped in shadows. She stood outside a shelter, smoking a cigarette, her back turned to him. For a moment, his heart skipped, his breath caught in his chest. She was real. She was here. He stepped forward, his body already moving before his mind could catch up.
Hey,
he called out, voice cracking with urgency. She turned, her eyes meeting his for a moment. There was nothing in them, no recognition, no spark, just indifference.
Do I know you?
She asked flatly, her voice detached. She took another drag of her cigarette, as if the question was no more important than the ash falling from the end of it.
I'm the guy, the one from the fire,
he stammered, stepping closer. He couldn't get the words out fast enough.
You remember?
Her face didn't change. She exhaled the smoke, letting it curl into the cold air between them.
No, I don't.
His stomach dropped. He took another step forward, trying to close the distance between them.
But you have to. You kissed me.
She stepped back, her face hardening.
I don't know you. Stay away from me.
The coldness in her voice stung, sharper than the night air. He blinked, trying to process what she'd said. The words didn't make sense. They couldn't make sense. She took one last look at him, eyes briefly flicking to the ground, before she turned and walked back into the shelter without another word. He stood there, frozen. His mind raced, pulse pounding in his ears. It wasn't real. This wasn't right. She was supposed to be the one. But her rejection echoed in his head, louder than the whispers that still lingered in the back of his mind. He couldn't make sense of it. He was alone again. He wandered the streets, lost and confused. He had no sense of time anymore, no sense of direction. The world spun around him. People moved in and out of his vision, but all he could think of was her. The craving wouldn't stop. His mind had unraveled, replaced by a single, consuming need for touch, for connection, for something to fill the hollow inside him. He started approaching people on the street, random strangers, hoping to recapture that lost sensation. The briefest glance, the lightest brush of contact, even a fleeting moment. It was never enough. It would never be enough. None of them were her. But then, the little thing started to creep in. A drop of blood on his shirt, a cough that lingered longer than it should, an ache in his chest that didn't feel quite right. He didn't think much of it. It wasn't even the worst thing that had happened to him. He was used to discomfort, but then it started getting harder to ignore. His nose never stopped bleeding, just a constant trickle, like a faucet that couldn't be turned off. He wiped it away, again and again, but it kept coming back. The pain in his head was the worst part. It felt like his brain was being pulled in two different directions. The strain was enough to make him dizzy, to make him feel like he was losing his grip on everything. The headaches came and went, but the dizziness stayed. His body grew weak, his legs unsteady beneath him. He couldn't think straight anymore, couldn't remember the last time he'd felt right. His memory was falling apart just like the rest of him. Faces blurred, becoming strangers, even though they weren't. He'd look at a person, and for a split second, he'd think he was looking at someone else entirely, someone from another life, another place. His mind was slipping, falling faster into madness. The voices were getting louder, mixing with his own thoughts, urging him on, pushing him further, telling him to find her. It was incessant. It was all he heard. His grip on reality was nearly gone. His body ached, his memory shattered, and all he could think of was her. His body was failing him now, and he knew it. The dizziness was worse, his legs weak and trembling under the weight of whatever was crawling beneath his skin. The blood, the constant nosebleeds. But it didn't matter. The city outside didn't matter anymore. Only she mattered, and she had rejected him. There was only one thing he could do now. He gave up. The woman was gone, and so was his mind. He retreated into an abandoned building. It was falling apart, just like everything else in his life. He found a small, dark room in the back of the building, a cramped, suffocating space. But it wasn't enough. The room felt too open, too exposed. He searched the room until he found an even smaller crawl space, hidden behind a pile of debris. It was tight, the walls pressed in on him from all sides, the air stale and suffocating. But it was perfect. Here, he could be alone with his thoughts. Here, he could escape everything, even if just for a little while. It became his sanctuary, his final refuge. The pain in his head was unbearable now. It was as if his brain was being torn apart, like it was shifting inside his skull, pulling in every direction. He bled more than ever, leaving trails of crimson along the walls. His body was failing. His bones felt fragile, his muscles weak. Each breath was harder to take. He could feel it now. He was dying. This thing inside him was winning. It had taken everything. His thoughts, his body, his very identity. His whole life he had wanted to be with someone, to be loved. Eventually, it all became too much. He curled up in the tight crawl space and closed his eyes. He died there, in the dark, alone. The parasite left with him, taking his life and his obsession, his memory of her. The building was just as forgotten as the man who had died inside it. The Foundation team arrived after a quiet tip-off, another case of strange disappearances in the area. It wasn't uncommon for these to lead to a dead end, but this place felt different. There was something off in the air. They entered the crumbling structure with methodical precision, boots crunching across shattered tile, footsteps echoing through the hollow silence. Decay clung to every wall. The stench of mold, of time left unchecked, filled the air. But that's not what caught their attention. It was the body. The body was transported to Site 77 for further examination. After conducting a post-mortem autopsy, the Foundation confirmed their suspicions. This was no ordinary case. This was SCP-1204, a parasite far more dangerous than anyone could have imagined. Classified as Euclid, this anomaly was now a matter of ongoing study, but it came with a chilling understanding. It wasn't just the body it infected, it consumed the mind too. SCP-1204 is, in its most basic form, a human host for a parasitic being. Sounds pretty simple, right? Here's where it gets fun. This parasite is semi-corporeal, meaning it's there but not really, more of an unseen, invisible presence that you can only detect through weird electrical pulses when it makes contact with the host. So how does it spread? It's not through your typical cut, scratch, or bite stuff. No, the parasite transfers when two people share extended oral contact. Think intense, drawn-out kissing, where a mass of pharyngeal tissue from the infected person actually stretches into the mouth of the other, and then bam, both are now walking parasites. Most known victims of SCP-1204 have been transient or homeless individuals. Whether their conditions made them more vulnerable to the infection, or if the parasite simply preys on the most neglected, is still up for debate. These people weren't in the best of health to begin with, and the parasite didn't exactly do them any favors. It has a special way of ruining things. Once infected, the change isn't immediate, but it doesn't take long for the host to feel something. That something turns into an overwhelming need to be in constant physical contact with others. It's not about just warming up by the fire or catching some friendly banter. It's a deep, gnawing hunger for touch, for connection, and it can't be quenched. But there's more. The infected person's obsession starts to center on one particular person, usually someone they think is their romantic partner. It's not even a healthy kind of love. It's all-consuming, parasitic, and completely off the rails. The infected person will do whatever it takes to get close to that one person, to feel them, to be them. Everything else becomes secondary, and sometimes not even relevant. Now let's talk about the physical symptoms. Hosts bleed internally. Their bodies start to shut down, and their minds? Memory loss kicks in, and it's not the oops, I forgot where I put my keys kind of deal. No, it's full-on disintegration. They forget entire days. Sometimes they forget faces, people they've known their entire lives. And their memories, the ones that are left, fragments, bits and pieces that don't belong to them. Strangers' memories, memories of past hosts, or just random, unexplainable flashes. Physically, things get worse. The body deteriorates. The brain's tissue begins to degrade, especially the hippocampus. Oh, and did I mention they experience constant internal bleeding? As the body can't keep up anymore, the infected host stops looking for new victims. They go off to hide, typically in a small, isolated place like a crawlspace or some other tight, suffocating corner of the world. And that's where they die, alone, decayed, and forgotten. It's not pretty. And that's the end. It started the moment she was born. No screams, no wails, just a single breath, a faint pulse, and then nothing. Her skin was too smooth, too perfect, like a doll's face. No creases, no expression, no eyes, no mouth, no ears, just a blank canvas. The doctor looked at her, then at the nurse. Neither of them said a word. They just stood there, silent. It was the kind of silence that fills the room when everyone knows something's wrong, but nobody wants to be the one to say it. The doctor cleared his throat.
It's not right,
he murmured. His voice shook just a little. He wasn't supposed to feel anything, not in his line of work, but there he was, staring at a child born with no face, his professionalism cracking like a cheap vase. The nurse, already crossing herself, looked away. "You think it's some kind of defect?" she whispered, her voice barely above a breath, as if speaking too loudly might make the child reel. "Defect?" The doctor's voice cracked. He ran a hand through his hair, a nervous habit. "I don't know what it is, but I know it's not right." The nurse shuddered. "Is it alive?" Her voice was full of dread. He hesitated. Couldn't finish the thought. He couldn't answer her. Was it alive? Fast forward several years, and she was still the same, silent, expressionless, and stuck in time like an exhibit in some sick museum. In the cold, dim halls of an orphanage, she drifted through the days like a ghost, watching, but never participating. "She doesn't even look human," one of the kids muttered one day, watching her from across the room. The child never reacted. She couldn't. Her eyes, if she had any, were empty, her mouth non-existent. She was an enigma, and that terrified them. "I think she is human, but she's like, not," another whispered. He pulled his sleeves over his hands like he was afraid her presence might touch him. "Don't look at her, she can feel it," one of the older girls warned. "If she looks at you and you look back, I don't know what happens, but it's bad. Don't mess with her." But none of the kids could stay away. They were too curious, too scared, and so they watched from a distance. And she didn't speak, didn't react, didn't do anything at all, really, except for one thing: survive, and not in the way anyone expected. Her skin, smooth and pliable, had strange, unnatural holes carved into it. No, her skin wasn't sick, it wasn't torn. These holes were deliberate. Someone had made them. They had a purpose. These were for food. They fed her like she was a machine. One of the caretakers, an older man with a wrinkled face and sunken eyes, eyed her curiously as the girl sat in her corner, unmoving.
You ever wonder why she doesn't need a mouth?
He asked the younger caretaker, who had just brought in a bowl of mush. The younger man shrugged, shaking his head.
She's just different.
The older man leaned closer, his gaze intense.
Yeah, well, that skin? Think it'll crack open and talk one day?
He looked back over at the girl.
I don't think it even can,
the younger caretaker muttered, almost in awe. And the girl didn't care. She didn't need to care. She was an observer, a passive participant in her own existence, floating in that weird space between life and nothingness. Not fully there, not fully gone. Everything stayed the same cold room, the same tasteless mush in a bowl pushed through the holes in her stomach for nourishment, the same curious, terrified stares from the other children. One day, like any other, the children sat in the worn-down dining hall. The little girl was in her usual corner, as always, untouched by the world. The constant hum of chatter and clatter barely registered with her. It was just noise. But there was always that tall, thin man, the caretaker who didn't say much. He watched her day after day with that quiet intensity that sent shivers down her spine. The others ignored him. They'd long since given up on asking what he was doing. One day he muttered to himself, barely audible,
"You'd think she'd blink."
The younger caretaker glanced up. What? The thin man didn't even look away from the girl.
"She's never blinked,"
he said slowly, his words a mix of fascination and disbelief.
"Not once. Not since the day she got here."
The younger man stared at the girl for a moment.
"She doesn't have eyes."
The thin man leaned in closer and whispered,
"She doesn't move when she's supposed to."
The younger man shrugged.
"Maybe she's just really good at being still."
He wasn't paying attention anymore, but the thin man was. His notepad was already out, the pages filled with small, careful scribbles, observations, notes. He tracked her every movement, no matter how small, no matter how unsettling. He wasn't watching her like the others. He wasn't frightened. He was intrigued, obsessed. The little girl felt it, the weight of his eyes. She didn't know why, but she always felt it, like a pull, a gaze that dug into her skin. It wasn't like anyone else's. She couldn't see him, but she knew he was watching. And it wasn't in the casual way the other children watched her from across the room. No, he was watching her intently, like she was the only thing in the world worth looking at. He never spoke to her, never asked questions. He just observed. "Why do you stare at me?" she wanted to ask, but she never did. How could she? She didn't have a mouth to speak from. Was he waiting for something? Or was he just watching to see how far she would go before her skin tore her apart? Her 14th birthday came with a dull thud. No fanfare, no cake, no one even remembered. The orphanage didn't care. Why would they? But she did. Something in her was changing, and she felt it. She didn't know what yet, but it was there, creeping through her body like a slow poison. The skin on her forearm began to shift, to ripple, like it wasn't quite attached anymore. A tiny, strange movement, too small for anyone else to notice, but she did. It started with a subtle shift, a tightness in her skin, like something invisible was trying to hold her still, trying to contain her, trying to stop her from breaking out. But her body, it was getting restless. Her epidermis, her skin, that strange smooth layer, began to stretch, pull, tighten, like a snug garment that no longer fits. It rippled, it twitched, desperate, like it was trying to get out, escape. She wanted to scream, but surprise, no mouth, no voice. And the caretaker? He noticed too. His eyes went wide, like he'd seen something precious. A grin slowly spread across his face as he scribbled frantically in his notebook, tapping his pen like he had a direct line to some unholy discovery.
"Autonomic movement, epidermal reaction, possibly independent action of the dermis,"
he muttered under his breath, a little too excited for someone who's been around kids like this for years. The children noticed it too. Well, some of them did. The others, too used to ignoring the strange girl, now turned their heads toward her, Her eyes narrowed. Whispers slid through the room like poison.
Look, she's doing something.
One of them gasped.
She's moving. She's not dead.
Her skin was moving as if it had a mind of its own. And that's when he stepped forward, the caretaker, the one who'd been watching her, obsessing over her every movement. His face, typically unreadable, now twisted with what could only be described as clinical excitement.
You're hungry,
he said, as if he were speaking to a child who'd been misbehaving. His voice was soft, almost too soft.
I'll fix that.
Without waiting for a reaction, he grabbed the long feeding tubes from the table. His hands were trembling, but it wasn't from fear. It was from something else, something darker, something too excited. The tubes were long, cold, and sterile, and he shoved one through the holes in her skin before she could even react. The feeding system was supposed to work. It had always worked before, but not now. She felt the tube slide into her, pushing deep into her stomach. His hands moved quickly, forcefully. He didn't give her a chance to resist.
You need this,
he muttered to himself, tapping the pump, watching as the mush of food began to flow. But the holes in her skin didn't line up with her stomach anymore. It was like trying to shove a square peg into a round hole. The food stuck. Her skin, once docile, pressed and squeezed, not letting anything pass. It rejected it. She could feel the food getting stuck, pressing against her insides. The pressure built, sharper and sharper, like her entire body was being stretched, suffocated by something that didn't belong.
Come on,
he urged, as though coaxing a stubborn child to take a bite.
You'll feel better, just let it in.
But the food wasn't going anywhere. Her skin fought back, squeezing tighter, pushing the food back through the tubes. And when he tried to pump more, the pressure became too much. Her stomach, her entire body, spasmed in resistance, the food sloshing painfully inside her as her body rejected it violently. The pain hit like a truck. It was so intense, so deep, that she couldn't think. It was maddening. She couldn't scream, not without a mouth, but if she could have, the sound would have echoed off the walls like a banshee's wail. She couldn't cry. If she had eyes, maybe tears would have fallen, but instead, the frustration rippled across her cheeks like phantom rivers. Her body twisted, bended, and each movement felt wrong, like her own body had betrayed her. Meanwhile, the room at the orphanage buzzed with the usual noise, scraping against metal bowls, feet shuffling across the worn floorboards, and the murmur of voices too bored to care. A boy in the corner watched her, a scrawny thing no older than 12. It wasn't the first time he'd noticed her oddities. He'd made faces behind her back, mimicked her jerky movements when he thought no one was looking. He had taunted her before, whispered insults, pulled faces, and laughed at her. Today was no different. The boy, shifting from foot to foot, narrowed his eyes. He was clearly intrigued by the way she struggled.
Don't you ever get tired of being broken?
He sneered, loud enough to be heard over the general din.
You've been like this forever, haven't you?
The little girl didn't even flinch. She didn't even acknowledge him. Her face remained turned away, her body jerking in strange, disjointed movements, like it was at war with itself.
Go ahead,
the boy continued, voice turning nastier.
Try to eat. Let's see how long it takes before you choke on your own skin, freak.
Something inside her snapped. She couldn't explain it. It wasn't planned, it wasn't rational, it was just there. A reflex, a violent surge. Before she could even think, her hand shot out, faster than she could control. She didn't feel it, not at first, but then the boy was no longer standing. He crumpled to the floor. She stood above him, trembling, her hands shaking. Her skin was alive beneath her, twitching, shifting, as though it couldn't believe what it had just done. The boy's mouth opened, but no sound came out. He gasped, struggling for breath, his fingers clawing at his throat. His eyes were wide, confused, panicked. Her skin rippled again, as if it was taking it all in. It was too much for her to understand. She took a slow step back, her body moving in a jerky, uncoordinated motion, like she wasn't in control anymore, like she never had been. Minutes passed, but it felt like hours. The air was thick with the kind of silence that only happens when something awful is about to go down. Finally, someone screamed, a high-pitched, gut-wrenching sound that broke the stillness like glass shattering. One of the caretakers finally rushed forward and grabbed the little girl's arm roughly. She didn't resist. She couldn't. She barely even felt the pull of the hands that jerked her away from the boy's body. Her body, stiff as a board, moved only because the world forced it to.
Come on,
One of the guards barked, his voice strained, his grip far too tight. She was dragged across the floor, the skin on her body twitching, squirming, like it was trying to escape the guard's hands. But she didn't fight. Her limbs were stiff, like her joints had forgotten how to bend properly. She felt like she was floating in her own body, trapped in a cage of her own making. The other children, pale with terror, watched her from their seats. Some turned away, some gasped. A few whispered, their voices barely audible.
Did she kill him?
One of them murmured, eyes wide with fear.
How could she do that?
The little girl's eyes, if you could even call them eyes, stared blankly at the floor as the guards marched her down the hallway. Their boots echoed off the empty walls like a drumbeat of doom. It was just her and the guards now, her stiff form, her skin still twitching in strange patterns. She didn't care about the whispers, about the looks. There was no room in her mind for them. Her world was nothing but the hard, unyielding pull of the guards' hands, dragging her further away from the only thing that still made sense, the boy, crumpled and still on the floor. She wasn't given a defense. There was no attempt to understand her. The court didn't even care. They saw only what they wanted to see. No voice, no explanation, just a blank canvas, a blank thing to fill with their own assumptions.
Should have figured it out sooner.
One of the jurors muttered, his voice heavy with distaste.
Look at her. Empty.
A voice from the back, thin and trembling, asked,
What is she?
The judge didn't answer. He didn't need to. In the courtroom, she was a thing, a monster. Fear had already filled in all the gaps, like a kid filling a puzzle without the picture on the box. And fear was all they needed to sentence her. Guilt? No, they didn't need to prove it. She had already been convicted the moment they'd seen her, watched her move. And so the decision was simple. The little girl, silent, unmoving, was convicted on the spot. The sentence was handed down. She would spend the rest of her life behind bars. She didn't understand the sentence, didn't feel the weight of the words. She couldn't feel anything anymore. Her skin twitched, but the rest of her was a blank slate, a void. She was dragged back to her cell, her stiff body moving mechanically. The cell itself was small, barely larger than a closet. The walls were thick and damp, made of stone that could probably absorb the screams of anyone unlucky enough to spend time in here. If she had a nose, she would have smelled the mold that clung to the cracks, but that was a luxury she wasn't born with. The guards who stood outside her cell didn't speak much. They didn't need to. They had no need to fill the silence. What they did have was their eyes, and oh, how they watched. They watched through the tiny slit in the door, their gazes fixed on her as she stood there, twitching, jerking, moving like something inhuman. They couldn't look away.
Can't stop staring, can you?
One of the janitors chuckled darkly, as if the discomfort was amusing. One of the guards snorted, but still, they couldn't stop watching, even if they wanted to. Days blurred together in the cell. Time lost all meaning. Just one long, agonizing stretch where hunger clawed at her mind and her skin continued to rebel. It stretched and pulled, tightening around her like a straitjacket that wouldn't fit. It burned. The skin stretched so much, it felt like it might tear itself apart. But it didn't. It just hardened more, digging into her like the walls of a tomb. Every moment felt like her body was becoming a prison, her prison, and there was no escape. The worst part, she couldn't move. Not anymore. Her body was frozen in place, not locked up like before, but completely stuck. It was as though time had stopped inside her skin, and her body had no say in it. Her thoughts, her mind, trapped. 11 days passed. Then the guards came. Their footsteps echoed in the hallway, slow and heavy. The sound grew louder, closer, the inevitable approach of something they'd been dreading, something they didn't know how to handle. But what they found wasn't what they expected. The guards stood frozen at the doorway for a long moment, eyes wide, breath caught in their throats. They'd seen bodies before, corpses. That wasn't new to them. But this wasn't that. It wasn't even a girl anymore. It wasn't human. Her body was hard, stone hard. The epidermis had petrified, merged with the stone walls of the cell. It was as if her skin had become one with the very room that held her captive. Her surface, cold and unyielding, gave no sign of life, no pulse, no breath. Her face, the face she had once had, was locked in an eternal grimace. Frozen in agony, she stood like someone who had suffered so much that it had carved itself into her skin, into her bones, but there was no one to hear it, no one to see it, just the image of torment, imprisoned, forever. One of the guards stepped closer, fear creeping into his voice, unsure of how to even approach this thing in front of him.
I don't think she's alive,
he muttered, half to himself, half to the others. The other guard didn't say anything. He just reached out, trembling, and touched her shoulder. His hand froze. The skin didn't move, didn't even warm under his touch. They took a step back.
She's gone,
one of the guards finally said, almost like he was talking to himself.
But she's not dead.
You see, what they didn't know, what the guards and caretakers couldn't understand, is that what happened to her skin, wasn't just some random, unexplained malfunction. It wasn't just an unlucky condition. It was SCP-6107, an anomaly that exists far beyond the simple understanding of human biology. Now, let me break it down for you because this is important. You're going to want to keep track of this. SCP-6107, colloquially known as the integumentary system, is a unique organ system. Normally, you've got your epidermis, your dermis, and your hypodermis, right? All the layers of your skin doing their thing, protecting you, keeping everything inside nice and safe. Simple, effective. We're all familiar with it. But SCP-6107, oh, it's a little different. You see, what makes SCP-6107 truly anomalous is that its skin, its epidermis, moves on its own. It has this weird autonomy. If the body experiences distress, if there's pain, trauma, even just an accumulation of tension, this skin reacts. It shifts, it pulls, it can stretch, it can tighten, it can even reject its own form. Imagine being trapped in a body that is constantly fighting against you. That's what this child experienced. But not only did it reject sustenance, it began to turn on her. And here's the kicker. The epidermis, the fourth and final layer of SCP-6107 skin, eventually hardens, petrifies, and locks the person inside. It's like her skin just decided it was done. Done with trying to keep the body alive. Done with functioning as a barrier. It becomes a prison. And once that happens, it's over. The transformation is complete. The body is stuck in that horrifying, immobile state, as if frozen in time, trapped in a permanent state of distress. That's what they saw in the cell. But the science behind it, that's what really gets interesting. This isn't a disease, not exactly. It's a biological process, one that happens when the body's own integumentary system starts to move independently. And that movement, that transformation, isn't just for show. It's a defense mechanism, a response to stress, to stimuli that the body can't handle. The body's reacting in ways it shouldn't be able to. That's why it's so unsettling. It's not just a body. It's something alive, something fighting for its survival, even if it has to destroy itself to do it. Now, the epidermis doesn't just go from normal to stone all at once. There's a gradual progression. You'll notice the early stages, what we call dermal transference, where the skin begins to move independently of the other layers. This is the first sign something's wrong. You get this odd, almost involuntary shifting of the dermis. It's not like ordinary skin reactions, like when you get goosebumps or sweat. This is different. It's the dermis deciding on its own to fight against what's happening beneath it. It's a response, not from the brain, but from the skin itself. Next up, we get into the real kicker, the hypodermis. In most humans, the hypodermis, that fat layer below your skin, is just there. It stores fat, provides insulation, and keeps everything in place. But with SCP-6107, the hypodermis doesn't stay put. It reacts. It distends. It tenses. It's almost as if it's alive, moving like a fluid, trying to fight off whatever's causing the trauma. This is very rare. Most people's hypodermis just stays still, doing its job. But not with SCP-6107. Finally, we get to the petrification stage. The epidermis hardens fast. It solidifies into something more akin to cartilage or bone, almost like your skin is turning into stone. It's an irreversible, horrifying transformation. The body, which should be alive, becomes something frozen in time, a monument to something that went too far. It's not just dead, it's imprisoned. The process doesn't kill the person right away. The body can still function, but it's slowly, inexorably losing control. The mind, the thoughts, the humanity, it's all trapped inside this frozen, unfeeling shell. It's the last, tragic act of a body that no longer knows how to be. So what does all this mean? Why is this so important? Well, it's not just a weird medical phenomenon. It's an anomaly that blurs the line between life and death, between the natural and the unnatural. The child in the cell, she wasn't just a person. She was a victim of a process far beyond her control, and now she's part of the anomaly, trapped forever in her own transformation. You see, SCP-6107 isn't just skin. It's a warning, a reminder of what happens when our bodies, when anything, decides it's done. And when it decides that, there's no going back.
The morning sun streamed through the window, casting beams of light that pierced the dusty, cluttered apartment. Remnants of a life filled with promise were bathed in the soft, ethereal glow. Faded photographs of various dig sites framed articles highlighting his amazing finds with headlines such as "Whiz Kid Archaeologist Unearths Lost Tomb. Archaeology's rising star makes history again." It was an archaeological record of an archaeologist's life. Now, he himself was an artifact, buried in the past. Years had passed since the glowing headlines. Now, the only stories written about him bore harsh titles like "From Prodigy to Pariah" or "Disgraced Digger's Downfall." A knock on the door caused the man to jolt up from the tattered sofa that doubled as his bed. He looked around the room in a panic. Another louder, more insistent knock soon followed.
"Open the door,"
said a thick Austrian accent. The man tiptoed, his breath catching with every step. Carefully, he looked through the peephole. In the hall stood a short, bald man, flanked by two burly men in dark suits.
"I can see your eyeball, yeah?"
He ducked down immediately, heart pounding. Who were they? Could this be a scheme by the landlord to scare him over unpaid bills? Rent wasn't due yet. Was it? What day was it, anyway?
"You are the archaeologist who had the unfortunate, incident with the pharaoh's tomb, yeah?"
The man rested his head against the door, his face etched with dread. Another journalist, hoping to extract one more humiliating quote. When would it end? Why couldn't they just leave him alone?
"I want to offer you a job."
The man's eyes blinked wide open as he slowly raised his head. This must be some kind of joke. Yes, that must be it. This was all a cruel joke.
"You were the best archaeologist in the world, and I only work with the best,"
the little Austrian stated confidently.
"Could you please open the door?"
The little Austrian man waited, silent and patient. His two suited guards exchanged glances. Finally, the door clicked open. The bald man strolled in, followed by his muscle. They swept laundry off a chair, presenting it like a throne for their boss. The little Austrian gestured for him to sit. Nervously, the man licked his palms, smoothing down his hair as though to make a good impression, though that opportunity had long gone. Cautiously, he sat opposite his guest. The Austrian leaned forward, a spark of excitement dancing in his eyes. With a snap of the little Austrian's fingers, one of the hulking guards produced a briefcase and whipped it open to reveal a stone tablet.
What can you tell me about this?
The little Austrian inquired, passing the artifact to the man, whose eyes had lit up. He hadn't felt this alive in years. As the man examined the tablet, he explained that the carvings etched in the stone resembled 3,000-year-old petroglyphs that were found in the Boca Negra Canyon region of New Mexico. He feverishly pulled a topographical map from his bookshelves. As the man traced his finger over the modern map, his eyes darted to ancient lines of the tablet. See this squiggly line? That signifies mountains, and this symbol here might indicate water. Based on this, whatever you're searching for is likely buried here, he concluded, jabbing a finger at a valley in New Mexico. The little Austrian man smiled smugly.
Good. You will go to New Mexico for me, yeah?
The man eagerly nodded.
Boris will accompany you,
the Austrian stated. Boris, the human wall, stared silently.
He will ensure you don't go pee-pee on my treasure,
the little Austrian added with a chuckle. Within hours, the archaeologist found himself on a jet to New Mexico with Boris. Upon arrival, a fully equipped crew awaited them, already camped at the coordinates he'd provided. Their unsettling efficiency hinted at the stakes. The team soon unearthed a tomb entrance blocked by a massive stone slab. But this was no ordinary barrier. The stone bore an eerie fresco of a human figure, covered in white spots, as if warning of danger, or even a curse. The man felt an immediate pull, eager to decode the fresco's ominous warning.
but he had only a moment to speculate before Boris, the lumbering oaf, began rigging the ancient stone with dynamite. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" the archaeologist protested. Boris ignored the man's outcries and struck a match. As the fuse burned, everyone ran for cover. They barely had enough time to brace themselves before a giant blast tore the ancient entrance apart. The archaeologist could only stare in shock as shards of history fell from the sky, raining down around him. The smoke barely cleared before Boris charged into the darkness of the tomb. The crew shared a few hesitant glances before following inside. They were here to explore. They were paid to explore, and that's exactly what they would do. They made their way down a narrow corridor, their footsteps echoing eerily through the tomb. Soon, they entered a vast cavern, flashlight beams skimming across the walls. Every inch was covered in ancient markings, human figures speckled with those same white dots. "Must be a disease of some sort, something that affects the skin," the man mumbled, hoping Boris would hear him. Despite the warning, Boris pressed forward, unfazed, and the crew reluctantly followed. As the procession neared the center of the cavern, a crew member at the back stumbled. The stone beneath his foot sank into the floor with a low, grinding sound. "Watch your step," the archaeologist whispered, his voice barely cutting through the heavy silence. Suddenly, a whooshing sound was heard, then another and another. A blood-curdling scream broke the silence. The archaeologist swung around with his flashlight, just in time to watch an axe violently swing past him, inches away from his face. Another axe swung behind him, grazing his arm. The archaeologist was in shock, frozen to the spot. Two large hands gripped his legs, pulling him down to the ground. It was Boris. As they lay on the ground, the deadly axes swung through the air. They watched as several of their crew members were cut down. "Get down!" the archaeologist shouted. It was too late. One of the crew was impaled by an axe. His torso split in two while he was still standing. It took a moment for his legs to give way, causing his body to crumple to the ground. Blood burst from the wound in a grotesque fountain, spilling and pooling around the severed remains. At last, after the chaos and bloodshed, it was over. Silence descended on the cavern. The remaining crew lay huddled on the floor, too shaken to move. Boris was the first to rise. He casually dusted off his suit and started heading deeper into the cavern. As the archaeologist looked at the carnage of his fallen teammates that littered the floor of the cavern, something snapped inside him. "We can't leave them here," the man said defiantly. Boris stared at him with a calculating coldness, sharp enough to break stone. His hand slid into his suit, reaching for something, but the archaeologist, too fired up to notice, was oblivious. "Did you hear me? I said we're not going any further until we—" The gunshot was deafening. The crew member standing a few feet behind the man dropped to the ground. Boris had shot him in the face. "What were you saying?" Boris asked flatly. The archaeologist stared back in shock and horror. What had he gotten himself into? Boris placed his weapon back in his pocket. That's when the archaeologist saw it, a white lesion on his hand. Before he could even open his mouth, Boris cut him off. "We keep moving," he growled and continued walking deeper into the cavern. The reluctant crew followed Boris as, unbeknownst to them, danger lurked beneath their feet again. "Everyone move slowly and—" the archaeologist warned, but it's too late. The plates clicked beneath the crew member's feet, and the walls came alive. A torrent of arrows exploded from the walls, each one finding its mark with lethal precision. The crew member screamed in agony as the arrows skewered him. Blood bubbled from his chest and neck. That's when the archaeologist saw it again, another white lesion on the dead man's cheek, another on his arm. Dread washed over him. He looked down at the open palms of his hands and flipped them over. And there, just at the edge of his wrist, a small white lesion stared back at him. He lifted his sleeves, more lesions, his pant legs, even more. "Everyone check themselves," the archaeologist shouted. The crew quickly complied, and to their horror, every one of them was infected with the strange disease. It had barely been 2 hours since their exposure. The infection spread fast. With eyes filled with terror, everyone was looking at their bodies and each other when Boris fired his weapon into the air. He stared at them blankly, without an ounce of remorse or fear. Keep moving, he barked. No one could decide which fate was worse, the anomalous infection spreading rapidly through their bodies, or Boris and his trigger-happy fingers. With a collective sigh, everyone dropped their heads and followed Boris. As they were about to enter the third cavern, Boris stopped. He grabbed an unwitting crew member and shoved him to the front.
You lead the way,
he ordered the terrified young man. The young man looked back at the archaeologist, his face contorted with terror. Just go slow and test every step, the archaeologist offered reassuringly. The young man nodded, but remained unconvinced. Cautiously, he began testing each step as he made his way through the cavern. The others followed closely behind, stepping only where he had. The going was slow and cautious, but they were still alive. That is, until the young man tested a step that made the floor shift beneath him. He froze, then tried stepping in another direction, but the ground gave way, opening into a gaping chasm beneath his feet. His screams reverberated off the cave walls as he plummeted into a pit of spikes, landing with a sickening crunch. The crew carefully stepped around the chasm and looked down at the horror below. The young man's body was jerking violently against the large spikes. The archaeologist grabbed Boris's arm.
We can't keep losing men like this.
Boris looked down at the archaeologist's hand, then back to his eyes. The archaeologist dryly swallowed and released his grip.
We leave after we find the treasure. Those are my orders. And yours.
Boris stated dryly, patting the outline of his gun through his suit jacket. With a collective grunt of surrender, the crew followed Boris further into the tomb.
My white spots are gone,
one crew member exclaimed suddenly. Everyone started to check themselves, and sure enough, by some strange miracle, everyone's lesions had vanished from their skin. But their joy was short-lived. A deep ache started to spread through their bodies. Every movement felt like their muscles were being set on fire. Crew members dropped to the ground, writhing in pain.
Leave them,
Boris grunted. Even he was having trouble keeping up his usual pace. What was happening to them? Were they dying? Maybe it was just dehydration after 24 hours without any water. Upon entering the vast chamber, everyone sighed in relief. They had made it. Before them lay gold and rubies, scattered among mounds of white cloth that seemed to have the shape of mummies? The crew had entered into the fourth and final cavern, a mass burial chamber. While the crew used their achy limbs to stuff their pockets with trinkets, the archaeologist looked around for Boris. He was in the center of the room, heading for a wooden box.
Let him have it,
muttered the archaeologist as he surveyed the burial chamber. His eyes landed on the walls, covered in primitive symbols depicting a story. The images depicted a meteorite crashing to Earth and entire groups of humans succumbing to the disease it carried. The pictographs showed humans with white spots covering their bodies, the spots fading, followed by drawings of people writhing in agony. Then, it looked like they were tearing their own flesh apart. The archaeologist gasped in alarm. His gaze shifted to another pictograph, one that unmistakably warned against removing the wooden box from its resting place.
Boris, no!
The archaeologist shouted. Boris had already lifted the box and opened it. With a look of dismay, he pulled out a small black rock. It was unlike any stone he'd ever seen. The entire cavern began to shudder violently. Debris and dust cascaded from above as a massive boulder dislodged, plummeting straight for Boris.
Look out!
The archaeologist shouted. Boris looked up, but it was too late. The boulder crashed down, crushing Boris. The black rock tumbled to the shaking ground beside the archaeologist. With the cave collapsing around him, the archaeologist was forced into action. He wasn't going to die there. He snatched the rock and bolted out of the cavern, his aching muscles screaming in protest.
Move, move, move!
He shouted over the roar of the collapsing cave. The remaining crew ran for the doorway as large rocks smashed down, catching those too slow to evade them.
We're almost there!
He shouted to the surviving crew. As they neared the narrowing cave entrance, the walls began to grind, shifting to seal off the cave forever. With a final, heart-stopping surge, the archaeologist and crew threw themselves forward. The entrance slammed shut with a deafening thud, just seconds after they escaped. The survivors collapsed to the ground, coughing out the dust-filled air.
We made it.
The archaeologist whimpered, clutching the black rock tightly. The journey back was slow, each step heavier than the last. Their bodies ached, and something worse felt like it was taking hold. The sun had just begun to dip behind the horizon when they finally reached camp. The archaeologist staggered toward the tents, his hands trembling as he held onto the black rock. The others followed, their faces pale, their skin hanging loosely in places. Their movements were sluggish, their bodies racked with pain. The crew members who had stayed behind to tend to their equipment were the first to notice the change. Their eyes widened in shock as they looked at their returning comrades.
We're infected,
the archaeologist whispered under his breath. Even though no one dared to speak the words aloud, he could see the panic in their eyes already. Without a word, the survivors were ushered into the tents. The archaeologist sank to the ground, his head pounding, his body trembling as he leaned against the nearest tent pole. The air was thick with groans, the sounds of bodies twisting in pain. As the sun set over the camp, the agonized cries of the infected filled the night sky. The remaining crew sat around the campfire, faces grim as they picked at their food, appetite long gone.
I'll go check on them.
One of the crew members volunteered after a long silence. She stood up and walked toward the nearest tent. The others stared straight ahead, eyes vacant, lost in thought. Then a voice broke the stillness.
What's that on your forehead?
One of the crew members froze as he stared at his friend. A white lesion was on his skin. As he reached up to touch it, his own gaze fell upon a similar lesion on the arm of the person next to him. One by one, the others checked themselves, and the horror spread like wildfire. Their bodies were now riddled with white lesions. Panic coursed through them. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out. The crew members jumped to their feet, their hearts racing. They rushed to their tents, fear clawing at their throats. She stumbled out, her face pale and filled with terror. They looked inside. The archaeologist was inside, his body bent over, his hands clawing at his own skin. He was peeling away the flesh of his arm with a sickening, compulsive motion. The crew stood frozen in horror, unable to look away. Another scream tore through the night from one of the tents. Rushing over, they found more of their team, the ones who had escaped the caves, engaged in the same grotesque act, clawing at their own flesh. Some used their hands, others knives, and a few even wielded crude, blunt objects.
We need to get help,
one crew member murmured, but they all knew it was futile. Without another word, the newly infected crew piled into a jeep. They needed to get to town, but they had to avoid causing panic. They couldn't let anyone know what had happened to them. Not yet. The jeep idled by the sidewalk as the crew member walked up to the house. Inside, the others watched with bated breath. They'd chosen the one person without visible lesions to make the approach. As he shuffled toward the door, his eyes darted back to the jeep, scanning for any danger. But the crew inside had shifted their attention to a small child they'd spotted nearby, playing in the garden. The little boy, with dirt-streaked cheeks and a curious glint in his eyes, was pushing a toy truck across the grass. At first, the crew thought nothing of it, but then, as the boy paused and looked up, he started walking toward the jeep. His small, bare feet shuffled closer and closer, his gaze never leaving the vehicle. The crew member closest to the window stiffened, his eyes locking with the boy's.
Did he just notice us?
One of them whispered, voice tight with unease. The others peered through the windows, holding their breath. The boy stopped directly in front of the jeep, tilted his head slightly, and stared at them with wide, innocent eyes.
Why do you guys look like leopards?
The boy innocently asked. The crew exchanged panicked glances.
Go away,
one of the crew said through the closed car window. She was scared the little boy would get infected. The boy shrugged and turned away from the jeep. He wandered back toward the house, unconcerned, his toy truck still clutched in his hand. As the crew member hung up the phone, the little boy tugged at his mom's dress.
Mom, why do those people outside look like leopards?
He asked. The couple rushed outside. Their expressions shifted to disgust as they spotted the crew in the jeep. But before they could react, the crew member who'd knocked darted back into the vehicle and they sped away. It didn't take long for the CDC to arrive at the camp. their convoy of vehicles kicking up dust as they rolled in. A team of experts in hazmat suits began examining the white lesions that now covered the Stage 1 patients. The lesions were striking, unnervingly uniform, an anomaly that suggested something unnatural at work. At first, the CDC specialists were cautious but hopeful. They suspected it could be Staphylococcus epidermidis, a relatively benign bacteria that can cause skin infections under certain conditions. It would explain the appearance of the lesions and the rapid onset of symptoms. But as the team moved deeper into the camp, to where the Stage 3 patients were housed, their hopes quickly evaporated. These patients were no longer simply sick. They were possessed. Some lay on the floor, clawing at their own skin like feral animals. Others stood, their hands and faces a grotesque mess of open wounds. A few tore at their flesh in jagged, frantic motions, driven by an unrelenting urge to destroy themselves. The sight was so horrific that even the hardened CDC officials recoiled.
This isn't staph,
the lead specialist muttered under his breath.
this is
Something far more... Before he could finish his thought, a scream shattered the air. In a blink, one of the Stage 3 patients lunged at him, the rage in their eyes unmistakable. Without warning, the rest followed. The infected tore at the hazmat suits, ripping through the material with alarming strength. Gloves were torn off, helmets yanked from their heads, leaving the CDC officials exposed and vulnerable. The CDC official had been right. This wasn't a simple pathogen. This was SCP-1121. SCP-1121 is an unknown amoeboid protozoa with a unique mutagenic ability that only activates when exposed to Staphylococcus epidermidis, a usually harmless bacterium found on human skin. When introduced to other organisms, SCP-1121 remains dormant. Its DNA shares genes with several insect species, but also contains genes not found in any known organisms. SCP-1121 does not reproduce naturally and does not require liquid to survive. Once SCP-1121 interacts with S. epidermidis, it mutates the bacteria into SCP-1121-1, a highly dangerous strain, before dying. This marks the beginning of the infection, which affects 100% of those exposed, even though S. epidermidis is normally harmless to healthy humans. SCP-1121-1 is resistant to all known antibiotics, and as of now, no cure exists for infections caused by Staphylococcus epidermidis excitabilis. Infected subjects undergo a series of stages. Stage 1. Within 2 to 5 hours of infection, small white lesions appear on the skin, indistinguishable from a typical S. epidermidis infection, making misdiagnosis likely. Stage 2. About 24 hours after Stage 1, the lesions fade as the infection spreads deeper into the skin. SCP-1121-1 consumes the subcutaneous tissue, turning it into a viscous substance, causing excruciating pain. The skin becomes pale and slouches, resembling extreme weight loss. Stage 3. Patients begin to remove their skin, often using their hands, though some use tools. This process appears painless due to Stage 2 and is not a conscious action. When the underlying substance is exposed, victims become disoriented and hostile to the uninfected, making termination necessary before reaching this stage. SCP-1121-1 spreads quickly during stages 1 and 2, primarily through skin contact, but evidence suggests it can spread without direct contact. Hazmat suits are mandatory when handling any samples. Even after Stage 3, the infection persists in removed skin, with the bacteria remaining active for an unknown period. The danger posed by discarded skin remains an unresolved threat. According to Addendum 1121-A-01, SCP-1121 was unearthed during an archaeological dig in New Mexico. The archaeologist who first came into contact with the meteorite is now considered SCP-1121-1, Patient 0. Within 2 days, the infection spread from Patient 0 to the entire research team and several local residents. Although initial containment was handled by the CDC, the Foundation was contacted for assistance. The meteorite and Patient 0 were transferred to Biological Research Site 13, and a 10-kilometer radius around the dig site was cleared using Mark 77 bombs. The only known colonies of SCP-1121 were recovered from the meteorite.
Mass spectrometer analysis, utilizing rubidium-strontium dating, determined the meteorite's age to be approximately 2.5 billion years. Further details on the exact circumstances surrounding the meteorite's arrival and Patient Zero's actions have been redacted. The drive should have been peaceful. A quiet road, endless fields, and the occasional mailbox. But tonight, the world looked like it wanted to swallow itself whole. Rain slammed against the windshield, and the wipers were fighting a losing battle. The headlights barely cut through the storm, illuminating nothing but mud, trees, and the endless churn of water. It was the kind of night where bad things happened. The pastor gripped the wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white as he muttered under his breath. The call had come in an hour ago. An old farmer on the outskirts of town was at death's door. No family, no friends, just an old house, a creaking barn, and the slow drip of time. It was his duty to go. That's what he told himself. Lightning cracked overhead as the house finally appeared at the end of the road. One flickering porch light swayed in the wind, casting long, shifting shadows across the flooded dirt. The pastor sighed.
This feels cursed.
He stepped out of the car, his boots sinking instantly into the mud. He trudged forward, pulling his coat tighter as the wind howled through the empty fields. He knocked once. The door creaked open on its own. Inside, the house was too quiet. The air smelled damp, like old wood and forgotten things. An oil lamp flickered weakly on the table, barely pushing back the dark. Then, a cough. A wet, rattling thing coming from the next room.
About time,
the old man yelled. The pastor stepped forward, boots squeaking on the warped floorboards. He followed the sound to a small bedroom and stopped. The farmer lay in bed, barely more than bones under a blanket. His skin was waxy and bruised in places where it shouldn't be. His hands, twisted and wrong, gripped the covers like they were the only thing anchoring him to this world. And his ears were gone. Just two jagged, infected stumps where they used to be. Blood had dried into dark streaks down the side of his neck. His head twitched slightly, like he was listening. The pastor swallowed.
How did that man hear him come in?
The farmer's sunken eyes slid toward him.
Doesn't matter,
the farmer croaked, as if replying to the pastor's thought. His lips barely moved, but his throat rattled.
You gonna do this or not?
The pastor's skin prickled. He gazed over the man's misshapen arms, the bruises over his ribs, the way his legs lay completely still under the covers. A man didn't get injuries like that from illness. The pastor's stomach knotted.
He fell. No, he jumped.
His mouth felt dry.
You tried to. Didn't work,
the farmer rasped. He wasn't looking at the pastor anymore. His eyes had gone distant, like he was watching something behind him. The pastor didn't dare turn around. A gust of wind hit the house, rattling the windows. The candle flame shook violently, making the shadows lurch. The pastor reached into his coat, pulling out his small leather book.
This is fine. Just another dying man, desperate to make peace before the end. You wanted your last rites?
The farmer exhaled sharply. His cheek twitched.
Yeah, won't do much good though.
Another one who doesn't believe, the pastor thought to himself. The old man laughed, but it was breathless, a whisper of a sound, like something moving through dry leaves.
Oh, I believe,
the farmer murmured.
I just know he ain't listening.
The pastor frowned. He was almost positive he didn't say his last thought out loud. That's not true. The farmer's eyes slid back to him.
And tell me why I've been hearing them.
The crack of thunder boomed through the house. The pastor stiffened.
Hearing who?
The farmer's breathing hitched. His fingers flexed under the blanket. His lips moved, but not in time with his voice.
They whisper,
the old man rasped, but his lips never said it. The pastor opened his mouth. The farmer's body arched. His mouth fell open in a soundless scream. His chest heaved, ribs pushing up against his skin like something was pulling from the inside. His eyes, wild, desperate, locked onto the pastor's. Then, the scream hit.
but not through the pastor's ears. It slammed into his skull like a church bell ringing in reverse. A sound that wasn't a sound, a force that wasn't a force. The impact nearly made the pastor retch. His vision blurred at the edges, the room tilted. Then it was gone. Silence. The old man collapsed back onto the bed. The pastor gasped, chest heaving, fingers clenched so tightly around his book that the leather creaked. The lamp flickered once, then held steady. The house was just a house again. The storm hadn't stopped. The wind still roared outside. The candle flame still danced weakly. Nothing had changed, except him. But the pastor didn't know that yet. He exhaled slowly, and then, because this was still his job, he gently closed the farmer's eyes. The funeral happened a few days later. It was small. A handful of townfolk stood under a gray sky, heads bowed, hands folded. The wind had finally gone still. The pastor stood at the head of the grave, Bible in hand. His voice carried low and steady as he spoke the final rites, the words as familiar to him as breathing. The farmer had no family to claim him, no visitors to say goodbye, no one except a few neighbors, an old friend or two, and the pastor himself. And the grave was shallow. The town's gravedigger had mentioned it in passing earlier, something about the body being fragile. The pastor had nodded. He hadn't asked questions. The coffin was lowered, the dirt followed. The mourners lingered only briefly before heading back down the hill. Soon, it was just the pastor and the gravedigger. The man wiped his forehead, looking down at the freshly packed soil.
Strange thing, he muttered. Do you see his ears?
The pastor kept his gaze fixed forward. He had seen them. The man chuckled uneasily.
Must have been real desperate to stop hearing things.
The gravedigger silently mused to himself.
Well, guess it don't matter now,
the pastor replied, as if words had been spoken. The gravedigger looked at the pastor, perplexed. He exhaled sharply, tossing his shovel over his shoulder. The pastor, unaware of what transpired, pulled his coat tighter against the cold.
Thank you for your work.
The gravedigger nodded, muttering something about rain before heading off down the hill. The pastor stayed a moment longer. A question gnawed at the edge of his mind. He still couldn't figure out how that farmer heard him enter the house without ears. The wind stirred at his back, just enough to send a slow, crawling chill up his spine. The pastor turned away from the grave and left. He had a sermon to prepare. The church was quiet that afternoon. The pastor sat alone in the confessional, hands folded neatly in his lap. The booth was dimly lit, the wooden lattice between the two compartments casting a familiar pattern of light and shadow. It had been years since anyone had requested a confession in person. Most people were content to sit in the pews, whispering their regrets to themselves. But today was different. One of the men from the funeral, another farmer, younger, broad-shouldered, face lined with hard years, approached after the burial. His hands had fidgeted, his gaze never quite meeting the pastor's.
You have time to hear a confession?
The pastor had smiled. Of course. Now, seated in the booth, he listened as the man shifted uneasily on the other side. The wood creaked. A breath hitched. The pastor waited. A pause. Then,
I've been unfaithful to my wife.
The words struck like a match in the dark, but the man had not spoken yet. The pastor's body went still. His hands, folded neatly in his lap, tightened slightly. The man let out a slow, shaking breath. And then, just as the pastor knew he would, he repeated the words he had heard aloud. The pastor felt a strange, almost hollow sensation bloom in his chest. Had he imagined it? No. It had been exact. The same words, the same tone, the same weight of shame pressing against them. The pastor inhaled slowly, carefully. His pulse had quickened, but his voice was steady.
Repentance is the first step toward forgiveness, my son.
The man exhaled, relieved. They prayed together. The confession ended. The pastor watched the man leave, disappearing into the cold afternoon light. Alone once more, the pastor leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, his hands clasped together, fingertips pressing against his lips. His heartbeat was still quick. It had to be a coincidence, didn't it? The pastor let out a slow breath, gaze falling to the dim glow of the candle burning on the altar.
This is a gift,
He told himself silently.
a blessing.
Outside, the wind picked up again. That Sunday, as the pastor began his sermon, he heard every single thought in the church. It was a slow, creeping realization. He had opened his Bible, drawn in a deep breath, and spoken the first few words when...
I hope this doesn't run long. I should have eaten before coming. Did I leave the stove on? I can't take this anymore. I want a divorce.
Does he actually believe this stuff? The voices stacked on top of each other, layer upon layer, too loud to be whispers, but too quiet to be speech. The pastor paused and looked at his parishioners. No one was moving their lips. He gripped the pulpit tighter. Something strange was happening. His gift was beginning to feel like a curse. Willing his voice to remain steady, he tried to push through it, tried to finish the sermon, but the voices swarmed into his head.
Maybe if I scratch just a little, no one will notice. I hate my job. I hate my life. I wish I could just disappear. Why is he sweating?
The pastor's throat narrowed. The words blurred on the page. His vision swayed, like the walls were tilting inward. He closed the book. With a shaky voice, he uttered,
Let us prepare for communion.
The line moved slowly. One by one, they approached. The first was a teenage boy, hands shoved deep in his pockets, hair still damp from the morning shower.
I wonder if Pastor knows how much weed I smoked before coming in.
The boy thought to himself. The pastor's fingers twitched as he placed the wafer on the boy's tongue. The next, an old woman, face lined with deep wrinkles, her eyes sharp beneath her sun hat.
I should call the police about my neighbor. I swear he has bodies buried in his yard.
She thought as she piously opened her mouth to receive her wafer. Then a father, kneeling reverently, son at his side.
I don't even know if this is my kid.
The pastor's breath caught. The line creeped forward again. A kind-faced woman, hands folded, smiling warmly.
Does he know this is all a lie?
The pastor's ears buzzed. The next.
I hate my wife. I hate my wife. I hate my wife.
The next.
God isn't listening.
The next.
The pastor has big hands. I wonder if...
The pastor's world tilted sideways. His ears hummed violently, drowning out the organ, the rustling of clothes, the shifting of feet. He staggered. A hand caught his arm. Someone murmured his name, concerned. But beneath their voices, beneath the worried whispers, he could hear what they really thought.
He's sick. He's losing it. Is this a test?
The pastor took a breath, sharp, unsteady. He had to get out. He bolted out of the church and ran to his car. All he wanted was some silence, but the drive home was worse. The stoplight turned red, and the cars lined up beside him. The silence lasted a second. Then, it flooded in.
I should just floor it. If I get hit, at least I won't have to go to work tomorrow.
Do they know I stole the money? I don't think they know. God, I hope they don't know.
Does this rash mean I have something?
The pastor's fingers gripped the steering wheel. The light turned green. He sped through the streets until he made it home. He slammed the door behind him, the echo swallowed by the stillness of the room. The apartment was small, simple, a place meant for peace, for self-reflection. But within moments of stepping into what should have been his sanctuary,
I wish I had died first.
An elderly widow thought to herself in the unit next door as she knitted by her window. The mailman locking his truck down by the curb.
What if I just left? Just kept driving, never looked back.
The pastor clenched his jaw, squeezing his eyes shut, pressing his palms against his temples. He could hear everything anyone was thinking within a 200-meter radius around him. Silence. He just wanted silence. He needed it. But everyone was so loud. Thought came to him. What if he just slept? Surely the voices couldn't reach his dreams. He laid himself down in bed and tried to sleep. He really did. But the voices were too loud. He held the pillow over his head, stuffed his ears with paper towels. But as the sun came up, the voices were still there, loud and clear, ringing around his head. After a few days of this unending madness, the pastor was completely sleep-deprived. He was terrified to leave his apartment, but he was desperate for some sleep. So, he decided to venture out of his apartment to go to the store and buy some sleeping pills. The sky was overcast, the wind still carrying the weight of the storm that had passed. People were out, running errands, chatting on porches. Everything looked normal, but now he knew things about those people he shouldn't know. A young mother who was a regular at church on Sundays rocked her baby outside the corner store. She spotted the pastor walking across the street and smiled as she waved to him. All the while, through her smile, he could hear her say,
I hate this life. I hate this town. I hate this child.
The butcher in the corner store grinned as he wrapped a cut of meat.
If they knew where this really came from,
He thought smugly. They all looked normal. They smiled, they waved, but the pastor could hear them. He could hear their lies, their sins, their shame, their filth. It made his stomach turn. He finally made it inside the store, gripping the wooden basket like a lifeline. He wandered through the aisles trying to find the sleeping pills. His fingers twitched against the basket handle. Too many voices were being hurled at him. He could barely see straight. He knew who was cheating, who was stealing, who was hiding. And they smiled at him. The pastor dropped his basket and ran back home to pray. Bright and early the next Sunday morning, the church was full. The pews stretched long, packed with familiar faces, smiling, greeting one another, shaking hands, laughing softly at small jokes. They had no idea that the pastor heard all the things they didn't dare speak aloud.
I should have kissed him when I had the chance. I buried the cash under the shed. If anyone finds it, I think I love her.
I think I hate him.
The words pushed into the pastor's skull like a sickness as he stepped up to the pulpit. He had done his best to look presentable, but he could not hide the sunken, dark circles underneath his red eyes. The room flooded with silent murmurs about his disheveled appearance. Crawling, shifting voices pulled at the edges of his mind. The pastor gripped the podium. His breath was shallow. His sermon was prepared. The words were in front of him. He could do this. All he had to do was read. That's all. Just read the words aloud. As he struggled to focus on the writing in his book, a thought that was his own struck him. A thought that felt like a calling. Was it possible the reason he was given this gift was to call out the sinners, to keep them from going astray? The pastor finally looked up. His gaze landed on a mother, a wife, a woman who had brought casseroles to every funeral, who had sung in the choir for years, who had always been a beacon of warmth to their church community. And before he could stop himself, his mouth opened.
Sarah,
He said softly. Her head lifted. He watched her pulse quicken in her throat.
do you still dream about leaving your husband and children?
People turned in their seats. A few heads snapped toward Sarah, wide-eyed, confused, uncertain. Sarah's face drained of color. Her lips parted, but she said nothing. A slow, sharp inhale cut through the room. Then, the pastor turned his head towards a man sitting in the back.
David,
He said. The man in the back sat up straighter.
the money you stole from your boss, does it make you feel rich?
As gasps rippled through the congregation, Sarah quickly excused herself from her stunned husband, who looked like he had been sucker punched, and stepped outside. Aside from having fervent thoughts about abandoning her family, Sarah had another secret. A big one. She was a high-ranking officer for the Foundation. Within moments of stepping outside, she pulled out her secure phone and made the call.
Major anomaly confirmed. Immediate containment required.
In the brief amount of time it took for the Foundation to arrive, the pastor managed to wreak havoc inside the church walls. One by one, he feverishly called out all of the unspoken sins of his parishioners. He felt he was doing God's work until someone's thought hit him like a giant sack of potatoes.
He's possessed.
Then another.
The devil must be speaking to him. How else could he know this about me?
The whispers grew louder, but they weren't in his head. Not anymore. Now, they were real. His entire congregation was yelling at him, out loud, with shock and disgust. They were afraid of the glassy-eyed madman who knew things he shouldn't know. The pastor clutched the pulpit as all the real voices shoved into his skull along with everyone's unspoken thoughts. Everything screamed at him, multiplying, folding, collapsing into one deafening roar. He staggered. His vision swam. His wild, bloodshot eyes landed on the wooden cross hanging on the wall.
God help me.
He muttered out loud to himself as he grabbed the cross. He looked down at it and started laughing. It was a ragged, half-broken thing. And then, without warning, the pastor jammed the tip of the cross into his own ear. Parishioners watched in shocked silence as blood dripped down their pastor's neck. Gasps turned to screams. A woman fainted. A man dragged his wife toward the exit, their feet shuffling past the pews. The church door creaked open. They left, then another family left, and another, until the church was empty. The pastor stood alone, bleeding. Outside, the church parking lot became flooded with ambulances and police cars, except it wasn't paramedics and police officers that came out of those cars. They were Foundation agents. Inside, the pastor sat slumped in a pew, his fingers stained red, his mind rattling inside his skull like a caged bird. He barely noticed the figures approaching. A woman in a dark uniform knelt before him with a face that gave away nothing.
Sir, we need to take you to the hospital.
He blinked at her. She was lying. He heard it, clear as day. The pastor's lips parted. With a voice that was raw, barely above a whisper, he asked,
What's the Foundation? And why will it be thrilled with me?
For a moment, the agent didn't move. Then, without missing a beat, she lifted her hand and signaled to the others. The response was immediate. 2 men in identical uniforms closed in, their movements quick, practiced, not the kind of men who hesitated. The pastor didn't resist as they lifted him onto the gurney, not because he couldn't, but because he could already hear them.
Strap him down. Keep his head still.
Don't let him speak too much. We don't know how advanced he is yet. The restraints tightened around his wrists and ankles. The doors of the church groaned open behind them. Outside, the congregation had gathered, huddled in clusters, eyes wide, whispers stirring through the crowd. They parted as the agents wheeled the pastor forward, clearing a path. Their faces were lined with a mixture of concern, confusion, and fear. The pastor looked up at them, and he heard them.
Is he sick? Was it a breakdown? Maybe he really could hear us. Maybe we should pray for him? Thank God he's leaving.
He wanted to tell them, wanted to say something, but the gurney lifted. The wheels rattled off of the pavement, and then he was inside the ambulance. The doors slammed shut. The locks clicked. There was a sharp prick at his arm, and as the world faded to black, the last thing he heard was,
"You won't be our problem much longer."
Ever wished you could hear what people really think about you? No? Well, that's unfortunate, because SCP-405 is a contagious, brain-melting nightmare that forces telepathic abilities onto its victims. By the way, this insidious, mind-melting anomaly is of unknown origin, which is scientific shorthand for, we have no idea where the heck this came from, but it keeps ruining our day. And that pastor wasn't the first outbreak, and it wouldn't be the last. When the pastor was rolled into the Foundation facility, he was already far past saving. The moment the agents laid him on the examination table, they quickly saw his brain was humming like an overclocked radio, tuned into a station that never went quiet. But the Foundation had a protocol. Treatment Protocol 405 Alpha. It sounds fancy, but it isn't. Step 1. Pump the infected with a double dose of amnestics. Step 2. Put them into an induced coma for 3 days. Step 3. Hope for the best. The problem? This protocol only works in the early stages of infection, and the pastor was not in the early stages. But the agents, the doctors, the researchers didn't know that. They still thought they had a fighting chance. They didn't. Once the pastor released his final death scream, he infected everyone within a 200-meter radius, forcing the facility into a full lockdown. If someone catches SCP-405, the Foundation has one golden rule: stay far, far away. Victims are shuffled off to highly classified isolation zones in the middle of nowhere, presumably so they can spend their remaining days listening to the wind insult their life choices. Field teams encountering SCP-405 get one of 2 orders: dump them in a containment area, or, if they're in the late stages, terminate immediately and hope nobody within 200 meters got infected. If they did, Congratulations, it's time for Treatment Protocol 405 Alpha. SCP-405 progresses with all the grace of a sledgehammer to the skull. For the first 2 days, nothing happens. You're fine. For now. By day 7, you start hearing thoughts, but only the worst ones about yourself. Soon, you're picking up every conscious thought within range. No filters, no pauses, no escape. By day 10, the range expands to 200 meters, turning every crowd into a psychic horror show. Sleep deprivation kicks in, and some victims start involuntarily broadcasting their own thoughts. Awkward if you have secrets. By week 2, your brain gives up on boundaries, and now you can hear unconscious thoughts, blinking, digestion, the whole nightmare. Dementia sets in. If restrained, most victims beg for death, while others try and fail to rupture their own eardrums just to make it stop. By day 28, your mind melts down completely. Seizures, comas, and the infamous death screams begin, your final mental broadcast before dying, which conveniently infects everyone within 200 meters, because if you suffered, why shouldn't everyone else? Then there's SCP-405-1, the lucky few who somehow survived the infection and now live out their days in a barren research facility in the desert, receiving the absolute minimum human interaction. Only 2 doctors are allowed to see them, and even they have to be doped up on tranquilizers before entering, because nothing says we care like medicating your staff just so they can tolerate a conversation. At some point, the Foundation thought it would be fun to stick all the SCP-405-1 survivors together in the same place, because what could go wrong with cramming a bunch of broken telepaths into the same building? Surprise, their personalities started merging. One picked up musical talent he never had. Another started instinctively field-stripping weapons despite having no military background. The conclusion? If you find another survivor, for the love of all things holy and unholy, do not send them here. SCP-405 appears out of nowhere, like that one bad idea you had at 2 a.m. It has no known origin, and its outbreaks have been happening for hundreds of years. Most outbreaks happen in schools, proving once and for all that high school really is the worst place on Earth. Only 2 cases have been recorded outside the US, one in Canada and one in Wales, which means either the rest of the world is better at handling pandemics, or the Foundation is really bad at covering up psychic mass casualties. SCP-405 is proof that mind reading isn't a superpower. It's a slow, screaming descent into madness. If you hear a voice in your head that isn't yours, run. If you suddenly know exactly what someone thinks of you, run faster. And if someone dies in your general vicinity and your ears start ringing, congratulations, you're next.
It was one of those Parisian mornings that made you think everyone must be living in a painting. The sun was out, the Eiffel Tower gleamed in the distance, and the city was buzzing with the usual touristy chaos, even though it was still 1951. But inside a small, drab apartment just off the Rue de la Paix, a much less picturesque scene was unfolding. A very large man sat at his kitchen table that was nearly buckling under the weight of the mountain of food he had managed to pile on it. He was alone, but it didn't seem to bother him. His stomach, round and swollen, spilled over his waistband like a bloated river. He shoveled food into his mouth with a kind of savage delight, his hands greasy and covered in crumbs. He wasn't eating. He was devouring. A parrot, his beloved companion for years, perched nervously on the open windowsill, watching the spectacle with growing anxiety. Its green feathers fluttered slightly in the breeze, but its beady black eyes never left the man. It was almost like the bird was praying the man would stop. But the man wasn't stopping, not even close.
Oh yeah, this is life.
The man mumbled in French between bites, his mouth too full for coherent speech. His cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk's. He paused for a moment, looking around with a satisfied grin.
What's that, Polly? Oh, nothing? Well, you don't know what you're missing.
The parrot made a soft, nervous sound in response. It fluttered its wings and shifted uncomfortably. It knew something was wrong. Then came the noise, a strange, gurgling sound. At first, it was so faint the man didn't notice, but then it grew louder, more pronounced. The parrot's feathers fluffed up as it tilted its head, eyes wide in horror. The man paused, his hand halfway to his mouth with more food.
He looked down at his belly, then back at the parrot, as if he had finally noticed something was off. A low, wet, bubbling sound gurgled from deep inside him, unnatural and wrong. It was as if a pot of soup was simmering beneath his skin. His fingers tightened around the edge of the table, knuckles white, breath coming in short, panicked gasps. He looked at his own stomach, his eyes wide with disbelief. Then, with a disgustingly loud burp, the man leaned back in his chair, his hand pressed to his stomach.
Oh, that wasn't normal.
He groaned in French.
Maybe the fourth plate of sausages was too much. What do you think, Polly? Should I have a fifth?
The parrot squawked and flapped its wings, ruffling its feathers like it was trying to escape the scene, but no such luck. The man's stomach gurgled again, this time much louder, and then the man exploded. It wasn't just a simple, cute pop. No, this was an all-out eruption. A twisted, gory fireworks display, splattering everything in its path. The parrot screamed, the word coming out faster than it could process it. The parrot shrieked, its feathers plastered with pieces of human flesh. It tried to shake them off, frantically flapping its wings, but the pieces were stuck like sickly souvenirs from a disaster movie. The man was gone, but the parrot was covered, head to tail, in his remains. It looked like a creature straight out of a horror show.
Mon Dieu!
The parrot muttered, as if it could even process the nightmare that had just unfolded. It flew out of the window with one final, panicked flap. As it soared into the beautiful Paris sky, pieces of the man's flesh began to fall, raining down like tragic confetti. Meanwhile, down below, a couple, hand in hand, strolled near the Eiffel Tower. They were newlyweds, blissfully oblivious to the mess of human gore falling from the sky.
Isn't it beautiful here?
The woman asked, eyes sparkling, as her husband snapped a photo of her in front of the tower.
Absolutely.
He grinned, completely lost in the moment, adjusting the camera's settings like an amateur. A piece of flesh fell from the sky, landing just a few inches away from them. It hit the ground with a sickening splat. The man didn't see it. Neither did the woman. They just kept walking, kept giggling. They were in love, in Paris, and nothing could ruin this moment. Above them, the parrot was still flying in a panic, trying to shake off the remnants of its dearly deceased owner. More flesh dropped scattering on unsuspecting people down below. The newlyweds, still lost in their own little world, strolled into a nearby cafe. They found a seat on the terrace, basking in the late morning sun, the world feeling just right. They ordered coffee, croissants, the quintessential Parisian breakfast. The waiter smiled at them, and they smiled back. And all the while, the parrot continued its flight above, still desperately trying to rid itself of the disgusting keepsakes it had been left with from its owner. The parrot's panic was now a full-blown emergency. With one last act of desperation, mid-flight, the parrot plucked a blood-drenched feather from its side and, in a gesture that could only be described as pure revulsion, spat it into the air. The feather tumbled, swirling as it fell, leaving a trail of blood drops that scattered in every direction like twisted confetti. 2 drops landed. One hit the croissant, the other the cappuccino. The couple, they were too busy being hopelessly, nauseatingly in love to notice. The woman took a delicate bite of the croissant, as if it were the most sacred thing in the world. As her teeth sank into the flaky, buttery goodness, she didn't feel the tiny drop of blood that had seeped into it. She didn't taste it. She just smiled and sighed, blissfully unaware of the bizarre fate the universe had decided to hand her. Her partner, eyes half closed, leaned back and took a long sip of his cappuccino, the blood drops sinking unnoticed into the foam. "Perfect," he muttered, savoring the taste. If only he'd known what he'd just consumed. The couple continued their feast, oblivious. They didn't see the parrot still circling above them, trying to shake off the last pieces of their gruesome passenger. The couple didn't even notice the tiny bits of human flesh falling like sickly rain around them, splashing on the cobblestone streets or landing on random bystanders. The city was too beautiful, and they were too in love. But all good things must come to an end. Their honeymoon had been a whirlwind of romance, croissants, and incredible coffee. But like all perfect things, it had a time limit. A few weeks later, they boarded the plane home, and that's when things took a strange turn. Something wasn't right. The couple, who had once been wrapped in a warm, blissful bubble, now sat next to each other in uncomfortable silence. The warmth that surrounded them wasn't the kind of warmth that came from love or passion. No, this was different. It was an internal heat, a fire they couldn't escape. The woman wiped her brow with the back of her hand, her face flushed, her eyes squinting. She looked at her husband with a confused frown.
Do you feel hot?
He pulled at his shirt collar, trying to loosen it.
Yeah. I thought it was just me.
They exchanged a quick look, but neither of them had an answer for the strange discomfort creeping over them. Their earlier bliss had quickly dissolved into a dull unease. A flight attendant passed by, looking overly chipper.
Can I get you anything else to make you more comfortable?
The husband smiled weakly.
Water would be good, thanks.
She nodded and returned a few moments later, placing napkins and water in front of them.
Here you go, anything else?
The woman shook her head, trying to smile, trying to look happy and grateful, but the sweat on her brow told a different story. The flight attendant walked away. With every passing moment, the couple just felt worse. The heat was growing, crawling up from their stomachs to their heads. The plane had become an oven, the air too thick to breathe, yet there was no obvious reason for it.
Maybe the plane's just too hot,
the husband muttered, pulling at his collar again. He reached for the water, but it didn't help. It didn't do anything. Nothing helped. Not the water, not the napkins, not even the air conditioning. When they finally made it back home, things took an even stranger, more unnerving turn. It wasn't immediate. Nothing ever is. But after a few weeks, the couple's appetites had become a bottomless pit, and it wasn't just the usual vacation cravings. No, this was different. They found themselves standing in front of the fridge at all hours, just staring at it, like zombies. They opened the door, peered inside, and started eating without thinking. It was like a primal instinct had taken over. Suddenly, nothing else mattered. Nothing but the gnawing hunger that called at them from the inside. Two mouths, wide open, eyes glazed over. They devoured whatever they could find. Leftovers from last night's dinner, half-empty jars of pickles, cheese that was maybe a week past its expiration date. It didn't matter. If it was edible, it was fair game. The fridge became their new best friend. They just couldn't stop. One evening, the tension finally bubbled over. The last piece of chicken, sitting there on the dinner table like a cruel temptation, was just waiting for them to fight over it, and predictably, they did. They both reached for it at the same time. Their hands met in midair, fingers brushing, like some sad, twisted dance.
No, I was gonna eat that,
the wife screeched, her voice high with the desperation she was too embarrassed to admit.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
The husband shot back, grabbing the chicken and pulling it closer to his plate.
I saw it first.
The fight didn't even make sense. They were both stuffed, but the chicken, that sad, last little piece, was like some kind of sacred prize. Their first fight wasn't about anything important, just food, yet it felt like everything. Voices rose, tempers flared, the argument spiraled into a mess of accusations and ridiculous claims. At some point, it all became a blur, like two animals fighting over the last morsel of meat from a hunt. And then, the wife snapped. Without warning, she stormed to the kitchen, slamming the refrigerator door open.
Fine,
she shouted, her face twisted in anger.
I'll just make myself my own dinner.
She pulled out an entire chicken from the fridge like it was the Last Supper. Without thinking, she set it on the counter and began to prepare it, cutting it up with a feverish, almost violent energy. The husband sat at the table, shocked for a moment. His hand reached for the last piece of chicken on his plate, then dropped it. Something nudged it out of his daze. With a slight chuckle, he walked into the kitchen and smiled at his wife.
Well, look at that. Our first fight. This will be a good story to tell the grandkids, huh?
But the wife wasn't having it. Not now. Not when she was starving, practically shaking from hunger.
Are you serious?
She hissed, her face flushed.
Can't you see I'm starving? What's wrong with you?
She shoved him away, as if his presence was the last thing she needed.
You ate the last piece. You don't understand.
Her breath was quick, sharp, her entire being focused on one thing. Food. More food. The husband backed off, his attempt at humor falling flat.
Hey, I didn't mean to...
But she didn't listen. The absurdity of it all was lost on her. The argument was ridiculous, yes,
But her hunger? Her hunger was something else entirely. Something very real. She finished cooking the chicken, her hands trembling with frustration as she piled her plate high. The husband, too stunned to say anything else, just stood there in the kitchen doorway, watching the woman he'd married devour an entire meal like it was the last one she'd ever have. And for some reason, it felt like it was. The tension didn't let up. It built, like the slow burn of a fire that nobody notices until the whole house is engulfed. Several weeks later, the wife's sister showed up, expecting a warm welcome and stories of their romantic Parisian adventure. She had visions of croissants and Eiffel Tower photos, of love-filled conversations and laughter. But when she walked through that door, she found something else entirely. The couple was different. They were, for lack of a better word, bigger. Sure, they had gained weight, but it wasn't just that. Their once cheerful, carefree energy had transformed into something less endearing, something raw, something aggressive, something hungry. The wife was sitting at the kitchen table, elbows deep in what appeared to be a tub of peanut butter, dipping a spoon in it like it was her job. Her eyes were glassy, and she was making strange, content noises as if she were in a trance. Her husband was pacing, his hand constantly moving to his mouth, shoving crackers into it like his life depended on it. Every so often, he'd stop, wipe his mouth, and glance at the fridge like it was a secret lover he couldn't quit. The sister, standing in the doorway, had the kind of expression you'd expect when you've just walked into a crime scene.
Oh my God,
She muttered under her breath before forcing a smile.
You guys look amazing. How's everything been?
The wife didn't look up. She just took another spoonful of peanut butter and without even chewing, mumbled,
Great.
The husband paused in his pacing.
Yeah, great. If you're starving all the time.
The sister, feeling awkward, shuffled into the living room, eyeing the couple as if they might attack at any moment.
So, Paris, huh? How was it? Any fun stories?
The wife lifted her head, crumbs falling from her mouth.
Stories? Oh, sure, a lot of stories. But we've been busy.
She licked some peanut butter off the lid, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. The sister, trying to make small talk, glanced at her.
You look different. Have you been eating well?
The wife narrowed her eyes. The sister stammered, her eyes flicking to the husband for support, but he was too busy with his crackers, looking completely uninterested in helping her out. She looked back at the wife, who had somehow now managed to finish an entire jar of peanut butter.
Are you pregnant?
There was an uncomfortable pause.
Excuse me?
The wife snapped, standing up so suddenly that the chair scraped loudly against the floor.
Pregnant? Are you calling me fat?
The sister froze, her face turning beet red.
I just thought, well, with the, size change, maybe you had a bun in the oven?
There was a silence so thick you could cut it with a knife. The wife's eyes went from shock to rage.
A bun? You think I've got a bun in the oven?
She spat the words out like they were poisonous. The husband, completely unfazed, shrugged.
What's wrong with a bun? We all need a bun.
The sister was now regretting every word she'd ever spoken in her life. She took a small step back, trying to hide behind the doorframe.
I didn't mean anything by it, I just...
Before she could finish, the wife stormed past her into the kitchen.
I'm starving,
she muttered, practically kicking open the pantry door.
There's never enough food in this house.
Meanwhile, across the street, an elderly neighbor had been watching the whole exchange through her window. Her old eyes narrowed with a smirk with the unfolding scene. She'd been watching for weeks, ever since the newlyweds moved in. She had a perfect view of their kitchen and living room. She'd seen everything. The endless trips to the fridge, the food hoarding, the strange stares. She peered through the curtains, one hand on her chin like she was observing a wildlife documentary.
Oh my,
She muttered with a grin.
it's getting worse.
Back inside the house, things were escalating. The husband, looking confused and defeated, started rummaging through the pantry like he was looking for the Holy Grail.
Where is it? Where's the last box of cereal?
He muttered, as if he hadn't just eaten an entire pizza an hour ago. The wife, now holding a frying pan, turned around.
What are you doing?
She demanded.
This is my meal. Don't even think about it.
The sister, realizing she was clearly out of her depth, tried to make a quick exit. She grabbed her purse and made her way to the door, but not before the wife shot her a look so cold that it felt like a punch to the gut.
The husband didn't even acknowledge the sister as she rushed out the door. He was too busy rifling through the junk drawer in search of something, anything to eat. As the door slammed shut behind her, the elderly neighbor, still watching from across the street, leaned back in her chair, content. She took a slow sip of her tea.
Ah, the honeymoon's over,
She said with a smirk.
let's see how long they last now.
Later that night, the inevitable came, and it came with a ferocity that no one, least of all the couple, could have anticipated. The wife was sitting at the kitchen table. She was halfway through a bowl of leftover pasta. She slurped down the spaghetti, not even bothering to chew properly. Her eyes were distant, glazed over, consumed by this insatiable hunger that had long passed the point of normalcy. Then it happened. A low, gurgling noise erupted from deep within her. The sound was grotesque, like something was boiling inside her, just waiting to escape. Her body stiffened, and for a moment, her eyes locked onto the plate in front of her, as if she thought it might save her. But it was too late. Her chest heaved, her face contorted in agony, and with a horrific, unearthly pop, her body exploded. It wasn't like a balloon popping, no, it was a full-on eruption. Flesh, blood, and half-digested pasta splattered across the room in every direction. The force was so powerful that the walls were splattered with pieces of her body, and the table was flipped over in the chaos. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, the husband, who had been sitting across the table, froze. His eyes, wide and glassy, stared at the empty space where his wife had been, his mouth still open, the spoon hovering in midair, forgotten. He blinked twice, slowly processing what had just happened. He didn't scream. He didn't even flinch. He simply reached over, as though it was the most natural thing in the world, and took the bowl of pasta off the floor. He didn't even bother to check if it was safe. He didn't care. He ate it, shoveling the food into his mouth without pause, his eyes still locked on the empty space. As he chewed, he heard a strange gurgling sound. It was faint at first, but then it grew louder. The gurgling turned into a deep, unsettling rumble. He looked down at his stomach, his eyes growing wide with realization. His breathing became shallow, his fingers tightening around the bowl. The rumbling grew louder, more insistent. He could feel it in his gut, the pressure building, the boiling heat. It was coming for him. He knew it was coming for him. In a final, desperate attempt, he shoved the last of the pasta into his mouth, chewing like a man who thought he could outrun death with carbs. He chewed faster, more frantically. His eyes were wild, his breath ragged. The explosion was just as violent as the wife's. His body detonated with a force that sent pieces of him flying in every direction. The kitchen was destroyed in an instant. The walls, the ceiling, the counters, nothing was safe from the fallout. It was as though the entire house had been hit by a bomb, and in a way, it had. The room fell into silence once again. Across the street, the elderly neighbor, who had been watching from her kitchen window, didn't know what to do. She'd been spying on them for weeks, those strange, hungry people across the way. She'd seen their odd behaviors, their constant trips to the fridge. But this was something else. Her hands started shaking. Did she really just see that? 2 people explode? She took a few steps backward, clutching her chest. Her mind raced, trying to convince herself that what she saw was just a trick of the light, or maybe it was just her age catching up to her. Dementia? No, she had seen it with her own eyes. The horror, the explosions. She grabbed the phone, dialing the police with shaking hands. As she relayed the bizarre circumstances she witnessed to the dispatcher, the anomaly was pinged by the Foundation, who was always watching and always listening. By the time the emergency responders arrived, the scene had already been secured by the Foundation. Their agents had already disguised themselves as paramedics, moving quickly and efficiently, as if this was just another day at the office. They swept through the house, carefully taking photos and collecting evidence from the remnants of the explosion. Samples were taken, blood and tissue analyzed, the walls and floor scanned for signs of anything unusual. They moved with a precision that was almost surgical, as if the horror they were witnessing was just another puzzle to solve. By the next morning, photos of the incident had been leaked to the national media. The coverage was everywhere. 2 people just poof, gone. No warning, no reason. Some reporters claimed it was a freak accident. Others suggested it was some sort of serial killer on the loose. Regardless of the context, the public couldn't stop talking about it. People speculated, hypothesized, and made up stories. They needed answers. The Foundation tried to control the narrative, but the only thing they could do was plant seeds of doubt that these apparent cases of spontaneous human combustion were nothing but a hoax. SCP-081 is a delightful little virus that turns your unhealthy eating habits into a literal explosive event. This virus, which can be spread by rats, intimate contact, or even infected blood, gets to work by hijacking your fat cells and immune system. Its goal? To make you eat everything in sight until your body reaches a point where you explode in a fiery, uncontrollable burst of internal combustion. The virus progresses in 4 stages. First, you start off feeling a bit fatigued, like you've just had a rough week, but nothing too alarming. Then, in the second stage, your body starts to get hot, really hot. Hot flashes hit you like you're in the middle of a heat wave, and you develop an insatiable hunger. You can't stop eating. By the third stage, you're consuming food like there's no tomorrow, but no matter how much you eat, the hunger never goes away. Your body's metabolism slows to a crawl as you gain weight faster than you can count your calories. Finally, in stage 4, your body reaches 55% body fat, and that's when the real fun begins. At this point, you'll be so full, so bloated, and yet still hungry that your body will start to turn on itself, and you'll spontaneously combust. The explosion is violent, fiery, and a little too much like a bad cooking experiment gone wrong. SCP-081 first gained attention after a series of spontaneous combustion cases in the early 20th century, with the infamous incident involving Mary Reeser in 1951. However, it turns out this virus isn't a new phenomenon. It's been around since 1763, possibly even longer, and most of those earlier mysterious, spontaneous combustion incidents can likely be chalked up to this virus. It wasn't until the 20th century, with increasing access to food and a drop in malnutrition, that SCP-081 cases skyrocketed. The virus's spread and infection rate are higher in modern times, particularly in places like North America, where the average person is more likely to be well-fed and overfed. SCP-081 is now classified as a Euclid hazardous pathogen, though the real kicker is that the virus only affects those with a particular genetic predisposition to fat accumulation. So, in the grand scheme of things, the lesson is, next time you're about to chow down on that second plate of lasagna, think twice. You might just go out with a bang, and not the kind you're hoping for. Oh, and for the diabetics out there, congrats, you are immune. Not that it really helps anyone else when they're literally bursting at the seams. SCP-1363 presents a unique challenge to our understanding of biological hazards. It's a highly contagious RNA virus, targeting human epithelial tissue with unsettling precision. Initial exposure leads to the prodromal stage, where the infected report a metallic taste and persistent headaches. Within days, unsettling lesions resembling scrape marks appear on their skin, though these are mysteriously painless. It's during the chronic stage, however, that SCP-1363 reveals its truly bizarre nature. The lesions evolve, forming coherent words and sentences, apparently communicated by 2 distinct entities within the virus itself. Named SCP-1363-1-A and SCP-1363-1-B, these entities engage in conversation, seemingly possessing awareness and knowledge from the mid-20th century, specifically around nuclear physics, a vestige of their origins at the Los Alamos National Laboratory. Their amicable demeanor belies the virus's lethal potential, leading to severe systemic effects and, in some cases, death. This is why containment is critical. SCP-1363 not only infects bodies, but weaves itself into the fabric of histories, leaving despair in its wake. Understanding SCP-1363 is not just a matter of science, it's a race against history itself. In 1946, a small town draped in the gentle hues of morning, as a young girl with lively eyes and a skip in her step made her way to school. The path wound through quiet country roads, lined with the remnants of autumn's touch. As the young girl approached a narrow bend, she noticed a man ahead, staggering and mumbling to himself. His arms were covered in strange marks that seemed to shift and move. Curious but cautious, the girl slowed her pace, her gaze fixed on the odd sight. The man, lost in his own world of discomfort, suddenly stumbled toward her. Reflexively, the girl put up her hand to shield herself, brushing against one of the lesions on the man's arm. The contact was brief, but in that instant, her hand came away with a slick, unusual feeling.
Sorry, miss.
The man gasped, clutching his head as he shuffled away, leaving the girl to stare after him, puzzled and slightly scared. Once at school, she rubbed her tired eyes with the same hand, unwittingly transferring whatever had lingered from the man's lesion. Throughout the day, a headache began to nag at her, growing in intensity. By the time she returned home, the discomfort was unbearable. Her parents, noticing her distress at dinner, advised her to drink more water, thinking perhaps the day's play had left her dehydrated.
Drink up, sweetheart, it'll help,
her mother said, pushing a glass of water toward her. The girl tried to comply, but the water did little to ease the pounding in her head. Later that evening, as she changed into her pajamas, her mother noticed small, scrape-like lesions forming on her arms.
What happened at school today? Did you fall?
Her mother asked, concern knitting her brow.
No, Mommy,
the girl whispered, her voice strained by the throbbing in her skull.
It just started hurting.
Her parents exchanged worried glances, attributing the mysterious symptoms to a possible flu, and decided to monitor her overnight, hoping a good night's rest would bring improvement. The next morning, the young girl's struggle to concentrate in class became evident. Every whisper of a classmate, every scratch of a pencil on paper amplified her headache to unbearable levels. Her teacher, a kind woman with a keen eye, noticed her distress.
You look pale,
the teacher said, guiding her to the hallway.
Let's visit the nurse.
In the nurse's office, the girl sat quietly, the fluorescent lights above seeming to pulse with each throb of her headache. The nurse, a meticulous woman with years of experience, examined her carefully. She gently touched the lesions, her expression growing concerned.
How did you get these?
The nurse asked, her voice low.
I don't know,
the girl murmured, her eyes downcast. The nurse's suspicion ticked up a notch. Something didn't feel right. She made a decision, her hand steady as she picked up the phone and dialed Child Social Services.
I think you need to see this,
she said, glancing back at the girl with a mix of worry and determination. Later that day, a car pulled up to the family home. Social Services, accompanied by a police officer, approached the front door. The girl's parents met them, confusion turning to horror as the reason for the visit was explained.
We need to ensure her safety,
the social worker explained, avoiding the parents' pleading eyes as they protested, tears streaming down their faces.
No, you don't understand. She's not abused,
her mother cried out, gripping the social worker's arm. Her father, equally distraught, tried to reason.
Please, she's just been ill. Let us take care of her.
But their pleas went unheard. The girl, wrapped in a coat too big for her, looked back at her parents from the back seat of a social service vehicle, her face streaked with tears, her small voice lost in the cold wind. At the foster home, the girl found herself among strangers. Her symptoms, now evolving into whispered conversations from the lesions, went unnoticed by her overwhelmed foster parents. They overheard her murmuring responses to unseen voices and assumed she had conjured an imaginary friend to cope with her upheaval.
Who are you talking to, dear?
One foster parent asked, peering into her room late one night.
My arm,
the little girl replied, staring at the shifting words on her arms, her voice a whisper of fear and fascination. The other foster children glanced at her with curiosity, but none understood the gravity of her conversations with the lesions, mistaking them for the whims of a troubled mind. One afternoon, an older foster child watched the girl whispering to her arms. His curiosity piqued, he approached her.
What are you playing?
He asked, eyeing the strange patterns on her skin.
It's not a game,
she murmured, but he was too fascinated to heed her tone.
Can I try?
He insisted, reaching out to touch the lesions before she could stop him. His fingers traced the words, and he laughed.
Cool, it's like magic.
But the laughter soon faded. Within days, the boy started complaining of headaches and a weird taste in his mouth. Not long after, similar lesions appeared on his skin, whispering secrets only he could hear. Meanwhile, the school nurse, who had been feeling increasingly unwell, noticed similar symptoms in herself. Remembering the girl and the lesions, she grew alarmed. With shaking hands, she dialed the CDC, her voice urgent as she described the symptoms and her fears.
Something's very wrong,
she explained,
It's like the disease is spreading through words.
Under the guise of public health officials, SCP Foundation agents arrived in the town, their presence calm yet authoritative. They moved with purpose, observing the behaviors and interactions of the townsfolk, especially those showing the mysterious symptoms of SCP-1363. The agents meticulously gathered data, blending in yet remaining apart, their notes becoming a catalog of the unfolding epidemic. It didn't take long for them to confirm the presence of an anomalous infectious agent. The designation SCP-1363 was quickly applied, and the real work began.
Initiate containment protocol,
one agent instructed, speaking into a concealed microphone. Teams of Foundation personnel, donned in biohazard suits, began the somber task of rounding up affected individuals. The girl, her symptoms now fully manifest, and the observant school nurse were among the first to be escorted to waiting, unmarked vans. Inside the containment facilities, the atmosphere was tense but controlled. Researchers and doctors worked in sterile rooms, their movements deliberate, covered from head to toe in protective gear. They examined each patient with precision, careful to avoid any contact that might spread the contagion to themselves. Back in the town, a subtle quarantine was enforced. The once lively streets grew quiet, the usual bustle replaced by the occasional sight of Foundation personnel and their unmarked vehicles. Residents peeked from behind curtains, their whispers filling the air with rumors and fear.
What's happening?
One townsperson asked another as they watched another neighbor being escorted away by suited figures.
I heard it's some new kind of flu,
the other replied, their voice low, tinged with uncertainty and fear. As the Foundation's presence became more noticeable, the reality of the situation began to sink in for the townsfolk. They were at the epicenter of something far beyond ordinary, a mysterious illness that could no longer be ignored. The town, now under the watchful eye of the Foundation, braced itself as the quiet quarantine tightened, a protective grip that held both safety and a whisper of something darker. At the containment center, the hum of scientific activity filled the air as researchers monitored the progression of SCP-1363 in its various stages. The atmosphere was tense, each team member aware of the unusual and dangerous nature of their subject. In a secured observation room, a Foundation doctor prepared to interview the lesions on the girl's arms. The setup was unusual. A camera focused on the girl's limbs, a microphone poised to catch every whisper from the sentient marks.
Let's begin,
the doctor said, his voice steady despite the surreal task. He addressed the legions directly, pen in hand, ready to record their responses.
Can you understand me?
The legions shifted, forming words that appeared on the girl's skin. Yes, they replied, the word slowly morphing on her arm.
How are you able to communicate?
The doctor continued, his fascination tempered with a clinical detachment necessary for his notes. Through her, the legions formed the reply, indicating their host. The doctor noted the response, then asked another question.
What do you want?
Exist, the legions spelled out, a simple yet chilling response that made the room's temperature feel a degree colder. As the interview proceeded, the researchers behind the observation glass took meticulous notes, their faces a mix of curiosity and concern. Each answer was analyzed. Theories whispered back and forth about the implications of this communicative ability. The girl, for her part, sat quietly, her expression one of resigned discomfort. She had grown used to the odd sensations of her own skin speaking, yet the fear of what it meant lingered in her eyes. The session continued, with the doctor gently probing for more information about the origins and desires of SCP-1363-1, the entities living within the virus. Each answer brought them closer to understanding, yet the truth of SCP-1363 remained elusive, shrouded in biological mystery. As the day wound down, the researchers compiled their findings, the data a mix of scientific breakthrough and haunting medical anomaly. The containment center buzzed with the energy of discovery and the somber acknowledgement of the path ahead. The girl was returned to her room, her arms still whispering secrets only the Foundation could now hear. As we've seen, SCP-1363 is not just a medical anomaly. It's a window into the complexity of infectious diseases and their potential interactions with human psychology. After the acute and chronic stages, the virus enters what we will call the convalescent stage. This is where the levels of SCP-1363 in the blood begin to decline, leading to a gradual resolution of symptoms. Most subjects recover fully within a month, but let's not underestimate the psychological scars left behind. The virus fades, but the impact lingers. Survivors often report episodes of anxiety, nightmares, and in some cases, continued hallucinations. It's a stark reminder of the virus's potency. Now, let's talk containment. SCP-1363 is currently contained at Bioresearch Site 101 under the highest biosecurity protocols. The containment unit is designed to prevent any possibility of outbreak, with multiple redundancies in place. Every precaution is taken to ensure that SCP-1363 does not leave the confines of its containment cell. This includes specialized air filtration systems, double-sealed doors, and regular health screenings for all personnel involved in its management. The outbreak of 1946 taught us valuable lessons in containment and crisis management. We've applied these lessons to enhance our protocols, ensuring the safety of the public and the integrity of our research. As we continue to study SCP-1363, our goal remains clear: understand, contain, and mitigate. The stakes are high, but so is our commitment to safeguarding humanity. This concludes our briefing. Remember, vigilance is key, unless you want your next rash spelling out your secrets.
A man is lying in a hospital bed, and it is clear that he is not doing well. A group of doctors buzz around him performing various tests, checking his vital signs again and again. The man feels weak and a little disoriented, and the looks on the various doctors' faces tells him all he needs to know. Something is very wrong with him. Finally, there is a break in the commotion, and the doctors stop prodding at him and peering into his eyes with a bright, blinding light. All of the doctors and nurses leave the room except for one. The doctor steps towards the man and tells him that he has some bad news. You see, before the doctor can finish, someone else emerges from the shadows in the corner of the room and taps him on the shoulder. I'll handle this. The man hadn't noticed this person, but he can see now that he's dressed in a suit, and unlike the doctors, he doesn't have any identifying items like a name tag or badge. Maybe he's some kind of professor, or a renowned surgeon who is going to tell him how they will make him better. The doctor steps back from the bed, but the man in the suit tells the doctor that it would be best if he and the patient could be left alone. Just for a moment, of course. The doctor nods in agreement and leaves the room. The man in the suit waits until the door is closed behind him to continue. He tells the sick man that he has a rare condition, quite rare. So rare, in fact, that you're the only person to ever have it, the only recorded case in history. The man in the suit sits down on the bed next to the man and takes his hand, lifting it up, examining it. The man's hand is an odd color. It has a slight green tint to it, and the skin itself appears to be taking on a fibrous quality. The sick man feels very tired, but he manages to whisper, "Are you a doctor? Are you going to help me?" The man in the suit responds, "Yes, I'm a doctor. Of sorts. A doctor and a researcher. I work for a very important organization, and I specialize in cases just like yours. Well, not exactly like yours. You're unique. Quite special, in fact." The sick man offers a weak smile. "I'm very lucky." "Oh yes, very lucky indeed. Well, not because of your condition, of course, but because I am here. You see, if it's all right with you, we'd like for you to come with us, to come stay at one of our facilities for a while. We can't promise that we'll be able to figure out exactly what's happening or why. But if we can, we have a much better chance of figuring out how to cure it. To cure you, so you can go back to a normal life." "Do I have much of a choice?" the sick man asks. "Of course you do. It's completely up to you. I think this would be your best course of action, your best by far, in fact, but we can't force you to do anything you don't want to do." The sick man looks down at his greenish hand again, turning it over in front of his face, examining the small growths that seem to be sprouting from his skin. "When do we leave?" "Right now," the man in the suit tells him. "The nurses will come get you ready, and then we'll be on our way." The man in the suit leaves the room and closes the door behind him. Standing next to the door in the hallway are a pair of men wearing tactical uniforms like a SWAT team. The man in the suit tells them that luckily they won't be needed today. This one is coming easy. The sick man lies on a bed, but now he is in a new room. This one is even more sterile than the hospital, with cold concrete walls and harsh fluorescent lights. Just like in the hospital, he's surrounded by a seemingly never-ending cast of doctors, nurses, and researchers. They too poke and prod at him, take samples, and administer all kinds of tests. As time goes on, the man's condition only grows worse. It seems there's nothing that they can do to stop his condition from advancing.
The green color spreads across his body, and his skin soon becomes woody and stiff. If he sits in one place for too long without moving, tiny fibers emerge from his skin, like probing roots looking for soil. All the while, the man grows weaker and more fragile. Even the slightest movement seems to cause him great pain. The doctor who originally brought the man to the facility gathers with a small group in the observation room next to the man's containment cell. They discuss the results of a recent test, which showed that much of the melanin in his skin has somehow been replaced with chlorophyll, and that the fibrous quality of his skin is being caused by the appearance of cellulose around his cells. In other words, he isn't just starting to look like a plant, he's truly becoming a plant, and there doesn't seem to be anything they can do to stop it. Try as they might, they haven't found a single clue as to what is causing the man's condition, or how to treat it. The man, though, seems strangely at peace with his fate. He's told that they're going to allow him to live, whether that be as a man or as a plant in containment, for as long as he can stay alive, and that he will be well taken care of to make the whole process as comfortable for him as possible. Even though they failed to find a cure for his anomalous disease, they will do everything in their power to make sure he doesn't suffer. A tragic yet familiar tale for the SCP Foundation. A normal person is subjected to an abnormal situation that completely changes their life, and not for the better. At least in this situation, the Foundation appears to have shown a rare glimpse of their own humanity, opting to make this safe class anomaly's existence as painless as possible, rather than force it to endure a lifetime of painful tests and studies. Or at least that's what you've been led to believe. Unfortunately, everything you've just seen about SCP-1500 is a lie. Those with Level 3 clearance, though, can learn the truth, which is that SCP-1500 is actually an extremely dangerous anomaly, whose true identity must be hidden from even the majority of the Foundation, for reasons you'll soon learn. SCP-1500 is not a man suffering from a condition that causes him to slowly transform into a plant-like being, but is actually a greenish-gray, smooth-skinned humanoid with no facial features at all. Its limbs are long and multi-jointed, and its abdomen is highly distended. The skin is exceptionally durable and tough, and though SCP-1500 has no visible sense organs like ears or a nose, it still appears to possess senses that are roughly equivalent to an average human's. The entity is incapable of speech, owing to its lack of a mouth, and it has not shown a need to eat, breathe, or sleep at all. In addition to the strange appearance of SCP-1500, its primary anomalous effect is the impact it has on any human that comes within its line of sight, or rather what would be its line of sight if it had any eyes. Those that do find that they will soon begin experiencing headaches, nausea, and an overwhelming sense of dread. These symptoms will increase over the next several minutes, with the headaches becoming more and more debilitating, and the feelings of nausea and fear growing until eventually the subject passes out. They will remain unconscious for roughly 15 seconds, after which they will awaken and claim to have no memory of ever being exposed to SCP-1500. But something else strange also happens to the subject after waking. When asked to describe the creature known as SCP-1500, they will no longer remark on its faceless head or long twisted limbs. Instead, they will describe the creature as being an average-looking Caucasian male. Even stranger is that to them, it now has a name, Zachary Callahan. In further interviews with subjects exposed to SCP-1500, it became clear that many of their memories had been reshaped to now include the entity in its human-looking Zachary Callahan form. They would often describe him as a close friend from childhood or early adulthood, and one that played a significant role in their lives. They also claim that they are perfectly capable of communicating with Zachary Callahan, able to carry on conversations with him, while all the observing researchers will see is an apparently one-sided conversation between the subject and the featureless gray-skinned creature. While Foundation personnel have found that they are able to remove the false memories from the subject's minds through the use of amnestics, they have yet to be able to reverse the effect that causes the subject to see SCP-1500 as a human being, and everyone who has been exposed continues to see the entity as Zachary Callahan forevermore. It is still unknown what kind of long-term effects this exposure may have, or how dangerous to their mental or physical health it will turn out to be. Even more concerning is that evidence has emerged that SCP-1500 may be able to affect more than just those in its immediate presence. Recently, a United States senator was giving a televised speech on a rather uninteresting topic. The speech started out normal enough, but then the senator began to relay an anecdote about a childhood fishing trip he had taken with a friend. You won't be surprised to learn that according to the senator, the friend's name was none other than Zachary Callahan.
Investigations into the senator's background concluded that there was no person by that name of the appropriate age in the area where he grew up. It was also discovered the senator had suffered an especially bad migraine at a dinner party the week before the speech. Further research into SCP-1500's memory-altering effects have also revealed that they might just be more intrusive than first believed. Rather than simply appearing as an old friend, subjects exposed to 1500 have begun to report that Zachary Callahan actually played a much more prominent role in their lives, either as a close relative, a parental figure, or even a former lover. In each of these cases, the subjects described their feelings for Zachary Callahan as ones of adoration, and that he made them feel protected and loved. Most troubling of all is a recent addendum to the SCP-1500 file, which describes the very latest research on the anomaly and its effects. It is now estimated that as many as 23,000 people all across the world have been affected by the creature, with the idea of Zachary Callahan implanted into their memories. It is unknown why it is trying to spread its influence so far and wide, but one clue that may point to a nefarious purpose is that it seems to be disproportionately targeting political and military figures, as well as SCP Foundation personnel. Following these new developments, classification of SCP-1500 to Keter was requested and granted. Due to the risk that SCP-1500 poses through its anomalous effects and its powerful ability to influence those in positions of great power, it is permanently kept in a modified humanoid containment cell at Site-17. No personnel are allowed to enter into its containment chamber under any circumstances, nor are there security cameras in its cell. A false containment document describing a human male with an anomalous plant-like effect was placed in the database in order to deter further investigation into the real SCP-1500. And any personnel who experience painful, persistent headaches are immediately transferred away from Site-17, while any who attempt to breach containment are immediately terminated. Is SCP-1500 planting the seeds for something big by infiltrating the minds of some of the most influential people on Earth? Or is it merely looking for a connection, as it takes on a form that it wishes it could have, in the only way it can, inside an imagination? Perhaps one day, we will know the answer.
Faces flush, palms sweat, hearts race, butterflies flutter their way through stomachs, all at the mere sight of that one special person. There's nothing in the world quite like that first blush of young love. It's a powerful feeling, the sort of feeling that makes kids write flowery poems and stuff them into lockers, that makes teenagers get a part-time job, all so that they can buy 2 movie tickets and all the concessions their date desires. And on this particular Friday night, one young man is cooking a full dinner for the first time in an attempt to impress his new girlfriend. Well, she's not just his new girlfriend. She's his first girlfriend, the girl he's loved since they were little kids running through sprinklers together. He got up the courage to confess his feelings and ask her out, and much to his delighted surprise, she said yes. His parents are out of town for the weekend, and it's the perfect time to have her over. So now, with his mom's recipe book in hand and determination in his heart, he's giving fettuccine Alfredo his best shot. Suddenly, he hears the doorbell ring. She's here. She's early. He throws the cookbook onto the counter and rushes to the door. He opens it and finds his date standing there wearing a new dress. She looks beautiful, and his heart leaps into his throat at the sight. He stammers, barely able to get the words out. Then the smoke alarm begins to screech from the kitchen. The pasta! He sprints to the kitchen, but it's too late. It's all gone up in smoke, and the promise of a perfect date with it. He turns to apologize, but she just laughs. Not in a mocking way, but like the disaster is just a private joke the two of them can share. In 30 minutes or less, the two young lovers are splitting a pizza, and the night is saved. The conversation slows to a lull, and they just look at each other. This is the moment, the sort of moment people write songs about. It's now or never. He leans in, she closes her eyes, he closes his. Their lips touch, and he swears that he can see fireworks. Wait, that's not in his imagination. He opens his eyes just in time to see a bright light, the brightest light he's ever seen, flood the room. With it comes a searing pain, ripping through his body, causing him to cry out. Then, when the light fades, and the pain with it, he is sitting there, alone. The girl is gone, and all that remains is the dress she was wearing, crumpled in a heap on the floor. For a moment, The young man just sits there, staring at the place where his first love once sat. Then, the panic hits, overwhelming his senses. He grabs his phone and dials 911. When the operator answers, he struggles to explain exactly what happened. 1 minute, his girlfriend was sitting there. The next, she was just gone. As he sputters and sobs his way through the story, the operator gets the gist of it. There's a girl who's gone missing. An hour later, the police come knocking on his door. He tells them the same story, wiping the tears from his eyes as he recounts the impossible flash of light that stole her away. They take some notes, exchange a few raised eyebrows. They're going to talk to the girl's parents to see if anyone knows what could have happened. As they talk, they take notice of the girl's dress, abandoned on the floor. They ask to take it with them, and then they leave. The next day, the police come back, and instead of bringing any answers, they tell the young man he has a right to remain silent. Anything he says can be used against him in a court of law. As the cops lead him into the police car parked outside, he demands to know what is going on. He's being arrested, one officer explains, on suspicion of homicide. What? They think he killed her? That's impossible. He tries to tell them how he would never hurt her, how he loves her and wants them to find out what happened to her. But they won't listen. They drive him to the station, toss him in a holding cell, and let him use his one phone call to tell his parents what happened. They're going to drive back as fast as they can to call a lawyer to do something. They won't be able to get there until the next day. For now, the young man is on his own. He doesn't know how long he sits there in that empty holding cell, mind reeling. They took his phone when they brought him in, and there's no clock visible from here. The minutes creep by at a snail's pace, while he grieves the life he had only 24 hours ago. It's all gone now. No matter what happens next, it'll never be the same. He is just about to drift off into a dreamless sleep of pure exhaustion when he hears a voice. There are two men standing at the door to his cell, dressed in suits. He doesn't recognize them. They aren't cops. At least, they aren't any of the cops he's seen so far. He asks them what they want with him. They tell him not to worry, that he's being transferred to a new facility. His parents have already been notified, they promise, but something in the young man's gut tells him that they are lying. He shakes his head and refuses to go with them. A transfer in the middle of the night, without him even talking to a lawyer? Something is wrong. The men open the door to the cell and step inside, telling him that he doesn't really have a choice in the matter. They received orders from their superiors to come and collect him, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Each man grabs hold of one of the boy's arms as they drag him through the door, leading him down the hall. His heart rate spikes, his stomach turning with pure panic as adrenaline floods his body. He has to get away, has to do something to escape. All of a sudden, that familiar pain tears through him again, and he doubles over in agony. There's a crackling sound, like lightning striking. The bright, searing light fills the hall, and there's a whiff of something like ozone in the air. Then, the mysterious men are gone, without so much as a trace left behind. The young man's eyes dart around the room. There's no one else here, no one to stop him from making a break for it. So he does. He runs through the nearest door, out the exit, and keeps running. He knows he's breaking the law, digging his own grave even deeper. It definitely looks suspicious to run away from the authorities when you're already a murder suspect. But it would be way worse to stay behind and possibly be blamed for even more disappearances that weren't his fault. So, he runs. His desperate escape leads him out into the woods, to an abandoned cabin where he used to play as a child. He can hide out in here, at least for a while. What comes next? He doesn't know yet, and tries to put the thought out of his mind. Focus on making it through the night first, he tells himself, then worry about the future. As his breathing slows, the adrenaline fading from his body, he feels a heaviness overtake him. He's exhausted, more exhausted than he's ever been in his life. He slumps against the wall, then to the ground, letting the fatigue take him. Nothing else to do. Might as well get some sleep. When the young man wakes up, he's in an unfamiliar room. Not the cabin, not the jail cell, and certainly not his bedroom at home. There are fluorescent lights overhead and stark, white walls all around him. He's lying in what appears to be a hospital bed. He goes to sit up and realizes that he's been strapped down. As he begins to panic, a doctor approaches him. Or he thinks the man must be a doctor. He's wearing a white coat, carrying a clipboard. The man speaks in a pleasant, friendly tone, with just the slightest hint of clinical distance behind it. He tells the young man not to be afraid, and that no one is going to hurt him as long as he cooperates. He asks where he is, but the doctor doesn't answer. He struggles against the straps pinning him to the bed, demanding to be released. He asks for his phone, for a way to contact his parents or call a lawyer. The doctor does not answer. Then, that sudden pain, that crackling sound, that burst of light. The straps vanish, and the young man jumps off of the bed. But his legs are weak and unstable, his body still exhausted. He collapses and is strapped down all over again. The cycle repeats again and again like that for hours, until the young man gives up. He begs the doctor to please just tell him where he is. The man relents and explains that this is a place called the SCP Foundation. He has been placed there after being removed from police custody, and he is, unfortunately, going to be there for quite a while. The young man doesn't yet know what this means, but he has been given an official designation, SCP-213. SCP-213 is an adolescent human male about 1.5 meters tall and weighing around 95 kilograms. SCP-213's most anomalous trait is his ability to forcefully sever the bonds between the atoms in any solid or semi-solid matter that he comes into physical contact with. When this effect manifests, it is accompanied by a blinding flash of light. This effect can be triggered by any part of SCP-213's body, as long as it comes into physical contact with the affected being or object. For example, projectiles that have hit SCP-213's body in various places have been vaporized in this way on impact. The effect is not only devastating for whatever is being disintegrated, but also causes severe pain to SCP-213 himself. During several recorded manifestations of the effect, the pain has been intense enough to render SCP-213 unconscious. According to his file, SCP-213 has never been particularly happy to be in Foundation custody. It isn't hard to see why. I can't say I would have enjoyed spending my youth locked up in a scientific research facility, even one in picturesque southern Italy. Unfortunately, there is currently no ethical alternative that I can see. If SCP-213 were permitted to walk free, he could cause untold damage to the surrounding population, the ecosystem, and humanity as a whole. So, tragic as it is, he must remain in containment in order to prevent any innocence from being disintegrated. SCP-213 made 6 escape attempts during his first 6 months in containment. After all of these failed, he began to plan his 7th. He took his time, waiting several months for the Foundation to let their guard down. Then he requested an interview with one of the head researchers assigned to his case. When security personnel disengaged most of the containment procedures in order to let her into the chamber, SCP-213 used his ability to vaporize the doors to the chamber and make a run for it. Unfortunately, when the researcher and 2 other agents attempted to grab hold of SCP-213 to stop him from escaping, they were disintegrated by his anomalous ability. Once he escaped his containment chamber, SCP-213 was faced with a new obstacle. He had no idea which way the exit was. He had only seen a limited portion of the facility, so he knew next to nothing about its layout, or even how large the building actually was. He ran as fast as he could in a randomly chosen direction, but was quickly surrounded and overwhelmed by security personnel. Using his effect to escape his cell had sapped his energy and left him exhausted, and he collapsed to the ground after approximately 15 minutes of freedom. He was found in the staff break room, trying desperately to break through the floor and escape into the lower levels of the building. But his proverbial battery was drained, and he was unable to do anything other than follow the security guards back to his cell. Following this failed attempt, SCP-213 seemingly abandoned his pursuit of escape. But there would be more of his containment breaches. The security cameras in SCP-213's cell captured footage of him sleeping, tossing and turning, as if having a nightmare. Suddenly, there was that recognizable flash of light. When the light was gone, so was the bed and a portion of the floor. SCP-213 awoke in freefall as he plunged through the floor and into a basement level of the site. Thankfully, he landed on a pile of mattresses that had been placed into storage down there, and was not injured. As this particular containment breach was obviously unintentional, he was not issued any punishments. A researcher's note was added to the file following this incident, which reads as follows. From study of this video, it is clear that SCP-213's control of the effect is not as perfect as it previously believed, and it has become more cooperative with us in trying to establish a method to control and utilize it. Vague conjecture on the part of the review staff as to possibilities of what would occur should the effect trigger accidentally, including SCP-213 self-vaporizing, are noted as being particularly useful in this regard. From here, the relationship between SCP-213 and the Foundation became a great deal less antagonistic. It seemed that the Foundation and SCP-213 shared a common goal. They both wanted to get to the bottom of SCP-213's anomalous properties and determine what exactly was causing them. From there, perhaps they could learn how to properly control them and prevent any more unintended casualties. SCP-213 was contained in a high-security humanoid containment cell within Site-77 in southern Italy. His containment chamber was surrounded by a 10-meter-wide zone filled with gaseous materials that are corrosive to human skin. SCP-213 was kept informed of the nature of his containment in order to prevent manifestations of his anomalous effect that might result in additional containment breaches. There were 2 guards positioned outside of the containment chamber at all times. These guards were required to be armed with high-pressure hoses, oleoresin capsicum, or pepper spray, and polymer web grenades, just in case. These containment procedures served SCP-213 well for some time. Then, during a routine physical examination of SCP-213, everything the Foundation thought they knew about him changed. The exam was off to a perfectly ordinary start when the physician happened to notice some lesions on the young man's back. At first glance, they appeared to be smooth nodules resembling a cyst or a small lipoma. However, the physician could tell right away that these were no ordinary cysts. There were 4 of them, positioned on SCP-213 at precise intervals of exactly 15 centimeters to form a perfect square. Additional medical personnel were assigned to monitor this condition in case of any changes, and follow-up examinations were scheduled. During the first follow-up examination of SCP-213, medical staff discovered 2 more nodules, each located in the center of one of the young man's palms. When asked if the nodules were causing any pain or discomfort, SCP-213 shrugged and said that they were a bit irritating but otherwise had not given him any trouble. Next, the medical personnel attempted to prick one of the nodules with a scalpel. The physician held the patient's hand steady, then attempted to excise a sample using the scalpel. However, the scalpel was unable to cut into the flesh. After a few seconds of trying, there was a flash of light and the scalpel was vaporized. SCP-213 was questioned about this, of course, but insisted that he did not do it deliberately. Over the next few days, his energy levels dropped to a notable degree, and he began to complain of extreme pain in his back and stomach. The following week, security guards spotted SCP-213 having a seizure in his containment cell. He was immediately taken to intensive care. When he was examined, medical staff were disturbed to see an additional 10 nodules on his back, placed at exact 5-centimeter intervals. In spite of his complaints of stomach pain and the aforementioned seizure, SCP-213 continued to insist that he felt no pain from the nodules themselves. After the examination concluded and his vitals were found to be normal, he was sent back to his containment cell. Additional medical observers were assigned to monitor his condition alongside the guard staff already placed there. During the next follow-up examination, the medical examiner noted an unsettling change. All of the nodules, every single one, had vanished. In their place, SCP-213 was now covered with tiny incisions, less than 1 millimeter wide, wherever there had once been a nodule. Naturally, the examiner wanted to take a closer look. He started with the incision on SCP-213's left hand, lifting it close to his face to thoroughly inspect it. As he gazed into the medical mystery before him, the tiny little slit in SCP-213's palm opened. Something was gazing back. She gasped and dropped the young man's hand in shock. Further examination confirmed her worst fears. There was an eye behind each of the lesions on the young man's body. Something was living inside of him, and it was watching. He was placed in the medical wing for an extended stay as research staff scrambled to find an explanation. After several weeks, they managed to arrive at a conclusion. SCP-213 was infested with a parasite of unknown origin. Despite attempts by the Foundation to open a line of communication, the parasite inside of SCP-213 did not respond. It is unclear whether this was due to an inability to communicate or an unwillingness to do so.
Whatever the case may be, whenever a person is in the vicinity of SCP-213, one of the lesions on his body will open, and one of those little alien eyes will peer out, observing the person until they are no longer in his presence. As you might expect, SCP-213's mental state has severely deteriorated since this revelation about his condition. He panics each time he spots one of the eyes opening, and has submitted multiple requests that the entity in his body be surgically removed. The requests have been denied, pending further research. An additional researcher's note was added to the file for SCP-213 following this development. It reads, "The organism inhabiting SCP-213 fails to show up on any medical scan we have at our disposal. The new hypothesis is that this effect actually serves to provide sustenance and self-defense, with repeated tests to determine the nature of the anomaly has led to increased growth. SCP-213 has been placed in a chemically induced coma until further research can be conducted regarding the nature of this parasite. Containment procedures slated for major revision." I feel a great deal of sympathy for SCP-213. The poor fellow has not had the best lot in life, has he? He accidentally vaporized his first love, was taken into custody by a mysterious secret organization, and now has been placed into a coma for the foreseeable future. All because of something he never chose, something he never had control over. Some entity with atom-splitting levels of power needed to hitch a ride and chose his body as the vehicle of choice. Where did it come from? What does it want? Will a normal life ever be possible for SCP-213? Right now, only the Parasite knows. And it doesn't seem to feel like talking.
A man wakes up with a start. Did something just bite him? He looks down at his hand. Something definitely bit him. He can see the red welt already forming. He looks around for the culprit, but can't find it anywhere. He really hopes he doesn't have bed bugs. That's the last thing he needs right now. He'll have to keep his eyes open for potential pests. He doesn't want this to happen again, since the spot is already starting to itch and feel uncomfortable. A couple days pass, though, with no signs of other bugs. It must have just been a random insect that came inside his house to escape the winter cold. The spot on his hand felt a little rough for a day or two, but now he's pretty much forgotten all about it. Now what he really needs is some coffee before sitting down to another coding session. The man is in his kitchen trying to make a fresh pot of coffee, but finds he's having a hard time. He's not so much making coffee as he is making a mess. He knocks his favorite mug onto the ground, breaking it, and decides that maybe he doesn't need coffee after all. A couple of nights later, as the man is watching TV, he starts to cough. Just a little at first, but then more and more. The coughing fits get longer and deeper too, like they are coming from the very bottom of his lungs. He hopes he isn't coming down with something. He hasn't left the house in days, so how could he have? Can bugs transfer colds? He'll have to look it up later. For now, he needs to do something about this cough. He won't be able to sleep if it keeps up. He needs to go get some medicine. The man gets bundled up and heads out. It's lightly snowing as he walks to the pharmacy, and he can't help but admire the way the moon hangs in the sky, a beautiful beacon of light on this dark winter evening. Inside the pharmacy, he finds the cold medicine section and picks out a cough suppressant. He takes it to the counter and decides to get a few candy bars too. He's developed a real sweet tooth these last few days. The man starts to cough again. It's a good thing he's getting this medicine. Several more days pass, and the man isn't feeling any better. This cough just won't go away. He decides it's finally time to go see a doctor. As he sits in the doctor's office waiting room, he does his best to hold in his coughs, but he has a very hard time. The woman on the other side of the room is coughing too. Strangely, it actually makes him feel a little better. There must just be something going around. A nurse comes into the waiting room and calls his name. The doctor is ready for him. The man is sitting on the bed in the examination room when the doctor enters. He's looking over his medical records and doesn't even look up from his clipboard. He tells the man to take off his shirt so that he can be examined, and the man obliges. "Okay, let's see what the trouble is," the doctor says. He finally looks up at the man and screams. It didn't take long for the SCP Foundation to hear the reports of people's limbs metamorphosing into insectoid appendages, and they knew immediately what they were dealing with. This was another outbreak of the parasitic, limb-transforming insect known as SCP-150. SCP-150 is an obligate parasite, meaning that it requires a host for the completion of its reproductive life cycle. It bears a visual appearance similar to that of Cymothua exigua, another parasite that eats the tongue of a particular type of fish before replacing the tongue with its own body. SCP-150 engages in similar behavior, though it appears to exclusively affect humans. When a human comes in contact with the small bug-like organism, it will embed itself under its new host's skin. Next, over the course of roughly 7 days, SCP-150 will burrow deep into the host's flesh and begin to cause numerous physiological changes to them. First, and most prominently, SCP-150 will begin a gradual process of altering the limb that is nearest to the original infection site. As SCP-150 burrows deeper and consumes the flesh, it excretes a substance that has the effect of replacing the missing sections of the limb with a hard, chitinous material that resembles one of its own appendages. Beneath the chitin, the excreted substance forms a rudimentary nervous system that gives the host the ability to control the new limb as if it were their own. As it feeds, SCP-150 also secretes several chemicals that contain anesthetic, immunosuppressant, and transplant-rejecting properties that keep the host's body from responding to the changes, or even reacting at all. In fact, the host will often report that their new limb is completely normal and feels stronger and more resilient after the transformation. SCP-150 will continue to feed for approximately 1 to 2 weeks, and as it feeds on the nutrients within its host's body, it will begin to reproduce, creating eggs that it deposits directly into the bloodstream. While the majority of these eggs will die off, enough usually survive to begin colonizing other parts of the host's body, where they will hatch and repeat the process of feeding, reproducing, and spreading more eggs. It is theorized that it is capable of reproducing on its own, meaning that a single instance of SCP-150 is all it takes to create a new colony. Humans infected with SCP-150 will sometimes report slight discomfort and issues with their fine motor skills during this period, but will usually not express any knowledge of what might be causing this. Eventually, SCP-150 eggs will reach the host's lungs, where the process of assimilating continues, this time replacing the lungs themselves. During this process, more eggs will be produced, laid, and then spread out of the body by the host's coughing. As many as 10,000 eggs will be produced during this period, approximately 1% of which will survive being expelled, find another host, and implant themselves. The assimilation process then spreads to the central nervous system, including the spinal cord and brain, but strangely, the host will show no signs that their consciousness or behavior have been affected in any way. In interviews with hosts of SCP-150, those who are unaware that they are infected have not expressed any knowledge of changes happening in or out of their body. When subjects are made aware that they have been infected, they will be able to point out the site of the original infection and agree that a change has taken place, but they seem to have no ill will towards their new chitinous appendages and will often express positive feelings about it. In order to better study the effects of SCP-150 under SCP Foundation control, 2 D-Class personnel, D-13732 and D-016002, were both infected with the parasites, and the assimilation process was allowed to fully progress through all the stages. Following signs that D-016002 was experiencing swelling of the brain, a decompressive craniotomy was performed, a procedure in which a portion of the skull is removed in order to relieve pressure on the brain. This surgery had the added benefit of giving Foundation researchers the chance to look at SCP-150's progress firsthand. But after a flap of her skull was removed, the attending scientists did not find that her brain was swelling. They didn't find her brain at all, but instead observed numerous instances of SCP-150 in the cavity where her brain should be. The D-Class had been partially anesthetized to numb her skull but remained conscious during the procedure, and the scientists asked her several simple questions to which she was perfectly able to answer. They began removing some of the parasites, and as they did so, her answers became slower and less clear. It appeared that the SCP-150 instances had not just eaten and replaced her brain, they had become her brain. For the next experiment, they would use the instances of SCP-150 that had been removed from D-13732's nervous system after he had been euthanized following the discovery that his entire nervous system had also been replaced entirely by SCP-150. The parasites taken from his brain cavity were placed into D-016002's, and the results were nothing short of incredible. After observing a period of time where the organisms appeared to move and rearrange themselves within her skull, she regained consciousness. Once awake, not only did her cognitive functions immediately improve, when she was asked to state her name, she told them it was Michael, D13732's name. It is unknown why SCP-150 engages in this peculiar life cycle, but the danger it poses to humans and the difficulty in keeping it contained has led the SCP Foundation to classify it as Keter. Some of the more erudite researchers have taken to calling the parasite the Ship of Theseus, a play on the philosophical notion that questions whether something that has had all of its parts replaced is still fundamentally the same, or if it has become something new. Perhaps the observation of those infected with SCP-150 can shed some light on this millennia-old question. Infected patients who are being studied are to be kept in Level 3 biohazard containment cells, with never more than one infected host per cell. Cultures of SCP-150 adults and eggs are kept in vacuum-sealed glass flasks in the Site-42 Infectious Materials Lab, and the Foundation's standard pathogen handling procedures are required to be followed at all times. Should any instance of SCP-150 be found outside of containment, it is to be immediately incinerated.
A businessman from Queens had been saving for years to get something he'd been dreaming of since childhood, a particular wristwatch, which cost just over $20,000. However, mere days after getting his hands on the pricey accessory, he noticed a small defect on the edge of the watch case. It was a small metal nub, an imperfection that he could have sworn wasn't there when he first bought it. After all, he paid $20 grand for the thing. Surely he'd notice if something was wrong with it when he first picked it up. He brought the watch to the official service center out on 5th Avenue that Friday evening. They'd check the watch out and have it back to him by Monday, good as new. You don't buy a watch like this if you expect anything less than the very best. The businessman's watch was stored in a secure vault with several hundred others as it awaited repair from a highly trained technician. What happened next would be considered unbelievable if it hadn't all been caught on the security camera. The first watch began to mutate over the next 18 hours. It shattered into a twisted mass of glass and metal cogs, its hands shooting out in every direction, as 4 legs and a metal eye grew out of the resulting mass. This spider-like creature then skittered across every single other watch in the storage vault, and within another 18 hours, they mutated too, until the room was positively alive with tiny metal creatures. Meanwhile, over at Site 19, a guard began to notice that his standard-issue Foundation handgun was unusually uncomfortable to hold. Perhaps he was developing a nerve issue or carpal tunnel syndrome. It's not that uncommon in the profession. But no, it was actually the strange metal nub forming on his pistol's grip. He had no idea that, inside the gun, a bizarre transformation was beginning to take place. And within 3 days of the nub first appearing on the handgun, it underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. Much like the watches, the gun mutated, growing 4 legs and an eye, and began running through Site 19, causing chaos. The gun began firing with reckless abandon, sending bullets ricocheting off the walls, and injuring Dr. Jack Bright and Dr. Sophia Light as they attempted to disable the rogue pistol. It was able to fire in a sustained fashion for over a solid minute before stopping to synthesize new bullets through unknown means. Eventually, the weapon was captured and subsequently destroyed for presenting an active danger to SCP Foundation personnel. Meanwhile, in an insurance provider's office building out in South Dakota, one of the many desk drones working their fingers to the bone typing up insurance claims barely noticed a small plastic nub forming on the side of their wireless keyboard. It remained this way for a relatively uneventful 6 days, before finally undergoing a complete transformation. It became a chaotic configuration of legs and keys, spelling out the words, "Ask, we will answer," on the top of its body. It wandered around the office, seemingly brushing up against as many other pieces of technology as it could. The astonished workers found that if you typed any complete sentence onto this mechanical creature's keys, it would be rendered inactive for around an hour, much to the relief of everyone who was there at the time. In New Mexico, a small child was about to be scarred for life when his brand new talking action figure developed a plastic nub on the nape of its neck. The child didn't really pay any mind to it. However, within 10 days of the nub's appearance, the toy took on a transformation that was impossible to ignore. The toy burst open, its head growing 4 legs and skittering away from its own broken body. When the little boy saw this, he called for his mother.
When it began skittering towards him at surprising speed, he screamed and fled. The head, which had also somehow lost its eyes to an even more frightening effect, kept repeating, "Mom, there's something wrong with my toy," in the little boy's voice. If it wasn't for the Foundation amnestics that he and his mother would later receive, he likely would have been scarred for life by the anomalous experience. In Idaho, an old woman who lived alone noticed something strange going on with her television set. A lump of warped, bulbous plastic had started forming on the top. She decided to call a TV repairman, or perhaps her son, who didn't call her nearly enough, to come over and take a look at it. But as things often do in life, she let it slip her mind, and 2 weeks passed without her addressing it. This would prove to be a mistake. Not that any TV repairman really could have done anything to help. The TV sprouted 4 long spider-like legs and a single eye. The screen perpetually showed shaky footage of an unmoving figure suspended midair in the middle of a blank, featureless room. This change from the usual programming disturbed the old woman greatly, even more so as the television began advancing towards her. Meanwhile, soldiers operating a tank stationed in Syria noticed a small metal welt on its chassis. Of course, given the natural wear and tear experienced by tanks on an active battlefield, none of them paid much mind to such a tiny defect. It continued like this for a month and a half, until tragedy finally struck in the most unexpected fashion. Much like the handgun over in Site 19, the tank grew legs and started firing in every direction, devastating nearby infrastructure and killing scores of people around it. It seemed not to discriminate or even really to aim. It fired in all directions at soldiers and civilians alike, and it took several groups of soldiers armed with anti-tank weaponry to finally put it down. No explanation was ever given for what happened that day. Most people just assumed that it was a tank operator who'd snapped under the intense pressures of war and gone berserk, but the truth would forever elude them. So what is the truth? Why has all this machinery, from innocent to disastrous, been taking on a mind of its own and causing chaos across the globe? Allow me to explain. These are just a few entries from the filing cabinet of incident reports belonging to SCP-658, a parasitic mechanical entity that's also known as the Botflies. SCP-658 instances are a unique species of highly reproductive anomalous creatures characterized by their 4 long, thin legs on the underside of their bodies and their single large mechanical eye somewhere on the upper body. They reproduce through contact with any man-made mechanical objects, though the exact means of parasitic infection are unclear. Simply making contact seems to be enough to turn an object into a breeding pod for a growing SCP-658 embryo, and gestation time is dependent on the size and complexity of the infected object. The embryo will present itself as a metal or plastic nub on the surface of the object, appearing to the untrained eye like some kind of minor production defect. This keeps the embryo safe as it develops, growing and absorbing the surrounding technology into its own biomechanical makeup. Incidentally, the name Botfly is a play on an equally unpleasant, non-anomalous parasitic insect, Latin name Ostridae, which implant their eggs into the living flesh of their victims, where they incubate, grow, and eventually burst out from the skin. The similarities in breeding patterns of non-anomalous botflies and SCP-658 are self-evident. These entities vary massively in size, from the diminutive stature of 5 millimeters squared to hundreds of meters. The size of an SCP-658 instance, much like its aforementioned gestation period, depends entirely on its host object. And Foundation research has indicated that any complex man-made mechanical object is susceptible to parasitic infection. From cell phones to jumbo jets, all technology is on the table for 658. And as indicated through the eyewitness accounts in the case files, the appearance of the individual SCP-658 instances are reflective of whatever technology incubated them. This influence of the host technology also appears to extend to SCP-658 behavior, with more benign objects like phones or wristwatches becoming equally benign creatures, and weapons such as firearms or combat-ready vehicles taking on a more aggressive nature. Given that the U.S. military alone has thousands of vehicles and even more firearms, there are naturally some concerns about what would happen if ever an SCP-658 outbreak got out of control at a military base. Thanks to the extreme proliferation of and dependence on technology in our modern era, a large-scale containment breach of SCP-658 could lead to a catastrophic exponential population boom. The SCP Foundation is keeping an extremely close eye on any signs of SCP-658 activity. especially in technologically advanced cities and other densely populated locations. Research has proven that these creatures are capable of manifesting adaptations that increase their reproductive ability even further. For example, during one test, it was proven that one SCP-658 instance was capable of impregnating another. The result was it transforming into a creature with 8 legs and 2 eyes that was capable of impregnating any objects they touched with 2 embryos, rather than the typical single embryo. While senior researchers deemed it unwise to see exactly how far these 658 interbreeding experiments could go, it stands to reason that it could also be subjected to an exponential increase. One hypermutated 658 instance could be capable of mass impregnating larger pieces of technology with hundreds, if not thousands, of embryos. You can see how these often tiny and seemingly harmless creatures could quickly become a big problem for all of us. Picture every vehicle: cars, trucks, motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, vans, Humvees, tanks, planes, helicopters, speedboats, yachts, cruise ships, battleships, all becoming hypermutated SCP-658 instances. Then add every phone, every laptop, every computer, every tablet, every TV, every printer, every kitchen appliance, every gun, all being infected with SCP-658 embryos and joining the horde. Given how much all of us, including the SCP Foundation, rely on this technology and so much more in our work and daily lives, it's clear how the uncontrolled proliferation of SCP-658 would completely alter the world as we know it. It's a clear reminder of the importance of the SCP Foundation's work. The worst-case scenarios for even some of the more innocent-seeming SCPs can be startlingly bleak. Due to the mechanical nature of these anomalies, all connections to the Church of the Broken God and their illicit activities are being explored by Foundation field personnel. Containment protocols on SCP-658 are extremely clear. Any instance of SCP-658 no larger than 50 centimeters across any axis, considered to be a small SCP-658 sample, is to be stored alone in a steel box when not being used in active testing. Special containment procedures specify that the box must be kept closed through low-tech means, and we mean a true return to basics here. String or duct tape are the preferred methods of keeping them under lock and key, or, as some researchers prefer, weighing down the lid with heavy books. Anything with a more complex locking mechanism is capable of being impregnated by SCP-658, completely negating containment. Any 658 samples larger than 50 centimeters are to be destroyed as soon as possible after being apprehended by Foundation personnel. This destroy on-site order is also applicable for any technology infected by SCP-658 outside of intentional testing scenarios. In order to avoid population growth during containment, all captured SCP-658 samples must be kept at least 3 meters away from any man-made technology capable of sustaining an SCP-658 embryo. If unsure of whether an object is applicable, researchers and guards are told to err on the side of caution when it comes to this anomaly, which has been classified as Euclid. After all, when it comes to SCP-658, or really any SCPs, it's far better to be safe than sorry.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning on a work night, and the last of the bar hoppers and clubgoers have long since turned in. At the end of the street, the last bar is finally closing down for the night. Or it would, except that the bartender is having trouble getting rid of a customer. Sitting at the bar, an old derelict is demanding yet another drink. The bartender grumbles in annoyance. This derelict is sloppy drunk, and the bartender just wants to go home. "Closing time," growls the bartender. "Just one more," protests the derelict, shaking his empty glass for emphasis. "I've got money." He laughs at his own words, his giggles ending with a loud belch that blows a cloud of aromatic vapor into the bartender's face. That's it. This derelict has been hanging out at this bar causing trouble all night, and the bartender has had enough. "Get out of here," says the bartender as he hustles the wobbling derelict out the door. "You're done." The derelict creaks and totters as he stumbles out into the street. The night's festivities are really hitting him. It isn't so often that he's got the money to burn, but when he does, he likes to spend it here. The prices are right, and the conversation is minimal, which is just the way that he likes it. The derelict turns around, fire in his eyes. He's raring to fight, and he doesn't care that the bartender is quite a bit larger than he is. Right now, all he can see is red. "Don't tell me when I've had enough," he slurs, raising his fists as he prepares to lash out. But the bartender has already slammed the door in his face. Defeated, the derelict turns his back on the closed bar and starts a slow stumble down the street. "Stupid bartender," mutters the derelict, turning up his collar against the cold bite of the night air.
He wishes that he just had one more drink to warm his stomach against the chill. He's so out of it that he doesn't stop to think that the bartender did him a favor by refusing to fight. There is no way that the derelict would have won that battle. Even if he was in his physical prime, even if the bartender wasn't twice his size, the derelict is in no shape to fight. His vision is blurry and his head is swimming. In fact, he can barely remain upright. If he had any sense, he would probably stumble home and sleep this off. But the night is young, and he's not ready to give up yet. He walks down the street, eyeing every storefront in hopes of finding another bar. Unfortunately, every window has a closed sign in it. He swears under his breath. What a run of bad luck. What's a guy supposed to do in this town, he wonders. Just when he's about to give up hope, he spies something glinting in the reflective halo of a street lamp. He stumbles closer to get a better look, and he can hardly believe his eyes. Finally, his luck is changing. Someone has abandoned a half-empty bottle.
"Well, hello there, old friend,"
says the derelict. He struggles to focus, but the world is spinning. In his confusion, he could swear he's seeing things. But no, he can feel the heft of the glass bottle in his hand, and he knows that it is as real as he is.
"Who left you behind? Who would leave a perfectly good bottle just sitting out here?"
He recognizes this brand. There's only about 3 fingers of liquid left, but that's better than nothing. Some people might balk at drinking out of a random bottle that you found on the street, but the derelict doesn't give it a second thought. He tips the bottle back and slurps it all down. It burns going down, just as it should, he thinks. He sighs in contentment as he feels the harsh liquid warm his stomach. Perfect. That really hit the spot. But what happens next surprises him so much that he can't believe his eyes. There's still liquid in the bottle. He blinks, wondering if maybe his adult brain is playing tricks on him, but he shakes the bottle cautiously and is rewarded with the telltale swish of liquid. That's no illusion. He takes another swig, guzzling it down. Normally, he'd drop the bottle to the ground and stumble on, but something makes him pause. He maintains his grip on the bottleneck and raises it again to take another look. And sure enough, there's still more left in the bottle. The derelict cannot believe his luck. He feels like he must have won the lottery. He's found a never-ending bottle. Already his mind is reeling with possibilities.
"That bartender really thinks he's so smart,"
he mutters to himself as he weaves unsteadily.
"But I don't need him anymore. See if I ever go to this stupid bar again. He just lost his best customer. Now that I have you, little bottle, I don't ever need to pay for drinks ever again. It's the best day of my life,"
crows the derelict, raising his arms in triumph. He's barely able to stagger back to his home, a seedy apartment on the bad side of town, before he passes out on the floor. The morning sun rouses the slumbering derelict, and he rises with a groan. His whole body aches, and his mouth feels dry and parched. That's par for the course after a night of drinking, but somehow this hangover feels different. He puts that thought out of his mind as his mind returns to the strange, never-empty bottle that he discovered the night before. It's lying on its side on the floor next to him. He reaches for the mysterious bottle, only to find that, in fact, the previous night was not a dream. The bottle still contains just as much as it did the night before. He can't explain it, but the derelict isn't about to question his good fortune. He lifts himself to his feet and walks slowly into the bathroom. He's feeling a hangover like he's never felt before. His head is pounding and his throat is dry. His tongue feels swollen and sluggish inside his mouth, but he knows how to handle it. A little hair of the dog is all you need to help with the hangover. He takes another gulp from his bottle, but this time it brings little relief. And he notices something else strange too. It's his scalp. The skin on his head has started to itch, and he can't stop scratching. He feels like he's got the world's worst dandruff problem. He should probably take a shower, he thinks. He strips down and steps into the tub, turning the hot water on full blast and letting it wash over him. The shower only brings him temporary relief. Afterward, as he dries himself off, the towels feel rough and abrasive against his skin. His skin comes off in big, flaky patches, and his nails leave red trails in their wake. What's that? Is that blood? He examines his fingers to see that his nails have grown into ragged, claw-like talons. With a frightened yelp, he bites them off. It's easy to do. Although they look formidable, his fingernails are weak and brittle, almost as if he's dealing with a sudden calcium deficiency. What could be wrong with him? He remembers all the warnings he heard back in school when they used to march everyone into assembly to listen to lectures from the local police. At the time, he scoffed at the long lists of scary-sounding consequences of a lifetime of drinking, but now, he's not so sure.
"It's probably nothing,"
he says as he examines himself in the bathroom mirror. His skin looks blotchy and infected. It doesn't take long before his hair and nails are out of control. His hair grows down to his shoulders, but comes out in big, ragged clumps if he runs his fingers through it. His claw-like fingernails are constantly breaking and cracking until his fingertips are bloody, and his quick is itchy and infected. If his habits had left him looking worse for wear before, he really looks awful now. For the next week, he barely leaves the apartment. He pulls the curtains and keeps the lights off, afraid that someone might see him. When the landlord bangs on the door, shouting that rent is late and demanding that the derelict hand over the money, he doesn't answer. He waits. The landlord gives up for now. That's good, thinks the derelict. It will give him time to think, time to figure out what to do about his disease. He knows that something is not right. Many of the local bartenders are, by now, probably wondering where he's gone. It's not like the derelict to stay away. He's practically kept the bar industry in this town afloat all by himself. It must be something major indeed to keep him away from his favorite poison. Luckily, he still has the bottomless bottle to comfort him during this trying time. The derelict is certain that he's caught some bad bug, but he thinks that he can wait it out. All he needs to do is make it through the next week, and everything will be fine. Sipping free drinks helps him to pass the time in a pleasant stupor as he waits for his health to return. Unfortunately, things are only going to get worse for him. His hair and fingernails keep growing, to the point that he has trouble lifting the bottle without his twisted nails getting in the way. His dry, flaky skin is changing as well, becoming thick and leathery and hanging off him in great folds like the hide of an elephant or a rhinoceros. His skin continues to grow, until the folds flop over his knees and gradually hang lower and lower until they touch the ground. Moving is harder now that he's carrying so much extra weight. He thought at first he just had a nasty bug, but he's clearly picked up some weird skin condition, and even this derelict, sodded as he might be, suspects exactly where he got it. It's got to be that crazy bottomless bottle. He can't think of another reason. Even so, he can't bring himself to part with this little gift from heaven. Even in his darkest hour, a few sips of liquid courage always helps to calm his nerves. He considers lumbering down to the free clinic in hopes that they might be able to cure him or at least tell him what's wrong with his skin. But he thinks better of this option. What if he's got some weird alien parasite that no one has ever seen before? They might lock him away in some government lab or something. No, he reasons, it's better to wait it out. He'll sleep it off, swear off the sauce for a little while, and maybe it'll pass. In desperation, the derelict drags himself across the floor, hoping to at least find some solace away from human contact. He locks himself into his bedroom while he's still able to manipulate the lock on his door. The extra folds of skin are hanging off of his hands and arms, making it hard to do anything. The extra skin is so heavy that he can't walk much carrying all that extra weight. He lies on the floor of his bedroom, away from everything, and hopes that tomorrow, when he wakes up, this will just be a fading dream. The only thing that brings him solace is the never-ending bottle, which, even now in his advanced state of decay, he keeps close by him. After all, he reasons, the damage is already done. What could possibly be the harm in enjoying a nice drink? A week later, his condition has not passed. The landlord is back, and this time he's not taking no for an answer. The landlord isn't supposed to enter his tenant's apartment without permission, but he doesn't care. He uses his own key to unlock the door and go inside. The condition of the apartment is appalling. The furniture is broken, the floor is covered with unidentifiable filth, and there's a rotten stench in the air. The landlord wants to throw up as the full weight of the musty smell hits him in the face. It's as if someone has been living in here without any ventilation, with all the windows firmly closed and sealed. A sudden noise from the bathroom draws his attention. Of course, thinks the landlord, that old bum is hiding in there. He thinks I won't find him. The landlord steels his resolve and heads towards the bathroom, determined to get the money that he feels is owed to him. But what greets him when he steps through the door isn't the derelict anymore. It isn't even human. The creature in the bathroom is a massive pile of ambulatory skin folds. The skin flaps have grown so large and cumbersome that the derelict within can barely move. They sprout all over his body, covering him so that he looks more like some kind of alien sea cucumber now than any human. The landlord stumbles backwards, screaming in terror at the sight, unable to comprehend what he's looking at. Improbably, the creature reacts to the noise, and a ripple of movement spreads across its surface. It starts to move, despite not having any legs. The landlord is so terrified that he doesn't notice the glass bottle that suddenly drops from between the creature's skin folds as it starts to move toward him. The same bottle, still with 3 fingers of liquid inside. How could something like this happen? What parasite or disease did the derelict contract from the miracle bottle he found? Sadly, this never-ending bottle isn't a boon, but a curse, and the man who found it that night became just another victim of what the SCP Foundation has classified as SCP-420. SCP-420 looks like a perfectly ordinary bottle of a certain popular libation, even to the point that it bears the label of a common brand. The bottle always contains a small amount of a mysterious liquid known as SCP-420-1. If this liquid is poured out, SCP-420 will always replenish itself. When SCP-420-1 is potent, it is physically, chemically, and molecularly indistinguishable from ordinary whiskey, although drinking will have an effect far greater than even the strongest liquor. When SCP-420-1 is poured out of SCP-420, though, it undergoes a strange transformation, eventually losing its potency and changing until it is indistinguishable physically, chemically, or molecularly from urine. Consuming potent SCP-420-1 instigates a bizarre physical transformation called SCP-420-2 in 6 stages. In Stage 1, beginning 12 hours after consumption, the subject will start to have difficulty speaking, resulting in slurred speech that is not consistent with normal alcohol inebriation. Their fingernails, toenails, and hair will start to grow at an accelerated rate, but also become brittle and prone to breakage. Nail breakage to the quick often leads to bleeding and infection. The Foundation has had some success in curing SCP-420-2 if it is caught when still in Stage 1, treating it as if it is an aggressive form of cancer with radiation and chemotherapy, as well as a constant intravenous supply of Formula 420A09T-T174B. Victims thus treated have a 73% recovery rate, but a 21% fatality rate. From Phase 2 onward, this protocol can slow the spread of SCP-420-2, but will not stop it entirely. In Stage 2, beginning 1 to 2 weeks after Stage 1, the subject's skin begins to show similar properties to those exhibited by hair and fingernails in Stage 1, becoming dry, brittle, and prone to cracking. As old skin flakes off, the subject's new skin begins to grow at an accelerated rate, eventually forming thick leathery folds all over the subject's body. Skin flaps growing inside the mouth interfere with speech and eventually render subjects mute, but do not appear to impede breathing or eating. Indeed, subjects in Stage 2 exhibit a renewed interest in eating, possibly because the subject's body requires additional nutrients and calories to build the increasingly heavy armor of thickened, calloused skin. Stage 2 subjects will eat anything that they can get their hands on, and many die after attempting to eat poisonous or inedible objects. In Stage 3, beginning 3 to 6 weeks after Stage 2, nerves in the skin layer grow uncontrollably, but no longer connect to the victim's central nervous system. Genetic testing of the skin in this stage reveals that its DNA has become so mutated that it can no longer be classified as human. It is, in fact, a separate and very inhuman organism that almost acts as a parasite growing from the human host. The skin may develop tumor-like growths, which appear to be analogous to human muscle and secretory cells. Hair and fingernails sprout randomly from the mass of skin. By Stage 4, beginning 3 to 7 days after Stage 3, the skin has become a mass of thick, leathery folds, completely covering the human host to the point that they disappear completely. The skin begins to exhibit random twitching movements, as though it is indeed a living organism finally coming into its own as a life form and testing out its new body. The human subject within the skin continues to eat, although brain scans reveal that they are no longer in control of their mouth. Instead, the skin entity forces the mouth to move by moving the attached skin. Small holes begin to form in the skin, eventually growing into narrow tunnels or throats that lead back to the now trapped body of the helpless subject. The subject is still consumed with a ravenous hunger and will eat anything that they can get in their mouth. In Stage 5, beginning 1 to 2 days after Stage 4, the skin begins to move in patterns indicating rudimentary intelligence. The skin, although still attached to the original subject, is now completely and distinctly non-human. It is its own organism. It can move of its own accord, dragging the trapped host along for the ride, and it moves and feeds much in the manner of an extremely large amoeba. It feeds by excreting a digestive enzyme onto foodstuffs and then enveloping the nutrients with its skin folds, again like an amoeba surrounding its food. The food is taken into the throats. These tunnels connecting the outside of the skin to the now completely subsumed host are now directly connected to the host's circulatory system and function as additional mouths. They can consume nutrients which are moved down their length by bristly hairs and further broken down by grinding keratinous plates before being taken into the host's body. Most hosts will remain in Stage 5 indefinitely, although there still remains a much more dangerous Stage 6 yet to come. At this time, it's unknown what factor triggers SCP-420-2 to develop into Stage 6. Little information about Stage 6 is available at this time, although it is known that it involves even more accelerated skin and keratin growth, resulting in a sudden increase in size and mass. Perhaps the most terrifying part of the entire transformation is that the host remains alive for the duration of the process, and sometimes even after SCP-420-2 has settled comfortably into its new life at Stage 5. Mercifully, most hosts will have completely succumbed to insanity by this point, although some are shown by brain scans to still be self-aware and quite calm, perhaps fading into a zen-like state as they accept the inevitability of their fate. SCP-420 is contained in a storage locker at an undisclosed site maintained by the Foundation, and it is only to be removed from this locker by SCP staff with Level 3 clearance or higher. It has been given the Safe class because, despite the horrifying nature of its effects, at least it doesn't move anywhere. Samples of SCP-420-1 not in use by testing should be stored in the container marked SCP-420-1 Decon in Locker 1014-420 until they lose potency, at which time they can be disposed of as biohazardous liquid waste. Victims infected with SCP-420-2 are not contagious and should be contained in standard solitary D-Class secure confinement. On reaching Phase 3, subjects should receive double rations. Due to the extreme danger of Phase 6, any subjects who reach Phase 4 should be closely monitored for signs that the condition may be advancing further, in which case they are to be immediately destroyed by incineration. Knowing the fate that befalls victims of SCP-420 should make anyone think twice about drinking out of a random bottle that you just found in the street, though personally, I think that's just common sense. A doctor frantically writes in his journal, "It's almost impossible to believe everything that's transpired has taken place in such a short amount of time. It all began 3 days ago. It was just another day down in the mines. A worker was drilling into a seam of coal when suddenly there was an issue with the rig. From what I've gathered, it sounds like the drill bit exploded due to some kind of mechanical defect, sending shards of metal flying throughout the tunnel. The worker was lucky that none of the large pieces struck him, as they surely would have been fatal. He had, though, still been grazed by a piece of shrapnel from the ruined drill bit, and it had left a deep cut across his upper arm. Other miners who were working nearby heard the commotion and quickly came to his aid. They applied a tourniquet to stem the flow of blood and helped him to the mine shaft elevator for the long ride to the surface. Once they reached the safety of daylight, they brought the injured man to the on-site medical clinic, where I was on duty at the time. I cleaned the wound since there was a substantial amount of coal dust that had gotten inside, before suturing and bandaging it. The miner was sent to his bunkhouse to recover, and I thought that would be the end of it. Of course, it was only the beginning. Roughly 24 hours later, the same miner presented himself to me once again. I asked about his injury, and he explained that while his arm was fine, he now felt like he might be coming down with an illness. His symptoms included a runny nose, a cough, and body aches, so my assumption was that he'd simply had some bad luck and caught a cold that just so happened to coincide with being injured on the job. I sent him to his bunk once again, telling him that he wouldn't be able to work and should instead use the day to rest and recover. The next day, I was once again in the clinic when my phone rang. It wasn't the sick miner, but instead his supervisor. The miner hadn't shown up for his shift that morning, and he asked for me to go check on him since he knew he hadn't been feeling well. I agreed that it was strange that neither of us had heard anything else from the miner and went to see him straight away. I entered the bunkhouse where many of the workers stay while on site at this remote mine. It was empty, except for the injured miner who was still in his bed. As I approached, I could immediately tell something was very wrong. The man was curled up in the fetal position and was sweating profusely while also shivering. A quick touch of his forehead revealed that the man had a high fever, too. He was practically incoherent, seemingly delirious from his high temperature. The miner was moved to the empty bed inside the clinic so I could better observe and tend to him, but very carefully since I assumed now that he was actually suffering from influenza and didn't want to risk an outbreak at the mine. I was getting ready to administer fluids to the miner, who was still mumbling incomprehensibly, when I noticed something on his face. It appeared that he was crying, but the tears that ran down his cheeks weren't made of water. They were blood. I hadn't seen anything like it before. There was no reason why influenza should be causing this man to cry tears of blood. I could see the veins in his forehead starting to pulse, as if his blood pressure had suddenly skyrocketed. And just as I was leaning in to get a closer look, something horrible happened. The miner suddenly opened his mouth and expelled an enormous stream of blood. The blast of blood struck me in the face and knocked me backwards in fright as the man continued expelling more and more blood from his mouth, which soon covered the walls of the clinic. With seemingly all the blood having been discharged from his body, the man then went limp. I attempted to resuscitate him, but strangely, there was no need. The man was comatose, but he was alive. There I was, standing in the middle of the clinic over the man, both he, myself, as well as the room completely covered in blood. It was one of the worst things I'd ever experienced as a doctor, and yet, somehow, it was about to get even worse. I was still in shock from what had just happened when I heard the door to the clinic open behind me. I turned around to see a group of half a dozen more miners from the site, each one coughing, sweating, and shivering. One held a cloth to his ear that was stained red, while another attempted to stop his nose from bleeding. Whatever had infected the first patient wasn't a one-off medical event. This had the makings of an epidemic. I knew that I was in way over my head. I was just a general practitioner, not an infectious disease specialist, and I called the Center for Disease Control to get their guidance. I was told to quarantine the sick men as best I could, and that a rapid response team would be sent who were better equipped to deal with potential outbreaks. While I waited for the CDC to arrive, I began moving the afflicted men to a bunkhouse that had been designated for quarantining. Several more also began expelling huge amounts of blood, though unlike the first patient, none of the others survived the traumatic event. As I was putting the final infected man into a bed, I noticed something, though. There was a huge amount of heat radiating off of his lower body, and when I pulled down the blankets, I discovered something that even with all of the strange happenings, I still couldn't believe. There were huge lumps growing on his legs, each of which looked to be filled with some kind of fluid or gas, and they were extremely hot to the touch, as if the chemicals inside the lumps were creating a source of heat. As I was investigating the bizarre growths, I suddenly looked up to see that the man was no longer in a state of delirium. Instead, a crazed look had come over his eyes, and he suddenly leapt out of bed, flailing and clawing at me as if he wanted to kill me. I don't know how, but I was able to fight off the man and run out of the bunkhouse. He gave chase, though, and with no other option, I ran into a nearby storage shed. The man was beating and scratching at the door, but I was able to barricade it by dragging a heavy shelf in front of it. After several minutes of trying to break inside, he finally gave up and left. And here I remain. I'm too afraid to go back out. It seems that if the disease won't kill me, then whatever it is turning people into will. All I can do is wait for the CDC team to get here and hopefully know how to deal with whatever this situation has become. The doctor closes his small notebook and notices a drop of something fall onto the cover. He reaches up and wipes his hand across his mouth. It comes back, covered in blood. The doctor didn't know what the disease was that had so rapidly spread through the workers at the mine, nor did the CDC response team when they arrived. No, it wasn't until the SCP Foundation caught word of the mysterious outbreak that someone would finally determine what was happening with what would soon be called SCP-016, which is also known as the Sentient Micro-Organism. SCP-016 is a blood-borne pathogen that was first discovered after a worker at a remote mine was injured while drilling into a coal seam deep beneath the earth. It is theorized that coal dust entered the wound, dust which perhaps carried dormant spores of what would become SCP-016. Over the next several days, all of the remaining employees at the mine were infected, as was the CDC crisis team that was sent to the mine to investigate the outbreak of what was potentially an undiscovered pathogen. Following the CDC's inability to deal with the disease, the SCP Foundation took over the site and quickly terminated all affected personnel in order to prevent further spread. The first infected person, Patient 0, was taken into Foundation custody for further investigation, and the mine shaft itself was collapsed by an explosive device in order to seal it off. After studying Patient 0, the Foundation learned a great deal about just what they were dealing with. What they found was that SCP-016 has an incubation period that can vary wildly from just 24 hours to as long as 2 years, with the length appearing to be dependent on the number of other potential human hosts in the immediate area. Once symptoms begin to present in an individual, they will at first look to be quite similar to the common cold. They can include coughing, a runny nose, itchy eyes, and body aches. Roughly 48 hours after the first symptoms, the infected person will experience a form of hemorrhagic fever similar to the Ebola virus, which causes a small amount of bleeding in the lungs. This leads to the infected blood becoming aspirated, most likely in order to better spread through the air. The third stage of the disease leads to the host crashing and bleeding out as they start to bleed profusely from multiple body orifices, including the nose, tear ducts, mouth, and even through the pores of their skin. Their blood pressure will also skyrocket during this final stage, and in some cases have vomited blood as far as 5 meters. Oddly enough, although most die from the traumatic event, this almost complete exsanguination will not always result in death. Sometimes, following the removal of almost all blood from the body, the patient will somehow survive, and the pathogen inside their body will return to its dormant phase once again, before eventually repeating the process. But SCP-016 is more than just a rapid and often deadly bloodborne disease, as you will soon see. As SCP researchers studied the disease, what they discovered was that it had a very strange property that sets it apart from other hemorrhagic fevers like Ebola and the Marburg virus. What they found was that when someone infected with SCP-016 is placed into a high-stress situation, such as one where their life is being threatened, SCP-016 will transition from rapidly reproducing inside of its host's body to instead begin rewriting their host's actual DNA. This genetic manipulation, combined with the stimulation of rapid cell division, leads to the host undergoing major physiological changes and in extremely small amounts of time. In just 24 hours, the host can begin showing physical changes to their body, and a complete bodily reconstruction can occur in less than 2 weeks. Most of the hosts who begin to undergo physical changes will not survive the process, due to how heavily the transformation stresses the body, but those that do will be changed in more than just physical ways. They'll exhibit hyper-aggressive behaviors, not dissimilar to those infected by rabies. And it's theorized that the pathogen may cause this behavior in order to better spread the virus. When the Foundation realized that SCP-016 was capable of these transformative effects, they immediately undertook a number of experiments on D-Class personnel in order to better understand their full extent. In the first test, a D-Class was infected with SCP-016, and as soon as they began showing symptoms, their cell was slowly flooded with water in order to stimulate the life-threatening situation needed to trigger the transformation process. Over the next 24 hours, researchers watched as the subject appeared to develop gills, which would allow it to survive in the now water-filled cell. The transformations didn't stop there, though, and over the next 2 weeks, the subject also had their limbs change into fins, their eyesight deteriorated, and their sense of hearing increased as they developed an echolocation ability very similar to the one employed by whales and dolphins. The experiment was concluded by removing all of the water from the cell, leading to the death of the subject from asphyxiation, as they could no longer breathe in the open air. A similar experiment was performed on another D-Class, but this time, instead of taking on aquatic animal properties, the D-Class experienced rapid muscle growth and their knuckles grew bone-like protrusions. It attempted to use both of these to break through the door of their flooding cell, but they were unable to breach the reinforced steel and soon died from drowning. The Foundation now knew that the virus could react in different ways to the same situation. The same experiment was run a third time, but in this instance, the infected D-Class exhibited an entirely different means of trying to escape. The subject had a massive growth appear on its chest, which seemed to be fed from 2 different tubes of flesh, also emanating from the subject's body. Fearing what it planned to do, the Foundation ended the experiment early and terminated the subject. An autopsy revealed that the growth was actually a hollow chamber that was being fed by the tubes with oxygen and acetylene gas, which when combined in sufficient amounts would cause a massive combustion event. In other words, SCP-016 was turning the subject into a living bomb. Moving on from flooded cell tests, the researchers next left a D-Class inside of a room with no stressing elements, and instead told them to focus on growing a pair of wings. Without any reason to begin the transformation process, SCP-016 went through its normal stages, and the subject died from blood loss without any other changes occurring. In the final test, a D-Class was placed inside of an acrylic box that was suspended over a mine shaft, with a timer attached indicating the time when the bottom of the box would open and drop the D-Class into the 1,000-foot deep shaft. This D-Class was also told to focus on growing wings that would allow them to survive the plunge. The subject began to transform over the next 24 hours, but rather than grow wings, they instead developed a tentacle-like appendage on their arm that was capable of producing silk, similar to a spider's spinneret. They used the silk-producing organ to secure themselves to the box, showing that subjects did not appear to be able to control the way in which SCP-016 would alter their bodies. This experiment concluded when the timer reached 0 and the bomb attached to it detonated, as had been the plan all along. Following this last test, SCP-016 samples were placed into containment, and access to the sample for experimental purposes is only allowed with prior authorization from Level 4 or 05 personnel, with full documentation of the proposed experiment required beforehand. Failure to follow any of these procedures will lead to the offending personnel being reassigned to D-Class duty or terminated. SCP-016 has been classified as Keter, and the only existing sample is kept in a petri dish which is under extreme lockdown inside of a 5 by 5 by 5 meter room, where the temperature is kept below 0 degrees Celsius at all times. Should an outbreak of SCP-016 occur, all infected personnel are to be immediately terminated on site, and if the infection cannot be contained within 48 hours, then the on-site nuclear device is to be detonated prior to any additional personnel being evacuated. While the containment procedures may sound callous, unfortunately, when it comes to anomalous pathogens as dangerous as SCP-016, no chances can be taken.
These winters are getting worse every year, that's for sure. The old cattle rancher doesn't know if it's the climate changing, God's judgment arriving, or if he's just getting older and struggling to keep up. Probably a strong mix of all of it. Whatever the cause, it doesn't change the facts. It's deathly cold out there. His ailing, elderly ma's health continues to deteriorate. He hasn't heard from his delivery driver Jorge in days, and on top of it all, his loyal dog Maribel is out there barking into the darkness of the barn. The rancher heads out to fetch her. He doesn't know what he'd do if she froze. He whistles, but she doesn't look back at him. She just carries on barking up that road into the snowy night. The rancher wades through the snow and peers in the direction she's looking.
There's nothing there, girl. Get inside.
But Maribel keeps barking. She's insisting. He looks again. Is that? The rancher takes off running up the road. All thoughts of cold immediately gone from his mind, he races towards the figure as fast as he can. His frozen fingers fumble at the zipper on his parka. Icy wind stabs the insides of his lungs. Maribel shoots off ahead of him. There, he pulls the zipper down and wrestles the thick coat off of his shoulders just as he reaches the tiny figure. He drops to his knees and throws the coat over the shoulders of the little girl standing alone in the snow. Quick as he can, he wraps it tightly around her, pulling the hood up and over her head. He takes her tiny shoulders in his hands and gives her a shake.
You okay? Hello? Can you hear me?
The girl sways for a moment, then collapses. He catches her and in one deft motion scoops her into his arms and takes off back down the road in the direction of his farm. Where the hell had she come from? There are no buildings around here for miles. No one uses that road except Jorge, and in this weather, she couldn't have walked all the way over those mountains. She'd have frozen solid. He bites the finger of a glove and pulls it off. With his bare hand, he clasps one of hers. By the feel of her skin, she pretty much is frozen solid already. He needs to get her warmed up, now. He kicks open the front door and bundles inside with a flurry of snowflakes and an anxious dog at his heels. The fire's not quite dead yet, so he rushes over to the hearth and lays the little girl down next to it. He can barely see her at all wrapped up in his enormous coat. She doesn't seem to be moving.
Ma, I'm home. I found someone.
The rancher grabs 2 dry logs from the side and throws them onto the fire. He piles kindling high on top of them and blows steadily into the embers at the bottom. They glow and swell in size. No taking yet. He blows again for longer, and again. He feels his head starting to swim. A crackle, a lick of flame. It's taken. Panting, he turns back to the bundled-up coat on the floor with the child inside. Still no movement. A sickening knot tightens his stomach. What if she's... No, don't let yourself think that. Not yet. He reaches down and gently undoes the zipper on the parka. His trembling fingers push back the hood. She's pale. Deathly pale. Her dark brown hair is wet and clings to her scalp. The tips are frozen. At a guess, she must only be 9 years old. Eyes closed, lips a sickening blue. But that's not the color that scares him the most. On her neck, there's red. Delicately as he can, the rancher takes the coat off her shoulders and hangs it up by the fire. She's dressed only in a plaid shirt, way too big for her. It looks like an adult's shirt, similar to an old one he used to have years ago. But on her neck, her hands, her feet, is that same deep red, layers of blood frozen to her skin. He sits back, his mind blank. He's seen that much blood before.
Sure he has. When you work with cattle, it's an unfortunate part of the job. He's seen cows bleed out during childbirth. The girl in front of him? She's the same color as those orphaned calves that lie crying on the floor. A groaning sound fills the room. The rancher looks across at the armchair where his ma sits. She doesn't look at him, doesn't look at the girl on the floor. She just stares into the fire, same way she always does. Ma groans again, trying to express something she doesn't understand, being in a world without living in it.
Ma, it's okay. Sorry if I startled you. We have a guest with us.
But she just keeps on groaning and staring into the fire. The rancher buries his head in his hands and lets out a deep breath. Only the sound of his breath is joined by another, a tiny breath rattling and rasping through a damaged child's throat, trying its best to keep its host alive. The rancher opens his eyes and stares at the child. She isn't conscious, not by a long shot, but she's breathing, a little at a time. The icicles in her hair have turned into rounded droplets of water that glow by the heat of the fire. He snaps back to his senses. He's not doing her much if she's just lying there soaking wet. He runs off upstairs and grabs some towels and a fresh flannel shirt to wear. After several minutes of drying her off, he's confident enough that he's got most of the water off. There's still a lot of blood caked to her skin, but as far as he can tell, there's no wound anywhere that it could have come from. Brow furrowed, he leaves her under a bundle of blankets and fills up the kettle with water. Hanging it carefully over the fire, he walks over to the cabinet and fishes out a tin of cocoa from the top shelf. Hasn't been used in years, but should still be fine. He would make it with milk, but she's probably dehydrated. Lifting the kettle's lid with the poker, the rancher pours the brown powder inside and waits for it to boil. The little girl's eyes are open now. She's staring into the flames. Her lips are looking a little more pink, her skin a little more blotchy.
You're safe here. Just stay by the fire and warm up a bit. You like cocoa?
The little girl drags her eyes away from the flames. Her expression is mostly blank. She looks too tired to be confused. I don't know.
I think you will. Ma always gave me cocoa.
Okay. And with that, the farmhouse falls silent. The little girl stares into the fire. The rancher watches her, finally feeling the wave of exhaustion crashing over him. His ma has fallen asleep in her armchair. Only Maribel stays awake through the whole night, staying close to the little girl by the fire, occasionally licking her toes to try and warm them up. By the morning, the snow stopped, but the huge drifts remain. As the rancher walks across to the barn, he finds it hard to believe that just a few hours ago, the winds were whipping at his face as hard as they were. The world this morning is totally still. What the rancher finds even harder to believe is that there's a little girl in his house right now, fast asleep by the fire. He checked her forehead when he woke up this morning, and she miraculously hadn't caught a fever. She couldn't have been out in that weather for too long, but it only made the question more mysterious. Where did she come from? Maribel didn't get up this morning. From all of the excitement last night, she must have been too tired for today. Walking through the crisp morning air, he can't really blame her. He shoulders the barn door open. A column of steam curls out of the opening. All of that warmth, humidity, and cattle smell is strangely comforting this morning. But as the rancher goes around checking on all the cows inside, he very quickly discovers a problem. They're thin. Way too thin. Some of them look to be on the verge of starvation. He'd missed it last night as he drove them down in the dark, but in the warm glow of the barn's lights, it's unmistakable. These cows haven't been eating properly. He pours out several sacks of grain for them into the troughs, and they all gather around hungrily, filling both their stomachs as fast as they can. The rancher leans on the railing for a moment, confused. Even in this cold, there was still plenty of green grass for them up on the ridge. That's why he'd taken them up there. They should have had no trouble eating until the snow came in last night. He doesn't like this one bit. Last time Jorge had driven down and collected some of the meat, he'd had a few questions about the quantity being smaller than usual. Were the cows sick at all? Not that the rancher could tell. But now, looking at them, it's clear as day. Something's up.
You hungry?
The little girl nods. They sit across the table from one another, eating homemade bread and soup. Ma stays over by the fire. Maribel slowly wanders over to the kitchenette and flops down on the floor, exhausted.
Where are you from?
The girl shrugs her shoulders.
You know how you got out here? Remember anything from last night?
The little girl just eats her soup and shakes her head. She doesn't look particularly scared or worried, just a little confused.
Where are your parents? Do you have parents?
Again, the little girl shrugs. The rancher sits back and folds his arms. He's tried to call into town, but his phone line's gone out in the blizzard. Not much to be done until the snow clears. He's got a good relationship with the police around here. If he explains the situation, then it'll all be okay.
What do you know? Can you remember anything from last night?
It was dark. The girl slurps her soup. I was hungry. So hungry. Then I saw the light and I went towards that.
My car?
No. Well, yes, later on it was your car, but before it wasn't.
What was the light then? Where were you?
I don't know. It was just the light. Now he's even more confused, but try as he might, the rancher can't figure any of it out, and try as she might, the little girl can't remember anything more precise than that. The pair of them hop into the car and drive back out up the road that afternoon. The snow is piled so high that the rancher is having to get out twice as often as he did the previous night to clear a track for them. He isn't actually sure what he's brought her out here looking for. Clues, maybe? He almost laughs at himself at the thought, but that's probably the best word for it. If he can figure out how she got here, then he can work on understanding who she is and how to get her home. There's the damage to the phone line. One of the masts has collapsed, sagging heavily on the lines. That's not something he can fix on his own. No, sir. Looks like he'll have to wait for the snow to melt before making any phone calls again. That could be in 1 week. That could be in 3 months. He glances at the child sitting in the passenger seat. She's just staring out of the window in amazement, wrapped up in as many layers as he could put on her. They may be stuck together for a while. A lurch. The pickup plunges dangerously to the left. The rancher slams on the brakes and it comes to a stop just in time. A large chunk of snow in front of them comes loose and slips off the side of the road. It tumbles down into a gully that he hadn't even spotted. With all this snow on the ground, he has no frame of reference. Everything is just white.
Stay here.
The rancher opens the door and climbs out. He wishes Maribel was with him, but she'd wanted to stay home again. Poor dog. She must really be going through it if she wasn't even up for a ride in the pickup. Carefully as he can, testing every step before making it, the rancher creeps over to the edge of the gully. It's bigger than he thought, much bigger. It continues down, more and more sharply for a few hundred feet, all the way down into a... Oh no. There's a semi down there, a big rig, warped and bent, lying on the rocks. Just a glance is enough to tell the rancher it's Jorge's, but he just keeps staring at it in disbelief. Can't be. But it is.
Stay in the car.
The rancher reaches past the little girl and into the back seat. Grabbing a pair of crampons and some rope, he straightens up and looks at the girl. She knows it's serious. He can see the concern on her face.
Stay in the car,
he repeats. By the time the rancher makes it down to the truck, his legs and back are killing him. All this work over the last 24 hours is going to start taking its toll sooner or later, but some things have to be done. He pauses by the semi. It's on its side. He'll have to climb up onto it and try to open the door. Some things have to be done. He hoists himself up and manages to clamber onto the metal door. It's badly crumpled, and the window is smashed in. He doesn't fancy his chances of being able to get it open. One look through the window shows him that he won't want to do that anyway. Blood coats every inch of the inside of Jorge's truck. The cabin that the rancher is so used to seeing and sitting in is almost unrecognizable. Smashed glass is sprinkled across every surface with a dark brownish-red layer of gore frozen into everything else. There, in the midst of it all, still wearing a seatbelt, is Jorge's body. It dangles like a limp carcass at a butcher shop, like the cows he hangs in the slaughterhouse. And like those cows, a large chunk of Jorge is missing. His fat stomach is gone, not just cut open, but gone. The tops of his thighs, too, and much of his chest. So much of him is just missing. Open arteries and lifeless nerves dangle in place. That must have been a hell of a crash. The rancher reaches over and pulls Jorge's cap down over his eyes. Not much else to be done right now. No way he can clean this mess up by himself. But as the rancher climbs up the valley, his mind starts to connect some dots that leave a sick feeling in his stomach. He's seen that much blood somewhere else, or rather, on someone else, just last night. He slams the door to the pickup shut and starts to drive back down the track. Since the snow stopped, all of the drifts that he'd cleared earlier remain clear. It's only a few minutes' drive back down to the farm. He doesn't say a word the whole way, and neither does the little girl. She clearly senses something's up. The sick feeling in his stomach remains. He pulls up the handbrake, and the two of them sit in silence outside the farmhouse.
There's a truck in that valley. Did you know that?
Yes?
Is that where you came from last night?
I don't remember.
Was he...
The rancher stops.
Jorge didn't have any kids. What were you doing in his truck?
I don't know.
Did he Was he...
The rancher can't bring himself to accuse his best friend of the words that almost left his mouth.
Do you think you might not remember because something bad happened to you?
I don't know. The rancher closes his eyes for a long moment. Silence fills the pickup.
Come on, let's get inside.
But inside wasn't the safe haven he'd been hoping for. Ma's been throwing up, not just once, but a few times. She's distressed, groaning aimlessly for someone to come and save her. Maribel is pacing around the room, yelping and whining. The rancher immediately goes upstairs to get some rags to clean up with. Perfect timing, as usual. But he stops in his tracks when he comes back down. His ma's stopped moaning. The little girl is kneeling by the armchair, holding the old lady's hand. The room is calm. The little girl gently places the frail hand back on the armrest and comes over to take the rags from the rancher. Returning to the old lady, the girl goes about mopping her up as best she can. Maribel slumps back down on the floor. And that is how the four of them exist for the next few days. Ma gets sicker steadily, but the little girl stays by her side all day long, caring for her in every way. The rancher's glad of that. It gives him the time he needs to help his cows outside. None of them are in a good shape. Whatever it is, they're still getting thinner. He feeds them all the grain they'd normally need, and then some, and they always finish it off. Yet none of them are getting any fatter. The rancher leans on the railing, trusty dog by his side. His energy is starting to really lag behind what he needs. The last couple of days, even though he hasn't done all that much, have totally taken it out of him.
What do you think it is, Maribel?
He looks down at his little friend. She's looking thinner too, actually, but she's been eating just fine. It hits him. Tapeworms. As soon as the word comes into his head, it makes total sense. His cows, his entire herd by the looks of things, have been riddled with tapeworms. Oh, hell. He hasn't got anywhere near the amount of medicine needed to give some to all of them. Even if he did, a lot of them are looking pretty far gone. The chance of reinfection would be high. He needs supplies. He needs Jorge. Maribel whines softly next to him. He knows what they have to do. Laying Maribel down carefully by the fire, the rancher administers the tapeworm medicine. For a few hours, they lie there together. He strokes her side, waiting for her to pass it. The little girl watches over his shoulder. His ma sits back in her chair, mumbling to herself. He hasn't talked to the little girl anymore about Jorge yet. He isn't sure what there is to say. Maybe he should ask if Jorge was sick. After all, the cows clearly have had these tapeworms since before the other night. Jorge may have picked up contaminated meat from him last time he came. Maybe. Maribel passes the worm on the rug. Ugh, the smell. The rancher uses the tongs next to the fire to pick the worm up. It's long and pale. And dead. He tosses it into the fire and puts the tongs in the flames for a bit to sterilize them. The worm sizzles and pops in the flames. The sound makes his stomach crawl. The rancher glances around and sees the little girl staring at the tapeworm. He looks past the girl to his ma sitting in the chair. Her turn next. But as that night and the following morning reveal, it's too late. His ma's groans turn into cries of pain. She openly sobs by the fire, clutching at her stomach. Every time the rancher tries to give her the medicine, she just vomits it back up. Each time she vomits, there's more and more blood mixed in. The little girl gets more and more upset. It's not fair on her to have to witness something this traumatic and disgusting. There's nowhere else for her to go. She shouldn't even be here at all. The fact that she is means she has to help. That's all there is to it. By sunrise, his ma has passed away. There is nasty red bruising all across her abdomen, which tells him she must have bled out internally from this worm. He'd been too late to realize what was wrong. Too late with the cows, and too late with his ma. He covers his ma with a blanket and tells the little girl not to go and wash her hands. He needs to check on the cattle. Sure enough, during the night, a handful of them died too. The calves. They were the ones to go first whenever something like this happened. Mother cows stood over their calves, licking their heads, willing them to wake up. The rancher drags each body out to the back and burns them. He can't risk any more contamination. As the carcasses burn, he allows himself to cry. But when the rancher comes back into the house, it's full of noise, a noise that takes his brain a long time to comprehend. Crying, but not his own, not the little girl either. No, it was a new sound. It was a baby, a newborn child screaming at the top of its lungs. The rancher can't believe what he's looking at. The little girl is sitting at the hearth with Maribel at her feet. In her arms, drenched in blood, is a baby. The girl looks up at him and smiles sweetly.
It's a boy.
Then, she turns around to his ma's body under the blanket. A sickening red patch soaks through the fabric, right over where her stomach would be.
What the hell happened here?
I've got a little brother. Securing and containing SCP-1003 has proven challenging. This is largely because the tapeworm that causes all of this damage is virtually indistinguishable from Echinococcus granulosus, the common variety of tapeworm that causes hydatid disease. The tapeworm, designated SCP-1003-1, follows the same life cycle as other regular worms. Its eggs come into contact with an animal through contaminated meat, saliva, or unclean surfaces and are ingested. Once inside the gut, they grow and latch onto the inside of the digestive tract, where they feed on the nutrients of the food traveling past them, steadily growing bigger and stronger. Once mature, they lay eggs, which pass out in the animal's excrement to continue the process. Infections spread quickly, particularly in unsanitary conditions amongst livestock, and can often be difficult to contain, as by the time the symptoms, nausea, weight loss, fever, start to manifest in the infected, the worms have likely already reproduced and have a new generation growing in the guts of other animals. As far as the Foundation is aware, SCP-1003 follows this normal pattern in all observed animals except humans. When a human ingests an egg from this tapeworm, a very different creature starts to grow in their gut. Human embryos, with the same genetic code as the tapeworm, begin to form. The rate of their growth is greatly accelerated, however. By just 8 weeks, they are as mature as the typical 3-week-old neonate or newborn child, although similar in size to an 8-week-old embryo at 13 to 16 centimeters. Many eggs usually enter this fertilization period, but almost all of them die before having a chance to develop much beyond the early stages. They stand the best chance of survival when buried in the hepatic tissue, where they can absorb plenty of nutrients from their host. The host at this point usually starts to experience mild symptoms, lethargy, the occasional stomach cramp, nothing particularly severe. Yet, the embryos that survive soon develop rows of temporary, razor-sharp teeth. At this point, passively absorbing nutrients is no longer enough for them. They bury their teeth into the soft tissue surrounding them and begin to eat. Once they enter this stage, their rate of growth increases exponentially the more flesh they consume. Eventually burrowing out into the world, the tapeworm child is born drenched in blood. The size and apparent age of the child that emerges from the corpse are determined by the size of the person they consume. For example, the child eating its way out of the rancher's maw appeared to be only a 10-month-old child, as there was very little of the frail old woman for it to eat. By contrast, the little girl who emerged from Orhe's gut had plenty of fat to feast on, and so was able to grow to the size of a 9-year-old. Once the child emerges, the teeth that they'd used to eat their way out quickly become loose and are replaced by regular human teeth. The children themselves have no memory at all of where they've come from or what they are. They have the same motor and linguistic skills that a regular child would possess at their age. Nothing, aside from their DNA, marks them out as being any different from the children around them, blissfully ignorant, just like the children around them. It is theorized that many of these children end up in orphanages. With no birth certificates or identifiable parents, they fall through the gaps in the system, quickly lost to the world. The only way to really track them at all is to follow the infections they cause. You see, these tapeworm children have one final curse they must live with. Their bodily fluids, their saliva, and sweat contain the same tapeworm protoscolex that will develop into SCP-1003-1 as soon as it is ingested by another creature, making the cycle start all over again. If you want to track down a tapeworm child, and I highly advise that you don't, all you have to do is follow the trail of nasty stomach infections, internal bleeding, and freak pregnancies amongst the outcasts of society. It, unfortunately, will not take long. There are currently 10 instances of SCP-1003-2 in containment. The children live in Bioresearch Area 13 under strict supervision. Researchers are only permitted to enter their cells whilst wearing full-body biohazard suits, but first must have Level 4 security clearance and must have written permission, and can only enter with specific research goals agreed upon. All staff are regularly tested for the presence of any kind of tapeworms in their system. No other animals are permitted in this facility. A truck pulls up in front of a quiet suburban home. The faded sign on the truck's flank reads, "Exterminator." It's not the most glamorous job, but hey, someone's got to do it. In all his years of extermination work, this exterminator has seen it all. Ants, termites, rats, but he's never taken a job that he couldn't handle. As he looks out at this sprawling suburban home, he can't help but notice the nicely manicured lawn and the beautifully sculpted topiaries.
The trash cans are neatly stacked on the curb, ready for pickup. It doesn't look like the sort of home that would have a vermin problem. But then again, this exterminator knows better than anyone that looks can be deceiving. People often think that only run-down slums will attract vermin, but he knows that even the cleanest kitchens can still have a problem with unwelcome invaders. He jumps from his truck and walks up to the front door, carrying his equipment on his back and a clipboard in his hands. He quickly reviews the specifics of this job from the paper on his clipboard. A woman called his company complaining about a major cockroach infestation, demanding that they send someone right away. He remembers that she sounded downright frantic on the phone, much more agitated than you would expect from a little cockroach problem. Then again, he thinks some people just really don't like bugs. He rings the doorbell and waits. A crabby-looking old woman answers the door. "It's about time that you got here," she snaps. "There's a huge cockroach infestation in the basement, hundreds of them. I want you to go down there and do something about it." "Absolutely, ma'am," says the exterminator politely. Part of his job is assuaging frantic customers. He's used to this sort of thing. So many homeowners are absolutely terrified of insects that they fall to pieces at the sight of a spider or a cockroach. He's accustomed to dealing with all manner of creepy crawlies, so he's not at all worried. He's sure this will be an easy job. "You're in good hands with us. We'll kill those roaches dead," he says, recalling the company slogan that he's required to repeat. "They're in the basement," says the old woman. "I've tried to kill them, but there's too many of them, and they're too fast. I'm way too old to be running after a bunch of bugs. It tires these old bones out. I was down there with a spray can myself, but I just keep getting too tired to keep it up. It's almost like those bugs were making me sleepy." "Of course, ma'am." The exterminator can barely keep from rolling his eyes as this old woman continues to rattle off complaints about the cockroaches in her basement. Of course, there's an easy explanation for all of this. This woman is very old, so she wouldn't be able to run around much without tiring herself out. That's much more plausible than believing that the cockroaches were somehow magically draining her energy. But again, he's used to listening to all sorts of crazy stories from frightened clients, so he doesn't give it much thought. "Then I'll take a look and see what kind of problem you have." The exterminator opens the door to the basement and peers down into the darkness. He gropes blindly for the light switch, and eventually his fingers connect. He flips the switch, and a bare light bulb hanging from the ceiling flickers on. The stairs leading down into the depths of the basement are warped and rickety. He makes a mental note to watch his step as he descends. The boards ominously creak under his feet. The basement is filled with junk, all the accumulated debris of the owner's whole life. He sees piles of cardboard boxes overflowing with old books and raggedy clothes. Paint cans are stacked in the corner in defiance of any pretensions to fire safety. The boiler rattles and wheezes. It sounds like it might need to be replaced fairly soon. The air smells damp and musty, and he wonders if the old woman has ever cleaned this basement. Looking at this mess, it's no wonder that she would have a problem with cockroaches. The exterminator can't help but think about how messy and decrepit this cellar looks compared to the immaculate facade of the house outside. The exterminator pulls out his flashlight and flicks it on. He aims it into the corners, hoping to see some evidence of this insect invasion. He sees nothing. The old woman described a basement infested with hordes of insects, yet he doesn't see a single one. He stifles a yawn. Why does he feel so sleepy? This job must be more draining than he thought, because he's already feeling spent. Could it be that the old woman was right? Is there something in the basement that is making him sleepy? Could it be something about those cockroaches that she blames? No, that's just ridiculous. He knows enough about cockroaches to know that can't be the case, and he's not about to start believing fantasies now. He's a rational guy. He knows that you can't lose your head and expect to do well in this line of work. Besides, he reminds himself, he still hasn't actually seen any evidence of a cockroach problem at all. He continues to poke around the basement and still finds nothing. He frowns. This is really concerning. First of all, he doesn't relish the idea of explaining to the old woman upstairs that she doesn't actually have a cockroach problem at all. She's probably not going to take kindly to him telling her that she's delusional. But also, he was hoping that this would be a big job. If he can't find any bugs, he won't be able to justify charging the old woman for this visit. What a waste of his time. Suddenly, he catches movement out of the corner of his eye. He spins around, aiming his flashlight into the corner, just quick enough to see something scuttle through a crack in the wall. Did he imagine that? No, he tells himself. He definitely saw something. Great. He approaches the corner, his spirits suddenly buoyed again. He's happy that he'll actually have something to report to his upstairs client. Maybe he'll find a whole nest in that crack. That would be great. He could justify recommending a full house fumigation then, and that would bring some much-needed cash into the business. He narrows his eyes and peers closer. Even with his flashlight beam trained on the crack, it's so dark in the basement that it's hard to see. He can see the wooden boards of the house's superstructure through the flaking paint on the wall, and if he squints just right, he thinks he can just see something squirming right there between the boards. Whatever it is, it stops moving when his flashlight beam washes over it. That's very unusual. He knows from experience that when you turn over a rock, bugs will always race for cover. They aren't smart enough to play dead, yet that's exactly what it looks like this insect is doing. He rubs his eyes with his free hand, trying to blink away his sudden sleepiness. He's feeling even drowsier than before, but he really needs to finish this job. He moves in closer, and the cockroach decides to make a break for it. The insect skitters away, desperately trying to worm its little gray body between the boards to escape. The exterminator moves fast. He pulls a pair of tweezers from his pocket and pinches them closed on the squirming insect's abdomen before it can wriggle away. He holds it up close to his nose so that he can get a better look at his prey. The exterminator laughs. He's seen every kind of insect in his time, and he can recognize a cockroach when he sees it. This is no cockroach. He can tell from a glance that he's looking at a perfectly harmless cricket. Like so many people, that old woman must have just panicked at the sight of a bug and assumed it was a cockroach. That's good. Most people don't mind having crickets in their home, so this old lady will probably be happy to hear the news. Then again, is it a cricket? When he looks closer, he sees that it's got some unusual features. There are strange barbed hooks visible on the underside of its abdomen, sharp enough that even an experienced exterminator like him thinks better of holding this thing too close to his face. Are those stingers? Could this bug be poisonous? And even stranger, if he looks closer, he thinks he might even see metal wires protruding from its exoskeleton. The exterminator yawns again, rubbing his eyes. He suddenly feels so sleepy. What's wrong with him? Did he not get enough sleep last night? I should have had a second cup of coffee this morning, he tells himself. Why can't I keep focused? His words trail off as, all at once, sleep overtakes him. He collapses to the floor with a thud, dropping his tweezers. The cricket bounces free as the tweezers fall from his hands. The cricket drops to the floor and quickly rights itself. Instead of running, though, the tiny insect turns around. It skitters toward the prone form of the exterminator, making a straight line for his head, as if it were moving with intelligent purpose. This doesn't look like the frantic stimulus response movements of an insect. The insect crawls over the slumbering man's face, hoisting itself over his chin, then lips, and then right up to his left nostril. With one sudden movement, the cricket slithers up his nose and disappears. The exterminator snorts and mumbles in his sleep, but the sensations of an insect wriggling up his nose does nothing to rouse him from his sleep. After a few minutes, the exterminator blinks his eyes open. He sits up with a groan and rubs his head. What the hell just happened? Did he pass out? How embarrassing. He looks around, finding his tweezers and his flashlight on the ground next to him. But no matter where he looks, he can't see the insect anymore. Where did it go? He returns to the crack in the wall for a second look, but sees nothing. Absently, the exterminator rubs his nose. He feels a vague discomfort in his sinuses, and he wonders if maybe his allergies are acting up. But otherwise, he remembers nothing about his bizarre experience. He probes his fingers into the crack and wiggles them around, hoping to find some evidence of the missing insect. There's nothing there. Well, at least he knows what he's dealing with, and it's definitely no cockroach. Eventually, he shrugs his shoulders helplessly and returns upstairs. "Did you find the cockroaches?" asks the old woman when he returns to the top of the stairs. "I know there are roaches down there." He shakes his head. "Ma'am, I searched the whole basement and I didn't find any cockroaches." He explains to her that all he could find in the basement was a harmless cricket. The old woman starts to argue with him, insisting that what she saw in her basement was no cricket, but the exterminator has already made up his mind. This is annoying. He thought that she would be happy to hear that she doesn't have roaches, but now she just wants to make a fuss. He's not going to waste any more time on this nonsense, not when he has real work to do. He shakes his head as he repacks his equipment and prepares to leave. The exterminator returns to his truck and turns the ignition. As he pulls away, his mind is already mulling his next job. He doesn't give another thought to this crappy old woman and her paranoia about cockroaches. He doesn't stop to wonder what became of that strange cricket that he found. It probably just crawled back into the wall, he thinks. He certainly would have no reason to think that the cricket is still with him, a new and permanent hitchhiker inside his head. The exterminator had just acquired a new lifelong friend, a lifelong friend that we call SCP-2119. SCP-2119 is a biomechanical creature that resembles a small gray insect, ranging from 5 to 15 millimeters in length, with a segmented body, 6-jointed legs, and protrusions from the head and abdomen that resemble antennae and oviposters respectively. However, SCP-2119 does not appear to reproduce by any means known to man, so these oviposters are likely simply a form of mimicry, something added to give SCP-2119 the appearance of a common insect to make it less conspicuous to humans. genetic testing has determined that the organic parts of SCP-2119 are largely identical to those of Gryllus rubens, otherwise known as the southwestern field cricket. One notable difference between SCP-2119 and the field cricket, though, is that SCP-2119, also known as the transmitting parasite, has 6 barbed hooks on the underside of its body. Strangely, SCP-2119 also contains mechanical parts, including silicon parts that do not match any known make and platinum wiring, leading Foundation researchers to assume that SCP-2119 is an artificial life form. At this moment, who made SCP-2119 and why remains a mystery. In many ways, SCP-2119 not only looks like a normal insect, but also acts like one. It apparently possesses extremely rudimentary self-awareness and intelligence comparable to that of its insect brethren, being able to sense potential hosts or detect danger. It displays many normal self-preservation instincts common to insect life. If discovered by a conscious human, it will flee or hide, but it does possess one self-defense measure that no normal insect does. Any human who comes into the proximity of SCP-2119 will start to feel drowsy, eventually succumbing to unconsciousness within 3 to 8 minutes. Once a human subject is unconscious, SCP-2119 will enter their head, either through the nostrils or the ear canal, and eventually make its way to the subject's brain, where it will use its barbed hooks to attach itself to the corpus callosum, which are the nerve fibers that permit communication between the left and right side of the brain. The human subject will gradually wake up with no memory of the event. After waking, the subject will return to their normal routine and continue living just as if they were unaffected. It does not appear that infection with the transmitting parasite causes any physical, mental, or psychological damage to hosts or impairs their daily lives in any way. All attempts to physically remove SCP-2119 from a host's brain have so far resulted in the death of the host, as SCP-2119 appears to have some way of halting a host's brain activity when it's threatened. Once a host is dead, SCP-2119 will exit the host's head, again either via the nostrils or ear canal, when it determins that no other humans are in the area. Once SCP-2119 has taken up residence in a host's brain, it will start broadcasting a 514.1875 MHz radio signal with a range of approximately 3 kilometers, consisting of a tone lasting 0.05 seconds at 2-second intervals, possibly with the intent of locating other infected human hosts. Once a connection has been established, specimens will transmit a continuous stream of tones of variable lengths between instances, ranging from 70 Hz to 1,305 Hz, with wavelengths ranging from 480 centimeters to 25 centimeters. Foundation personnel have so far been unable to discern any pattern in the signal, so it is unknown if it is a form of communication or simply random. Most insidious of all, SCP-2119 seems able to spontaneously manifest inside human brains without entering through the ear or nose. Humans coming into the proximity of an infected host have a 14% chance of spontaneously manifesting an instance of SCP-2119 in their own brains. Since SCP-2119 has no visible means of reproduction, exactly how it does this continues to baffle Foundation scientists. SCP-2119 specimens are stored individually in hermetically sealed tanks composed of RF-shielded glass and only removed for testing. Tests are to be conducted in hermetically sealed chambers composed of steel-reinforced concrete walls to block SCP-2119's radio transmissions. All personnel handling specimens of SCP-2119 are required to wear Level 3 hazardous material suits to protect them from infection. SCP-2119 was recently updated from the Euclid to Keter designation after a peculiar incident where all known hosts suddenly ceased all movement, respiration, and brain activity, effectively dying. After 7 minutes and 12 seconds, the subjects revived with no ill effects from their apparent deaths and no memory of the incident. During the 7-minute interval, though, the transmitting parasites ceased broadcasting their usual static noises and instead broadcast what appears to have been a casual workplace conversation between 2 technicians working for whatever entity manufactures SCP-2119. All subjects infected with SCP-2119 began to emit a strange scraping noise from their throats, which agents later determined was the sound of a chair being dragged across concrete. After this, subjects broadcast a conversation between 2 technicians who appeared to be oblivious to the fact that their words were being transmitted. During this conversation, the 2 technicians complained about a person named Reich, whom the Foundation assumes might be their supervisor, and afterwards, one of the 2 was heard asking for and then drinking a can of Coca-Cola. The broadcast abruptly ended when one of the 2 technicians suddenly noticed that they were live and cut the feed. The name Reich is so far the Foundation's only clue as to who or what is manufacturing SCP-2119, but so far all investigations into determining Reich's identity have been unsuccessful. It is currently impossible to estimate how many people in the general population are infected with SCP-2119, but considering how contagious the parasite is, it is thought to be extremely widespread. Without any known means of deactivating SCP-2119 without killing its host, containment of SCP-2119 is impossible. Who knows? You might already be infected yourself. It's not as if you would notice.
July 18, 2014. The calm and peaceful tranquility of the day has just been disrupted by the squawk of a panicked report over the radio. Civilians in danger. Urgent assistance required. The park ranger hears the screams carried through the trees by the wind a second later, already hurtling his way toward the location given by his colleague. Something is very, very wrong. Usually nothing like this happens at Crater Lake National Park. His mind starts racing as fast as the Jeep he's driving, a brain entering survival mode, trying to predict every possible danger. A forest fire? It was still daylight. He'd have seen the smoke. An animal attack? Maybe. Bears could sometimes be seen roaming about on the fringes of the park, but they typically kept away from humans, especially the more people were around. And today, in the midst of July, there were plenty to ward off any strays. Every attempted prediction only raised the same question. Just what the hell was going on? Approaching the tree line, one of the other rangers waves down the car. She's armed. If the vagueness of the report hadn't been troubling enough, seeing another park ranger with a shotgun in her hands certainly was. They were in bear territory. It wasn't unheard of for one of them to occasionally need a gun to ward the bears off, but that was a rarity out at Crater Lake. Slamming the brakes and leaping out of the Jeep, the park ranger rushes towards his colleague as she takes cover behind a nearby tree. He immediately asks her what the situation is, but she urges him to be quiet. There's something out there with them, she tells him in a whisper, racking a live round into her shotgun. When the park ranger asks what, the other ranger shoots him a look. Her eyes say it all. She's terrified and confused. This isn't just a wild animal on a rampage or frightenedly defending its territory and cubs. She has no idea what it is. She can't even believe she's seen it, let alone start describing it. Twigs snap under the foot of something, causing the other ranger to raise her shotgun, leaning out from behind the tree in the direction of the noise. She scans the space a few feet beyond the barrel. Nothing. The park ranger takes a look for himself, not exactly eager to see what it is, but unable to fend off his own curiosity. He spots something, nothing more than a shape passing between the trees, almost mistaking it for a branch simply moving in the gentle breeze. He taps on the other ranger's shoulder and alerts her. Whatever it is, it's close, and it seems to be walking like a man. The other ranger looks. In a second, she raises her shotgun and fires. A blast of buckshot erupts from the barrel, causing a deafening, high-pitched ringing in the park ranger's ears. He doubles over, clutching his ears as the sound becomes physically painful, not realizing his colleague fumbling as she grabs a fresh cartridge, or the thing staggering towards them. That is, until he looks up, the moment his hearing returns. But before we go any further, I have a question for you. Does something feel wrong with you? Is something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals? Regardless if you have a clinical mental health issue like depression or anxiety, or if you're just a human who lives in this world who's going through a hard time, therapy can give you tools to approach your life in a very different way. And that's why I'm excited to tell you about today's sponsor, BetterHelp. BetterHelp's mission is to make therapy more affordable and more accessible, and this is an important mission because finding a therapist can be really hard, especially when you're limited to the options in your area. BetterHelp is a platform that makes finding a therapist easier because it's online, it's remote, and by filling out a few questions, BetterHelp can match you to a professional therapist in as little as a few days. It's easy to sign up and get matched with a therapist. There's a link in my description. It's betterhelp.com/DrBob. Clicking that link helps support this channel, but it also gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with the therapist and see if it helps you. And because finding a therapist is a little like dating, if you don't really fit with that therapist, which is a common thing with therapy, you can easily switch to a new therapist at no additional cost, without stressing about insurance, who's in your network, or anything like that. So if you're struggling, consider online therapy with BetterHelp. Click the link in the description or visit betterhelp.com/DrBob.
Thank you again, BetterHelp, for supporting this channel. Now back to the bizarre creature in the forest. It's like part of the forest has come to life and assumed the shape of a human being in order to attack them. Roots cover its body, sealing up the space where its eyes would be. Oregon-beaked moss coats its arms and hangs off it like it's been draped in a sheet of yellowy-green plants. The creature is horrible to look at, and yet it looks lost. It stumbles, arms outstretched like it's trying to blindly feel its way around, and the park ranger realizes it can't see. Another cartridge clicks into the shotgun tube, pulled back the chamber by the slide of the pump, and the other ranger raises the weapon, steadying her aim so as not to miss this time. Her sights line up, the mossy monstrosity sitting in the center, and her fingers squeezes on the trigger. An unexpected force from below pushes the barrel of the shotgun upwards, pointing it towards the treetops. Another ear-splitting blast rings out, sending nearby birds flying from their nests in panic. The park ranger keeps the weapon pointed up, despite his colleagues' protests to let go of her gun, or the drops of blood dripping out and trailing down his neck from his own eardrums. He glances over his shoulder as, whatever it is, flees in terror. Startled by the shotgun blast, it runs away between the trees, knocking into some as it moves with uncertainty. Minutes later, a team of other rangers arrives, declaring that they're taking over the search effort for the creature that was found lurking around Crater Lake National Park. These rangers seem off. They look the part, in full uniforms and everything, but the park ranger can't place their faces. They somehow seem brand new, yet not one of them is fazed by the unusual situation. They seemed all the more interested in questioning all the hikers and families visiting the park who had seen the creature, as they were in actually finding it. It was almost as if they didn't want the word getting out. The park ranger decides he can't keep quiet any longer and raises a concern to the newcomers. He tells them that he doesn't think whatever is out there is some kind of monster. He thinks it's human. The new rangers thank him for his input, but insist that they'll take it from here. Little did he know, these weren't other park rangers. They were agents of the SCP Foundation. They have been embedded within the National Park's Rangers to contain SCP-3310, an anomalous log floating in Crater Lake, said to contain a powerful deity named Yao, who can cause dangerous weather to erupt unless the log is left to float freely. Then the call comes in from SCP Foundation Command, reports of an entity attacking civilians. Since they happen to be nearby, in the same park no less, a handful of agents are sent in to investigate and, if possible, contain the creature. Before too long, the civilian witnesses, even the real park rangers who had tried to kill the entity, have all been interviewed, administered with memory-wiping amnestics, and subsequently released, as if nothing out of the ordinary has even happened. Putting boots to the ground, the search for the unidentified creature doesn't last long. Within 2 hours, the agents have found what they're looking for. Only, it's not a creature. It's a person. His name is Zach Herman. They find him cowering under an alcove near the edge of the lake, his moss-covered skin providing a near-perfect camouflage for him to blend in with his woodland surroundings. The only thing that gives him away is the sound of his frightened sobs. The Foundation agents aren't under orders to neutralize him on sight. Instead, they humanely subdue Zach Herman and arrange to have him taken to a nearby Foundation outpost for examination. SCP-3462, an anomalous humanoid entity known to inhabit a rundown Blockbuster video rental store in the nearby town of Bend, Oregon, with the area having been sealed off and constantly patrolled by Foundation personnel. So that seems like the best place to take Zach and figure out exactly what happened to him. Upon closer examination at the Foundation outpost, it's discovered that Zach Herman has a number of unidentified roots growing through both his skin and internal organs. Given the danger to his life that this poses, he's rushed into an operating theater to undergo emergency surgery. 18 hours pass as the Foundation tries to save the man's life. At this time, the surgeons decide that it isn't wise or possible to remove all the roots at once, so instead, they focus on clearing the ones that had grown within and over his eyes, nostrils, ear canals, and throat. Another 7 hours of intensive surgery pass, and Zach Herman is still alive. He's not cured, but the roots covering much of his face have at least been cleared. After stabilizing, it's then that he's transferred to Site 56, where the Foundation intends to conduct further operations to remove the growths from his body, as well as ask Zach questions about what happened to him. They're still baffled as to what caused his anomalous mutation into a moss monster.
Just where had these roots come from? And what exactly was SCP-7185? Researcher Charlie Canley is tasked with conducting interviews with the subject, Zach Herman, between his various procedures, and she wastes no time in unearthing his story. Oak Ridge, Oregon, 60 miles north of Crater Lake National Park, where Zach will eventually be found. That's where he describes the horrific mutation taking place. Given that the roots would grow over his eyes, his vision impaired, he has no idea where he's going until he eventually winds up in Crater Lake. Scared, alone, and changed beyond recognition. And as he describes it, he wasn't the only one. Shortly before his own mutation, Zach mentions witnessing the same happening to Kellen Herman, his husband. The couple, along with a group of several others, are in a small Oregon town reached by traveling to Hills Creek Lake, then following Hills Creek Road south until finding a road sign simply labeled Beard. The place has spent 70 years in ruins, abandoned, and left to be overtaken by the elements. Most of the roads leading into the area are blocked off thanks to a landslide, leaving the town completely void of all human life. Until Zach and his friends arrive in Beard. There are 6 of them in total, including Zach, his husband Kellen, then Azrael, Mark, Angel, and Caleb. Answering an ad on Craigslist, the group has come to Beard after being hired by a man named Sean to scavenge through the abandoned town, collecting anything that could potentially be of value. Scrap metal and intact valuables, as long as they can be resold, are worth holding on to. While the group searches, Sean delivers food and supplies to them once per month. One thing that they hope for each time, but never seem to get, is something to drink in their downtime. So on a whim, while exploring an abandoned factory they come across, Zach looks for an alternative source of beer for the group to enjoy. What he finds is an unusual blue machine. Pulling levers on it, he finds that it dispenses samples of a surprisingly green liquid. Of course, none of the group immediately drinks it. Not until Angel finds an old journal with entries dating back to the 1930s. It describes the owners of the factory giving the liquid to their workers and only ceasing the practice after the workers stopped getting drunk. Taking that to mean the liquid was safe to drink, the group decided to each take a swig of the green. Initially, none of them feel any change. It's actually rather anticlimactic, at least at first. Soon after, however, they start to feel energized, more alert, and awake for much longer without feeling the usually expected fatigue that would bring. It even helps them search through parts of the town quicker, something they're all grateful for. After a week, not one of them even feels the need to sleep. They were even healing from injuries faster, small cuts were sealing in minutes, bruises clearing entirely almost as quickly as they formed. After about a month, the negative side effects start. They start manifesting as small symptoms, the group experiencing various bodily aches that gradually become far, far worse. It affects each of them differently too. Zach starts to experience a tightness in his chest, while Caleb develops a bad fever that leaves him barely able to function. Mark and Angel's hair starts falling out in thick clumps too. Soon after, the same is happening to Caleb. His symptoms are the first to worsen. After his hair falls out, his skin starts to do the same. It keeps peeling away, turning red. Then, Sean arrives in Beard. According to the information given by Zach in his interviews with the Foundation, their employer would routinely drive to the town every 3 months in order to pick up anything valuable the group has recovered. All of them suffering from the ill effects of whatever the liquid they'd all drank was. Those of the group that still had the strength to stand rushed to meet Sean and beg him to get them help. Upon taking one look at them, he drives away, abandoning them. 4 days after Sean left them there, the sleepless group is startled by screaming in the night. It's Caleb, and he's on fire. Panicking, the others try to help, pouring water on him to douse the flames. It seems to work, but it's only a few minutes before the fire starts up again. They even try taking him to the creek that runs through the town, but submerging Caleb in the water only causes his skin to form massive blisters that painfully burst. Keeping him under didn't work either. He kept needing to come up for air, and breaking the surface, he started catching fire again the second he was above water. There was nothing they could do to save him. He just kept burning. Caleb is the first of the group to die. It's not clear when this occurred. Investigating the area, the Foundation recovers fragmented journal entries written by Azrael, in which the others all attribute Caleb's death to him having a weak immune system. but normally, diseases don't cause people to spontaneously catch fire. By the morning, he is almost completely burned, leaving only a charred corpse that the group buries by the factory. Following Caleb's death, Zach is forced to leave. The others blame him for Caleb's death, and he does as well. He intends to find some other way of getting help for the rest of the group. Kellen joins him, and the couple leave Beard together. Meanwhile, Angel, Mark, and Azrael search for their own way out of the town, but to no avail. Hardly any of the roads are accessible on foot, and those that are just lead to abandoned properties on the woodland outskirts of Beard. According to Azrael's journal entry, they then refocused their efforts towards finding a cure for whatever it was they had drunk. It's not much more successful. During Zach and Kellen's absence, Mark is the next group member whose symptoms start to get worse. His hair was almost entirely gone, and soon, rashes started to form over his skin before peeling away. Immediately, he and the other two start to fear that what happened to Caleb might be about to happen to Mark, too. Their only plan is for Mark to stay out in the snow if he starts catching fire in the same way, since, by this point, winter had reached Oregon. But instead of a reoccurrence of Caleb's condition, Mark's skin begins repeatedly forming an unusual bluish-green substance, warm to the touch. It accumulates every few hours, and Angel and Azrael help him scrape it off before it ultimately returns. Within days, it's returning faster, too fast for them to clear it. So much of it forms that it starts dripping off Mark. Then Angel points out it seems to be candle wax, and the more of it, the hotter it gets. Shortly after, the substance burns out Mark's eyes. He's completely covered in scalding hot wax, with no way of removing it entirely. Eventually, he dies. Angel and Azrael can't move his body thanks to the wax, as more of it keeps forming, nor can they bury him yet thanks to a snowstorm outside. It's only a week later that Azrael thinks he sees the body moving. Mark is still alive. He's been lying in a pile of hot wax the entire time, his body still making more. Soon, he stops moving altogether. While all this is happening, Kellen and Zach are still trying to find help, but manage to wind up lost in the woods surrounding Beard. The numerous overlapping and confusing paths surrounding the town had meant one wrong turn sends both of them heading towards the woods, with only a few cans of food, a lighter, and a pocket knife between them. After a week, they pass a mountain that Zach assumes is the Diamond Peak volcano. Another week later, both he and Kellen are beginning to suffer their own severe symptoms from the liquid they consumed. Kellen is vomiting shards of metal and glass. Further metallic chunks were breaking through Kellen's skin as they grew within his body. At the same time, roots grow over Zach's eyes, preventing him from fully seeing just what is happening to his husband. They sit together in Kellen's dying moments, Zach feeling like he needs to be there for his partner, even though he can't see him or do anything to help him. A few hours after Kellen's breathing eventually stops, Zach walks through the woods until he hears the sound of cars, only to be found in Crater Lake National Park. Around the same time, Angel also dies. It takes him a whole week after his eyelids and fingernails fall out, followed by every layer of his skin. It would happen multiple times, thanks to the effects of the green liquid causing him to recover. Also, his skin could once again come off. At one point, Azrael, horrified by it all, sees his friend's face fall off. Still unable to find a way out of Beard, one of the remaining two survivors of the group also starts to change. Bumps form under Azrael's skin, eventually causing his hands to become swollen and preventing him from moving anything below his chest. Aware of his impending fate, he stashes the journal he's been writing in inside a backpack and leaves it for whoever finds them. The Foundation is able to recover the bodies of Azrael, Angel, Mark, and the buried remains of Caleb within Beard, but they decline to share this information with Zach. Sean's identity is confirmed to be that of Sean McDougal, and Foundation agents are sent to interrogate him. They aren't able to ascertain any valuable information from him, so instead amnesticize him. Anything saved on Sean's devices relating to the location of the town of Beard, the group he hired to scavenge there, and the $46,000 he'd made from the scavenged goods are all seized. SCP-7185 consists of two elements. The first is an unidentified machine that was uncovered by Zach Herman and his friends in an abandoned factory in the southern Cascadian mountain range of Oregon. Despite not having any power sources connected to it, SCP-7185 seemingly functions without the need for electricity. It is instead operated via a series of levers connected to the main body of the device. 2 are black and 1 is rusted over. Should both of the black levers be switched downwards and the rusty lever pulled, the machine will produce the second element of this anomaly, designated by the Foundation as SCP-7185-1, hereby alternatively known as the body horror juice. The alcoholic liquid byproduct of activating SCP-7185 is green in color and has a semi-viscous consistency. If this liquid is drunk at any point by a human being, then this person will undergo major bodily changes that tend to span a period of at least several weeks. Anyone ingesting SCP-7185-1 will suffer numerous mutations and deformations of their body, although exactly how they are altered varies depending on the person drinking the juice. SCP-7185-1 also negates the effects of any depressants, opiates, or other stimulants taken after ingestion, meaning there is no way to nullify the pain of these intense physical changes. On July 21, 2014, Zach Herman died due to complications during surgery. The Foundation surgeons had been making extensive efforts to clear the roots growing throughout his body as a result of Herman ingesting SCP-7185. They had made enough of a difference to allow him to participate in interviews with researcher Canley. However, during these exchanges, Zach mentions that he can still feel everything that is happening to him during the procedures. Every incision, every removal, every stitch. The same day, the body of Zach's husband, Kellen Herman, is also recovered. Check out the DrBob Patreon and become a junior researcher today. Now go and watch another entry from the files of DrBob, like SCP-420, Aggressive Skin Condition.